I am the king of weapons. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 The Price of Impetuousness 1. Still a little short. Don't give up on Lee, you're the best. Damn old Ray, his team always makes us feel uncomfortable. Is he really an Arsenal fan, man? Who knows, maybe not, maybe. There are snakes in the Garden of Eden. Oh my god, it's off again. Our genius fired for the 4th time today, but it's a pity that we encountered the foggy London weather. Senk said with a different kind of smile, not caring at all about Lee Yuxin's heavy bomb outside the penalty area. After all, the strength of the two teams is there. Damn it. After finally getting rid of the defender, Bergkamp's pass was so comfortable, but it was missed. Lee Yuxin shook his left foot in annoyance. Oh, so far, Arsenal's attack has not been effective. Arthur underestimated Redknapp's team. Although Portsmouth is still in the relegation team, they are well prepared. Lee's cooperation with others was cut off. In a short period of time, Arsenal has no chance to score. Matthew is a little dissatisfied with Arsenal's performance in the first half hour. He saw Arsenal besieging Portsmouth's defense line repeatedly, but to no avail. He was a little anxious. After all, the gap in strength in this game was so big. It would be a pity if they were upset. Lee has already had 4 shots, all outside the penalty area. It's a pity that Lee's aim was a little off today, and his role as an offensive hub was not played. In the past, his threat to the opponent was not only in shooting, but his passing was also the key to Arsenal's victory. Lee needs to adjust his rhythm. Adams paid more attention to the difference of Lee Yuxin and pointed out the imbalance of Lee Yuxin's rhythm in a tactful way. Well, there is some truth to that. Lee did have too many individual performances today. He was too caught up in his own breakthroughs and single-handed fights. Although the opponent's defense was a factor, Lee's own offensive ability was also very important. At this time, other Arsenal players have to come out to share the burden. Without Thierry and others on the court, they have to learn not to rely on 1 or 2 players. Matthew is reminded by Adams and suddenly thought further. The game did not end because of their comments. It was still carried out at Arsenal's high tempo. The offense was still so sharp and swift. Portsmouth was like an old boxer, in danger, but experienced, and was not knocked down by Arsenal's continuous fast punches. That's right, hold on. As long as you hold on, there will be a chance. Looking at the situation on the court, Lale shouted in his heart. Seeing Arsenal's offensive again and again, but returning in vain, Lale's heart can be said to be up and down, fearing that Arsenal would score a goal, but seeing Arsenal's crazy attack, he felt that the team's opportunity was right in front of them. As long as they seized it once, it would be fine. It was extremely contradictory, and there was a lot of regret in his tone. Yuxin, do you think Arsenal will score first? Marino drank a cup of coffee and asked Eriksen comfortably. It's difficult. Arsenal's offensive is indeed good, but they fell into a misunderstanding. If Harry had an excellent passer and a good striker, Arsenal might have surrendered. Eriksen is not very smart, but the shortcomings of Arsenal's front line during this period can still be seen. Lee's personal ability is too good, but it's a pity that his teammates can't maintain the same level as him, which makes Arsenal too dependent on him at some times. Don't you think so, Yuxin? Marino said with great regret. If Lee could be under his command, he would not have to fall into this situation of fighting alone. No matter how intensive the schedule is, he has the ability to equip him with enough excellent people to solve the battle. Haha, this is none of my business. I'm just examining his personal status. Eriksen is not willing to have an unpleasant experience with any club now. Arsenal's attack has come to nothing again. It's been nearly 40 minutes. This has dealt a big blow to their morale. Fans, Lee is still as strong as ever. It's a pity that other Arsenal players didn't have any outstanding individual performances today. Arsenal still scored goals. Oh, Mr. Yan, don't you think the standing of Arsenal's midfield and backcourt is a problem? Well, most of the players on the field now are players who haven't played for a long time. Now that Arsenal's overall morale is so high, they also want to win the game and prove themselves, especially this game is related to their league championship. Arthur's use of troops is very problematic. Lee wants to show off too much, which disrupts the rhythm. In addition, the tacit understanding and strength of others and Lee are not as good as Thierry and others. It is impossible to find other cores besides Lee, resulting in Arsenal's attack but no results. At this time, except for the players of the two teams, most of the other people who were not related to the game saw the problem of Arsenal's eager attack. Wenger also frowned, looking at the players on the field, but it was not Lee Yuxin, but Bergkamp. This disciple who understood his tactical requirements best and was experienced could definitely help him on the field. Sure enough, Lee, pay attention to the position of the midfield. You are too deep, and it is difficult for Abu and Song to get back. Once waiting for the goalkeeper of Portsmouth to kick off, Bergkamp came to Lee Yuxin and gave him a word. Bergkamp also found that Arsenal had taken the initiative during this period, but the thunder was loud but the rain was small. Such young people were eager to win the game and were always in an excited state. They followed Lee Yuxin and pressed forward blindly. They lost a formation change and were easily attacked by the opponent. So Bergkamp saw that Lee Yuxin had not discovered this problem yet, so he quickly woke him up. "Well, I understand, I will press down." Hearing Bergkamp's words, Lee Yuxin was shocked. It was true that his personal performance during this period was too eager. It didn't matter to the individual, but he was the tactical core of the entire team, and the consequences were serious. Keeley kicked the ball across the half-court, and Song pressed Lualo before heading the ball to his left. Lee Yuxin held O'Neill's chest and thrust it, then turned and flicked the ball to the middle. O'Neill thought that Lee Yuxin was going to turn around and pass him, so he subconsciously pushed his center of gravity forward to keep his position, but found that the opponent had no such awareness at all, and immediately slowed down in defense, watching Lee Yuxin pull to the middle. O'Neill hurried to catch up, fearing that the opponent would break through from the middle, and even if he couldn't stop him, he would double team with his teammates. Just as O'Neill was moving, Lee Yuxin scored a point and passed the ball to the side, and the thin but fast Bell rushed forward quickly. O'Neill realized that it was not good, and his reaction was not slow. He twisted his body and hurriedly chased and blocked, sticking to Bell's side. Facing O'Neill chasing and defending, Bell's spirituality was much higher than that of the little tiger. He knew that his body was not at an advantage. While moving quickly, he suddenly paused, flicked the ball directly inward, and pretended to cut inward to shake off the opponent. O'Neill was still chasing at high speed. He was shaken by him and hurriedly blocked him to prevent the opponent from entering easily and slow down his rhythm. Bale was waiting for him to block him. Both of them stopped suddenly. At this moment, Bale suddenly pulled to the side and back, swung to the outside, and then rushed directly along the sideline. Although Bale looked a little thin, his explosive power was not comparable to O'Neill. When Bale started, O'Neill had not reacted before Bale was thrown away by Bale. After Bale passed O'Neill, he rushed to the left side of Portsmouth's penalty area like lightning. Soon he faced Pulisic's defense. The two quickly started a fight on the sideline. Bale held Pulisic behind him tightly and stepped on the ball. He couldn't shake off the opponent after shaking for several times. He subconsciously looked for his tactical core Lee Yuxin. Although he felt that there must be someone behind Pulisic to defend him and the space for movement was relatively small, Bale still trusted Lee Yuxin very much. Bale directly knocked with his heel and sent it to the bottom line. No. Bale looked at Lee Yuxin, who had just rushed over in astonishment, somewhat at a loss. It turned out that Lee Yuxin did not advance, but directly prepared to respond in the middle, but Bale penetrated too deep and was pressed by the tall Pliskova, so he did not notice it. It was not until Pliskova turned around and got the ball that Bale looked up and found Lee Yuxin's position. Seeing his teammates' helpless look, Lee Yuxin finally understood what Bergkamp said. Now every Arsenal player was under his inadvertent influence, pushing too deep and rushing too hard. The same was true for Song and Diaby. This time they penetrated deeper than himself, and the space behind the two fullbacks was not protected at all. It was too dangerous. Lee Yuxin had no time to explain his change of rhythm at this time. He directly dragged Bale to defend in the empty back. As the game progressed, they would also understand his idea of pressing down. When Bale saw Lee Yuxin dragging him to his position, he immediately understood. Previously, when the team's attack failed, Lee would lead his players to grab the ball on the spot. Now he suddenly pulled back, clearly wanting to stabilize. Bale slightly blocked Pliskov's pass and immediately rushed back to his backcourt. Haha, good job, Gareth. Seeing Bale so in tune with him, Lee Yuxin clapped his hands when he passed by him, and was very happy. When Wenger saw this scene, He thought of the scene where Bergkamp whispered in Li Yuxin's ear not long ago. Knowing that his disciple's previous inheritance had been perfectly achieved, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up, and there was no trace of his frustration for not being able to score. Ding ding ding, what's going on? Why did our attack slow down? Damn it, it was almost there. If we attacked more vigorously, maybe we would have scored a goal. Is the first half over? I thought Arsenal would launch a fierce attack and score first. It seemed that Li Yuxin was not so excited later. He didn't even shoot once. Portsmouth had a hard time running in the second half. Look at Arsenal's passing. It was too fast. Why did Arsenal's attack become so weak later? What a pity. They had a chance to take the lead. Yes, Arsenal's players did not understand Wenger's intention. Based on my many years of professional research, I know that if young people are put on the court, their momentum should be used to attack. Alice, what a pity. And Li Yuxin is still too young, and still immature. He tends to give up halfway. How can we give up on this? Winning in one fell swoop is the right way. With Rooney's whistle, the first half of the Premier League make-up match between Arsenal and Portsmouth ended. Unexpectedly, Portsmouth defended the score at 0-0 at halftime. Chapter 127, The Price of Impetuousness 2. I was very dissatisfied with the first half. You were like headless flies, flying around everywhere, shooting even when there were no chances. Do you think it's fun to brush up the stats? Especially in the midfield, you rushed more fiercely than Dennis. People who didn't know would think we had 6 forwards, but in the end, who would organize the attack? Who would protect the defense? Especially Lee. In the first half, your performance was far below your standard, and you didn't look like a mature player at all. What's your mission? I don't care what you think, I only look at your state on the field and your mentality, but everything you showed in the first half was terrible. I don't want to see you like that in the second half, forgetting your organizational work. As soon as the Arsenal players returned to the locker room, Wenger's face immediately darkened and he swept them wildly, especially Li Yuxin, who is Wenger's main target of criticism. Not only Arsenal's lineup is changing, but Wenger is also the same. Although his previous elegant and gentle temperament has not changed much, he will no longer be so tolerant of the players in the game. Perhaps it was because of the differences in the players he led. They were all unknown young people, who had been trained from the beginning, and they were given a heavy responsibility, and their results were so outstanding. Therefore, Wenger's requirements were even stricter. He was afraid that their immature performance would cause their own achievements to collapse, and he was even more afraid that he would delay their progress towards higher achievements. Seeing his disciples lowering their eyebrows and not daring to speak, Wenger suppressed his anger and continued, "In the last 5 minutes of the first half, you performed very well, just like that, making full use of the pass to mobilize their defense, and then using cooperation to tear open their defense line, just like you did in training. In the second half, you are still on the court. I want you to prove it. Do you understand?" I understand. When these young people heard that Wenger did not plan to adjust the lineup, they were happy in their hearts. They were afraid that they would be replaced and miss the opportunity to make contributions to the team, so they immediately responded loudly. As the number of games became fewer and fewer, Arsenal's results soared. Most of them hoped to write their own names at the end of the glorious season, even if it was just an important game. Obviously, this match against a relegation team is the best time for them to seize the opportunity. If they win the match, they can establish their position in the standings in one fell swoop, and they can be proud of themselves. Well, take a break. The second half of the game depends on you. Wenger looked at their high morale and nodded with satisfaction. In his mind, this team with Li Yuxin, Bergkamp, Adebayor in the front court and Toure, Campbell, and Lehmann in the backcourt can deal with Portsmouth. You performed well in the first half. Next, you must not only stabilize your defense, but also seek breakthroughs in offense. Look over here. In the away dressing room, Redknapp was constantly demonstrating his tactics with a disparate momentum. Ding, the 15-minute break ended. As the players of both sides returned to the field and took their positions, Rainey blew the whistle to start the second half of the game. The game has started. Although Redknapp's team performed very well in the first half, they are in trouble in this game. Wenger should adjust quickly. Winning the game is a choice they have to make. Eriksson watched the game start and talked with his assistant. Marino had already accepted an exclusive interview with the BBC. Jose, what do you think of watching Arsenal's game? The BBC host welcomed an important guest at the beginning of the second half of Arsenal's game. Well, I have to say that Arsenal's first half was terrible. I watched the game with Yuxin. During this process, I talked a lot with him. Harry was great in the first half and his work deserves our praise. It seems that Arsenal is really bad. Mourinho can't bear to mention the game. Well, can you talk about what you said? We talked a lot, including the game itself, our feelings about the work, etc. Later we also talked about Lee. Mourinho said it in general terms and threw out a bait. Oh, really? Then can you tell us that Yuxin's purpose this time is to observe Lee? The BBC host's eyes lit up immediately. Haha, you know this better than me, but when I called him and told him that I was going to Highbury to watch Lee's game, he seemed very happy. I also talked to him a lot about Lee, that's it. Mourinho did not hide his concern for Lee Yuxin at all. Oh my god, so you recommended Yuxin to observe Lee? Haha, if he didn't have that idea before, it should be. Mourinho was very impolite. Everyone knew the extent to which Eriksen ignored Lee Yuxin before this game. Thank you so much, Mr. Jose, you know that you have solved a lot of trouble for us. We are all eager for Lee to join the England team. Another England tryhard. Nothing, just like my players, such an excellent player like Lee will also be treated the same as my players. This is inevitable. Mourinho shrugged, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became stronger. Yes, Lee is really great, so can you tell us more about what you said? The BBC host was still not giving up. Well, after watching the first half of Arsenal's game, I felt that Lee's performance today was not in sync with Arsenal as a whole. He spent a lot of time working alone. This is not Lee's style, but it has something to do with Arsenal's equipment. They only have one Thierry and Cesc, that's it. In fact, if you look at past games, Lee often has to do work that is different from his style. Arsenal's current results are largely related to Lee's performance, which is why I think our team is always the strongest. Lee is the best in Arsenal, but that's not why Arsenal can use him without limit. Lee needs a stronger helper, but Arsenal, which is overloaded, still makes it impossible for Arthur to find such a person. Mourinho didn't want the BBC host to give up. Really? Maybe Lee can prove himself better. The BBC host had heard the provocation of the magic bird and asked back. Haha, do you think Lee needs to prove himself? In fact, Lee had to do his best for Arsenal many times, just like this time when Portsmouth attacked, Lee was needed to fill the gap. Mourinho smiled disdainfully, pointing to the big screen showing the advancing shots of Portsmouth, and said with a firm tone. Gago Lualua shot, oh. Jens, amazing Jens. He lifted up Lualua's shot and it was so cool. Two different shouts echoed in the sky above Highbury. At the beginning of the game, Portsmouth was still patiently passing the ball in the backcourt, still like in the first half, playing with restraint. Arsenal still took the initiative on the field, but played more patiently, and did not blindly press forward. They frequently used passes and cuts to find the opponent's flaws, playing steadily, and the game entered Arsenal's rhythm. But just as Arsenal was forcing Portsmouth's defense to lose focus and see the goal coming, Portsmouth suddenly sped up their kicking speed, no longer patiently passing back, and skipping the midfield transition stage. After Primus intercepted Bergkamp's pass to Adebayor again, he glanced at the front court, kicked the ball to the front court, and Lualua suddenly stopped the ball with his chest, shook off Campbell, and went directly into the penalty area, shooting before Toure made up for it, winning a corner kick for Portsmouth. Marking, stuck in position, grabbing the ball, this is our chance, this is our chance. At this time, the entire Arsenal penalty area was in chaos and crowded. This was the first corner kick Portsmouth got at the beginning of the game, so they naturally took it very seriously. The Arsenal players were shocked and sweaty, and they did not dare to be careless. The players of the two teams crowded and pulled each other. Watch out for your waist. You might slip. Can you use your legs to exert enough strength? Alessandro glanced at the positions of his teammates in the Arsenal penalty area, like a hawk hunting its prey. The noise behind him had nothing to do with him. With a whistle from Rieni, Alessandro lifted his right foot, and the ball drew an inward arc and fell accurately into the Arsenal penalty area. Head it out quickly. Header, well done, Abu. Lualua. Arsenal's penalty area was in chaos. Alessandro's corner kick fell to the back point. Looking for Lualua, the Congolese striker was exerting all his strength. At this time, Diaby was standing in front of him, jumping hard and shaking his head. Hue 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 oh 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 swish. GL, Lua our hero. Our hero scored again. This is his 7th league goal, and also the most valuable one. He broke through Arsenal's Dawood Diaby's header, gave Lua behind him enough time to complete a beautiful diving header, straight into the dead corner. It seems that I was right. After saying that, Moreno smiled at the BBC host with his lips pursed, and raised his head inadvertently. In fact, he noticed a change in Portsmouth's formation early on. The two players in the front court had already pressed forward in their positions, and often roamed around Song, while Arsenal's defense did not pay enough attention, and still focused on controlling the ball and cooperating. They did not expect the opponent to suddenly make a desperate attack. Such a result is not difficult to guess for a top coach like Mourinho. Jose, you are amazing. If you were not here, I would have thought this was a play directed by you. The BBC host was just feeling a little disdainful of Moreno's arrogance, and even felt a little happy when Lua's shot was blocked. However, seeing the unexpected turn of events, it was still as Mourinho expected, and he had to admit it. Great, just like that, using their defensive experience and tacit understanding, well done. Damn it, what's going on? Let the team doctor come on the court. Seeing his disciple score a goal, Laule jumped for joy, his big face smiling like a small daisy, but he soon froze, and finally cursed angrily, gave an instruction, and sat back in his seat in shame. Lua, it hurts. Facing the cheers of his fans, Lua excitedly did a series of somersaults, but ended up spraining his foot and screaming there. Oh, Lua, it's unfortunate. Redknapp is playing 451. Strengthen the interception. Is Arthur considering changing players? Matthew's eyes were fixed on Wenger. No one would have thought that Arsenal would play so badly in this game. Wenger's use of players had a big reason for this. However, Wenger did not receive Matthew's gaze. At this time, he was still standing on the sidelines without any expression. Just that expressionless face was the best order to supervise the battle. Chapter 128, Regretful Draw. Lee, roar. Arsenal, goal. My heroes, it's time to fight. Oh. The teams lagging behind made Highbury completely crazy. Arsenal fans shouted at the loudest decibels to cheer for their team. Steal the ball. Song steals the ball again, pass it out. Campbell, he got the air superiority. Damn it, Diaby touched the ball first when he made this tackle. How can it be considered a foul? Lee dribbled the ball, dribbled past the opponent, and passed it to the side. Gareth caught up the mountain and passed the ball back. Oh, Diaby actually stopped the ball too far? No. Adebayor wasted Dennis's pass corner. Ljungberg takes the penalty. Lee, oh, damn Kelly, he blocked so many of our goals. Touré's cold shot was just a little bit off. What a pity. Arsenal's offensive can only be expressed as madness, because they all have a fire in their hearts. They obviously have the advantage and are about to kill the opponent with a stick and get the ultimate glory, but they were ambushed by a dying opponent. How can they not be aggrieved? This is their home court, and their boss is staring at them like a hungry tiger waiting to hunt. Diaby, Bale and a group of other young people can no longer care about anything. The attack must be fierce, and the defense cannot make mistakes. Arsenal's players began to press the ball all over the field. Stealing and confrontation were everywhere. Portsmouth's players frequently lost the ball and could not get any support in the front court. Song and Diaby even did not let go of the pass from the opponent's full-back, and every ball had to be fought for. Arsenal's attack was like a tide, waiting for the last huge wave. Damn, this guy is like a monster. After several head-on confrontations, Routledge watched Lee Yuxin's ghostly change of direction, and his heart was shaking. He was replacing Sean Davis, who was injured while chasing this monster. Lee Yuxin had just received Diaby's cross in the midfield, and saw Routledge waiting in front of him to intercept. Without any concession, he suddenly accelerated and cut directly into the middle. Routledge didn't dare to neglect it. He had already experienced Lee Yuxin's explosive power and acceleration, and hurried to stick to him first, slowing down the opponent's speed, and then his teammates came to assist in defense. Lee Yuxin also knew the opponent's movements. When Routledge just moved his center of gravity, he suddenly pulled and turned his body again, moving the ball directly to his left foot, and exerted force on his waist and abdomen, rushing directly from his right side. O'Neill had already blocked it, and when Lee Yuxin just leaned out, he had already quickly stepped down to grab the ball at Lee Yuxin's feet. Lee Yuxin's body was still in inertia just now, and suddenly he felt someone from the other side rushing over. He subconsciously hooked the ball, then pulled it, quickly pulled the ball to the side, and then pushed it, without any adjustment of his body, directly past between O'Neill and Routledge. The whole set of movements was smooth and the two people had no time to react. Bale no longer had to break so deep. After receiving the pass from Lee Yuxin, he knocked the ball back again without sticking to it. Diaby acted as a bridgehead on the left, and shook Richard away with a catch and a dunk. Hughes defends, a push. Bergkamp was fighting for position with the opponent's central defender near the penalty area line. Seeing Diaby's movement, his body suddenly circled, staggered the opponent, and diverted the opponent's attention. Then he dragged his toes back and hooked the ball. Light and agile, he pushed the ball directly in. Both the man and the ball were perfectly wiped into the Portsmouth penalty area. Bergkamp carried the opponent and poked it with his toes. The perfect eye stance reappeared. Oh my god, what is this move? Another pass between the man and the ball. The Ice Prince is not old yet. Oh my god, it's been a long time since I saw the Ice Prince receive the ball so lightly. This game is so worth watching. This attack will definitely be good. Definitely good. This guy nice is as good as before. Wow, this guy. Henry and Pires stared at the field. Seeing Bergkamp's passing move, they both widened their eyes in disbelief and stood up all of a sudden. Dennis, 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 Highbury instantly echoed with shots for Bergkamp. Arsenal's attack had not yet ended. Bergkamp's light and graceful passing pass completely penetrated Portsmouth's defense. Before Bergkamp, Ljungberg had already penetrated deep into the opponent's penalty area on the right, forcing Mendes to be unable to block him. Adebayer's reaction was not slow either, and Stefanovic's attention was also distracted by him. The ball Matthew Taylor rolled in front of his eyes, and a yellow figure appeared in his sight, Lee. While Diaby and others were cooperating on the left, Lee Yuxin tirelessly passed through the defense of Woodridge and O'Neill. Seeing Alessandro paying attention to him, he suddenly paused, causing the opponent to be stunned. In the fleeting moment, Lee Yuxin noticed Bergkamp's position. Feeling something in his heart, Lee Yuxin started like a cheetah. The explosive power and speed of Alessandro and others could not catch up with Lee Yuxin, who had a clear goal. Step, Lee Yuxin stepped firmly on the grass with his right foot. Although the ball was rolling, it was not fast. Just right, Lee Yuxin swung his left foot in a big arc. Bang, shocking everyone's sight. Heavy artillery again. This is Lee Yuxin's fifth long shot on this game. The first four long shots missed the target. This time, an arc rose from the ground and flew over Matthew with an inward arc. Taylor's head. Keely's attention had just shifted from Adebayo. He was slow and reacted slowly. Lee Yuxin's heavy artillery was so powerful and fast that he didn't leave him any time. Sure, with a huge rotation, the ball rubbed the net desperately and hung in the upper left corner of the goal, a perfect angle. GL, it's in, it's to Lee. Lee engraved Dennis's performance. This is also his 30th goal of the season. Oh my god, this is his first season. Genius, an absolute genius. This is not the Eredivisie, this is the Premier League, the world's #1 league. Lee has made history again. Cheer, lucky Arsenal fans. Senk was the first to discover it. Lee. Looking at Lee Yuxin opening his arms and slowly putting them on his waist to look around the stadium through the stands, the excitement and joy of Arsenal fans turned into only one voice, shouting at the roaring genius. Damn, this guy. Wenger was stunned for a moment, his original chrysanthemum stretched out, his mouth opened wide, blinked uncertainly, and finally immediately turned into a bitter face. He suddenly felt that he had overestimated his disciples' level of attracting hatred, although it was already at a very low level. I like Lee's personality, just like me. This kind of personality will make us very good friends. After a moment of silence, Mourinho laughed loudly in the commentary room. Yeah, Lee, well done, thank you, Lee. We will not lose. The Arsenal players on the field were all in an excited state of the game, and they didn't feel that there was anything unusual about Lee Yuxin's behavior. They celebrated with each other and returned to the field. They didn't want a draw in this game, but victory. Diaby went in. Oh, it was a bit too much, but that beautiful double dunk was amazing. Ljungberg is here again. Our Swedish winger is resurrected. Campbell charge, head in just 7 or 8 minutes. Senk's shouts cut through the sky again and again. Portsmouth's defense was riddled with holes by Arsenal's attack, and it was only one blow away. Go forward, Redknapp shouted at his players to press forward. He had discovered that his team's defense was compressed too small, and they couldn't take care of the defense outside the penalty area. But the Portsmouth players, who had been beaten dizzy, were simply unable to do it. They pressed forward, but the opponent's attack was so fierce that they had to shrink and press. This was not a solution at all. But they held on, and Old Ray was very sad. In this game, he completely became a supporting role for Arsenal and Lee. In the 81st minute of the game, Pires replaced Lee Yuxin and the whole audience applauded. However, Wenger slapped Lee Yuxin's buttocks as soon as he came off the court. Lee Yuxin had to smile carefully. The troubles in the past few days must be big. Our Lee is back. Look, I couldn't see it clearly just now because it was too far away. Fabregas hurried over. As for Van Persie, in order to avoid a live broadcast being too bloody, he still had to shrink in a corner with grievance. With Rainey's whistle, the 31st round of the Premier League ended. Old Ray shook hands with Wenger and left the field. Mr. Jose, the game is over. It's a pity that you are still at the top of the list. What do you think of the next situation? The BBC host saw Mourinho's sneer on his face and sprinkled salt for the sake of work. We won't lose points again, I promise. As for Arsenal, as I said, it was Lee who saved them, but they still have the Champions League next, which is very important. The composition of Arsenal's players will definitely make them face bigger problems than now. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Uproar. Here. Lee is here too at this time. Arsenal's press room was already crowded with people. As soon as Lee Yuxin sat down, all the spotlights surrounded Lee Yuxin, making Lee Yuxin unable to open his eyes. Gossip questions flew everywhere, making Lee Yuxin's ears buzz. Wenger signaled for someone to control it. Lee Yuxin's questions this time were too explosive. Not only the Sun and the Daily Star, but even the strictly prohibited newspapers such as The Times, The Guardian, and The Independent could not hold back the fire of gossip. Excuse me, Lee, what do you think of Coach Eriksen appearing in the stands this time? Sexy, charming, and quite familiar. It was Sarah who had not been seen for a long time. Well, it was unexpected, but I know that my teammates are all excellent, and it is not surprising that those national team coaches can appear. Lee Yuxin nodded gratefully at Sarah, thanking her for helping him out. I don't know why she appeared here again. Excuse me, Lee, what are your expectations for this year's World Cup? Sarah brought up another attractive topic, and the British reporters immediately became quiet. So far, these British media have been promoting Lee Yuxin's selection for England, and of course they also hope to hear the appeal of the person involved. World Cup? I haven't thought about it. Lee Yuxin shrugged and answered truthfully. Lee, you mean you don't want to join the England national team and don't want to participate in the World Cup? The male reporter from the Times stood up immediately like a shark that saw blood, and immediately threw out a sharp question, staring at Lee Yuxin with a sharp eye. When he asked this question, the others also locked on Lee Yuxin. Indeed, so far, no one has heard Lee Yuxin's opinion on the World Cup, and even didn't mention England. Now they are a little panicked. If Lee Yuxin himself doesn't go, their petition will be in vain. Lee Yuxin heard this guy's attitude as if he wanted to eat people, and smiled mysteriously. He was not surprised at all. He understood the feelings of these people. They love football too much. In London alone, there are more than a dozen professional clubs. You can imagine how much the British love football. Moreover, as the birthplace of modern football, England's fans can be said to be the most enthusiastic and loyal in the world. This is because the British adhere to tradition and national self-esteem. They believe that this sport originated from their own country, so their players should reach the best. Therefore, the annual World Cup and European Cup are like their grandest festivals. It is not only a love for football, but also a desire in their souls for the self-esteem of their own nation to be satisfied. Narrow-minded, but also worthy of admiration. This demand for the continuation of tradition is the driving force of a nation. The world is one family, but there are differences in surnames, not to mention cultural traditions. Whether I will join the England national team has not depended on me so far. No one has even talked about me entering the list. Don't you think it's inappropriate for me to consider it now? Lee Yuxin understood their feelings and tried to make himself helpless. Lee, then when Ericsson calls you, will you refuse? The Times reporter was not so easily fooled, and quickly asked another question. Haha, I will refuse. Lee Yuxin smiled and gave his answer. Oh, my God. Lee, are you kidding? Everyone in the audience felt incredible when they heard this answer. Old Lei was already staring at Lee Yuxin with his mouth wide open in shock. He wanted to call on Ericsson and the English Football Association to recruit Lee Yuxin at the press conference. Wenger also looked at Lee Yuxin in confusion. Lee had no signs of this idea at all, and he had not communicated with him. This was very puzzling. Wenger looked at Lee Yuxin's performance this season, and his original opinion on Lee Yuxin's selection for the national team slowly began to change. At first, he was afraid that he would get injured, and because he was afraid that entering the national team too early would affect his growth, he always held an unfavorable attitude. As the season was coming to an end, Wenger found that he could not measure Lee Yuxin with ordinary young people. In addition, the benefits of the World Cup competition training, Wenger also slowly changed his attitude to neutral. However, he was still shocked to hear that he refused to join the national team. After all, for many players, the World Cup is their ultimate stage. Now there are only more than 2 months left before the World Cup. The members of the national teams of various countries have basically been determined. Although the list will not be announced, the general situation is also known to the outside world. Generally, only 3 or 4 members will be adjusted. England is similar. At this time, the whole of Britain will not pay attention to the Prime Minister, the Queen, and the heads of various departments, but only the national members of this World Cup. Among them, the most concerned issue is whether Lee will be included in the list. If it were in other countries, this would not be a problem at all. However, the England national team has never called Lee Yuxin before, which makes the British people worried. As Lee Yuxin's performance became more and more outstanding, his reputation became louder and louder in major leagues, and Arsenal's record soared. Those English fans were frantically calling for the national team to recruit Lee Yuxin. Even at the headquarters of the English Football Association, many fans gathered every day to petition. At this time, they heard that Lee Yuxin refused to join the England national team. They were completely shocked. It felt like something collapsed. The best player in the Premier League, even the best player in the world, refused the World Cup. They felt a little panic. They had never encountered such a thing. Why did you refuse? A reporter from The Guardian immediately stood up and asked questions. Lee, please tell us the reason. It's incredible. Another reporter stood up. Yes, why? Oh my God, damn it. Lee is not kidding. I will explain, please sit down. Lee Yuxin knew that they would be surprised, but he still underestimated the deterrent power of these words. He didn't expect that they would explode before they finished listening. They didn't even care about their identity as reporters and were whispering. Several reporters couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to stand up angrily. Lee Yuxin had to appease them first. Alice, I still underestimated the patriotic feelings of these guys. In fact, it's not that I refuse the national team. I've said it before, but no one has informed me yet. I haven't even played a national team game, so I don't know what it feels like. Therefore, I won't be distracted by unknown things. I know what's important to me. In the club, I can give full play to my strength. The most important thing for me now is the Arsenal game. This season, I want to get all the glory with Arsenal. This is the most important goal in my heart. For this, I won't discuss the World Cup and the national team anymore. I won't let those uncertain things make the goal that we have been pursuing for a season worse, so I can clearly say that my heart will only be here before all the club games are over. Lee Yuxin made his thoughts very clear. He would not join England, at least not before the end of the season. But didn't Ericsson appear in the stands in this game? The reporter of the Mirror tried to dispel the reason why Lee Yuxin was ignored by the national team. I'm sorry, I've said it before, it's none of my business, I won't say it for the third time. For me, the most important thing is the club, Robin, and I want to make history, so before the club game is over, my heart will only be here. Lee Yuxin emphasized again. This but isn't the World Cup the most important? A reporter from the Daily Mail couldn't accept Lee Yuxin's words, and blurted out his thoughts. This immediately caused Wenger, who was warm in his heart, to be unhappy, and even Redner Kopp frowned. Wenger immediately took over the topic and said, The World Cup is important, but the players spend most of their time in the club. I think there's nothing wrong with Lee's idea, and winning the championship is the result of a year's work by him, me, and all of us. The important thing is that Eriksson ignored my players, which is unacceptable. Wenger directly brought up the topic to Eriksson. He didn't believe that as the World Cup was approaching, players like Lee would be ignored. Even if the national team would ignore them, these reporters would not. They would only make the fire higher and higher, so Wenger couldn't put the crime of ignoring the national team on Lee Yuxin. Coach Arthur, are you recommending Lee to participate in the World Cup? Seeing that Lee Yuxin had no intention of talking anymore, the reporters immediately turned the topic to Wenger. Maybe there was still a chance. They finally realized that the problem was a bit serious. The English Football Association and Eriksson ignored them. Lee didn't care about them at all. They had already made it clear that they were not interested. I have never been against players pursuing more glory. That is a manifestation of their vitality. As for Lee, he has the ability to enter any national team, but I respect his choice. What's more important is that Lee just said his own ideas, and at this stage it seems that his ideas do not conflict with anyone's decision. I think you are worrying too much? Wenger was still elegant and wise. His words not only made the reporters lose their goals, but also had to divert their own goals. They could not blame Lee Yuxin at all. These reporters understood that it was indeed as Wenger said, Lee just said his own ideas, and everything was overthinking, but Lee's performance made them have to think about it. If they didn't think about it, I'm afraid the whole world would be waiting to see the joke. At this time, everyone was filled with resentment towards England and Eriksson. This is what Lee Yuxin wanted. He really just expressed an idea and wanted to divert some people's attention. However, he didn't care how things changed. He chose to forget his influence because he just wanted to avoid some troubles. Huh? Why is it like this? What should we do? Lee is too devilish. He has blocked our way. Damn defying Eriksson. They have put us in a passive position. These reporters had no way to deal with Lee Yuxin because there was no official news indicating that the national team was going to recruit Lee Yuxin. These words were just personal thoughts and there was no way to comment on them. These reporters, who are usually full of traps, were in chaos. Oh my god, this is horrifying. Sorry, it's too late. Chapter 130 Uproar 2. Lee, I refuse the call up the Times Lee. My heart is in Arsenal Daily Mail. Eriksson's belated observation. The Guardian. The shame of the FA. The best player in the world refuses to play for England. Sky Sports. Mourinho. I recommended Lee to Yuxin. BBC Radio. Wenger. I respect Lee's choice. The Sun. An earthquake-like game. Daily Star. England has lost him forever. Gazzetta dello Sport. Lee doesn't like the environment in England. Merkel. Lee longs to be respected as the best players don't go to the best stage. Equip 20 goals and 13 assists don't get a World Cup ticket. Germany's loss. Build. Crazy. Completely crazy. With Lee Yuxin's speech, newspapers all over the world were about Lee Yuxin's refusal to be called up by England, and no one paid attention to whether the FA had planned to call him up, because Lee Yuxin's achievements were so great that he ignored the FA. Lee Yuxin is now the undisputed first young football player. No matter Ronaldinho and Eto'o in La Liga, Kaká and Shiva in Serie A, or Ballack in Bundesliga, none of them can catch up with Lee Yuxin in their first season data. Moreover, Lee Yuxin's data in 4 lines is as stable as ever, which is beyond their age. At the club level, Arsenal still maintains the situation of winning 4 lines. They won the League Cup, ranked second in the league and have the hope of winning the championship. They also reached the semi-finals of the Champions League and the FA Cup. Lee Yuxin only lacks the official achievement, the European Golden Boy Award of this year. Now such a person has rejected England's call and even wants to give up the World Cup. It is too unimaginable. The English Football Association began to shake, UEFA began to shake, and FIFA also began to shake, while other countries began to seek opportunities. Yes, we had some doubts about Lee in the past because he was too young. For the honor of our country, we have to be so cautious, but we have been paying attention to Lee. You can see our staff in Arsenal's games. Before their game with Portsmouth, Eriksson and I had already had a great deal of recognition of Lee. He was the player we wanted, so Eriksson would check directly. Lee's performance was great and we needed him. Eriksson has sent the summons to the Arsenal club. You have to believe in the government and our FA. Get lost, go to hell. What have you done? You bunch of reptiles. Before the FA spokesperson finished speaking, the press room was immediately rushed into by a large number of fans, shoes flying and eggs smashed. These fans would not believe the nonsense of these politicians. In addition to climbing up, they are best at talking nonsense. These fans simply ignored this rhetoric. It was normal for FA officials to appear at the stadium. If they didn't, it would be abnormal. Moreover, Marino said that it was he who suggested Eriksson to watch the game. It was none of these people's business. They pushed and grabbed more than anything else. He asked himself to be a fool and let them fool him. It was a pity that they were so stupid that they actually did such a thing with such an idea. They were afraid that others would not know that they were stupid, so they held a press conference and spread the news everywhere. No wonder the fans were so angry. Chairman Thompson dared not go out now, fearing that he would be dragged to a corner and beaten up. I hope to see Lee appear in England and on our German stadium. This is not only what the English fans need, but also the hope of fans all over the world. The German World Cup cannot be without this talented and unparalleled player. He is the best player I have ever seen. He is 18 years old, just like Pelé, but he is competing in the cruel European football world. Of course, I know he has never participated in any national team competition in England. His nationality is England, but everything is not important. As long as he can play in the World Cup, maybe he will become the new generation of football king here, otherwise it will be a pity. Football Emperor Beckenbauer expressed his views at a UEFA event and called on Lee Yuxin to participate in the German World Cup. Because Beckenbauer did not want the German World Cup to become a regrettable one in history, otherwise the old man with a German complex would feel extremely lost. The best player in the world refused the World Cup, and he felt a little shame when he thought about it. It's such a pity. Lee must participate in the World Cup. One of our goals is to let the best players and the best national teams in the world participate in this grand event. In the past 9 months, Lee has proved how good he is. The whole of Europe and the whole world are celebrating him. I can't think of any reason why he didn't go to the World Cup. If it is because England ignored Lee, I personally express my regret. I am willing to facilitate an understanding between the two of them. There are also other channels to solve the problem. FIFA will also let Lee go to Germany within the appropriate scope of the rules. Blatter also quickly expressed his opinion. It seems that the matter of Lee Yuxin has become a big deal. Yuxin, what exactly is the reason why you have been ignoring Lee? Yuxin, what is your standard for hiring people? Please answer my question. Have you paid attention to Premier League players during this period? Do you think vacation is more important than the England national team? Why are you so backward in selecting players? Are you planning to resign before the World Cup? Why don't you pay attention to England's players? The outside world says that your behavior has been dereliction of duty. Do you have any explanation? Crazy. Eriksson was almost driven crazy by these reporters. He wanted to disband the press conference right now, but for his position, for his high salary, and for his reputation, he had to stand up. Everyone, I understand your feelings. Eriksson tried hard to separate himself from these reporters. In fact, I like Lee very much. You can ask Jose about this. I have talked to him a lot about Lee. I know you are dissatisfied with why Lee has never been called up. I can understand it, but as I said, Lee was still young at the time and I couldn't put all my hopes on Lee. Owen and Rooney are the players we have always focused on training in the past. They have always been the best players in our hearts. It is not easy to overturn a point of view, and the same is true for accepting a new point of view. We cannot destroy the existing structure, otherwise it may be too late. Therefore, I kept a wait-and-see attitude towards Lee. Until recently, I was sure that Lee would be the player I needed, and I made a request to the FA. I needed their cooperation. Until now, they have not responded to me, so I went to Highbury in person to get to know Lee, but unfortunately, Lee made such a decision. But please believe me, I have definitely asked the FA for cooperation. Eriksson tried hard to distance himself from the matter, and although he had neglected Lee, in the final analysis, the front court positions had been occupied by Owen, Rooney and others, and his tactical arrangements were almost all set by those people in the past. He could only blame the English faction for being too serious. Lee Thompson, get out Thompson, get out Thompson. Get out. Gathering place at FA Waste Center at FA. The perimeter of the FA headquarters was full of people. Tens of thousands of people kept shouting Lee's name, holding various banners to protest, and the photo of Chairman Thompson had become unrecognizable. These fans always believed that it was because of the FA and Eriksson's indifference to Lee Yuxin that such serious consequences occurred, so they wanted to see the FA's remedy, and before that, They would not give up their protest actions. Damn you, Lee. Let's talk again, let's talk again. Chairman, many of us don't dare to go out on the streets. They are too familiar to the public. Find young people with high IQ. In a private room of a Chinese restaurant. Lee, think about it again. This is an opportunity. Ericsson's assistant gripped Solly Yuxin, shaking his head again and again at the summons, which really gave him a headache, although the band-aids on the other party's face were funny. The English Football Association hopes that you can accept Ericsson's summons, Lee. The representative of the English Football Association, Mr. Stanchi, was already a little impatient. He used a commanding tone directly. His handsome face was full of arrogance. Relying on his body that was a head taller than Lee Yuxin, his eyes were also condescending. He was scolded every time he went out these 2 days. This was the first time that he, a top student in the management department of a prestigious school, had encountered this since he had an identity and a backer. Facing this culprit, he could no longer suppress his anger. Well, let's finish. My attitude is very clear. I will not consider anything about the World Cup or England before the Arsenal game is over. I have said it many times. Lee Yuxin just ate. He didn't have money to eat out during this period. After eating and drinking, he made another statement. Lee, I'm afraid that by then. This is the request of the English Football Association. You should know what this means. Before Grip finished speaking, Stanchi had already slammed the table impatiently. He didn't expect that he, the representative of the English Football Association, could not get the other party to nod. This was the first time he had encountered this in his long career. In the past, when those people heard the call of the country, they were all ecstatic and begged their ancestors for a meal. Unexpectedly, this time, after talking for a long time, the other party was unmoved and refused to agree. He even took his meal. It was really ridiculous. Fuck your mother's shit, idiot. Don't tell me I didn't join the England team. Even if I did, I still don't want to do it. Are you asleep? Lee Yuxin had long disliked this guy. As soon as he came in front of him, he relied on the government representative and yelled at him, making Lee Yuxin think that he was back again. Don't mention how depressed he was. Now seeing this guy still showing off, looking like he had him in his hands and giving orders, Lee Yuxin became even more upset and expressed his opinion very directly. You need to know your nationality. Stanchi was stunned by his scolding. He was about to say a few words with great momentum, but found that he was nothing but a piece of skin. He finally came up with this idea, pointed at Lee Yuxin, and straightened his back again. That's all you can be so arrogant about, that's all you can boast about, but it's a pity that I'm not poor and incompetent, I can't make it anywhere, idiot, please, don't let this kind of person come out and embarrass himself next time. Lee Yuxin got even angrier when he said this, and robbed him without any courtesy. In the end, he simply ignored this guy, kindly reminded Grip, and threw Stancy aside with his hand, and left directly. Oh, damn it, I'm going to sue him, I'm going to make him look bad, I'm going to launch public opinion to slander him. Stancy is a person who talks about policies and the overall situation, how can he be as powerful as Lee Yuxin? He staggered after being thrown, and when he got up, he found that he had already left, and he was so angry that he blurted out the method he had summarized. Stancy, I'm afraid the people are not that stupid. Damn it, then just treat us as a little stupider. Hey, Lee, how is the talk going? Wenger calculated the time, it should be about time, so he called Lee Yuxin to ask. In the past 2 days, Lee Yuxin's remarks about not joining the England national team have intensified. Ericsson immediately said that he had been preparing to recruit Lee Yuxin for a long time and had been observing him for a long time. The English Football Association finally gave in and sent a call to Arsenal club and Lee Yuxin. Arsenal also immediately said that Lee Yuxin would be allowed to travel during the World Cup. Just when all English fans were full of expectations, Lee Yuxin refused the call on the Jekutong website and was unwilling to even show up. For a time, the refusal to play that had just calmed down began to spread again. Lee Yuxin's Twitter and personal website were filled with a large number of fans' messages. A large number of fans' request letters have been piled up in the Arsenal training ground. They all hoped that Lee Yuxin could withdraw his decision. Wenger also received requests from some people, hoping that Lee Yuxin could sit down and talk with the English Football Association, which led to this meeting. Don't mention it, I met an idiot, teacher, I want to ask for leave. Li Yuxin talked about the matter, and finally hesitated for a while, and still made his request. Okay, I respect you on this matter. Well, I plan to let you take some time off. Besides, you have played too many games during this period. Take a few days off first. Wenger nodded and agreed. During this period, Mourinho's words to sow discord between Li Yuxin and Arsenal have been widely reported. Although Wenger still hates Mourinho's tricks, Li Yuxin has indeed played too many games, every game. Even if Li Yuxin's physical fitness is excellent, Wenger dare not use him like this. If Li Yuxin is injured, Arsenal's final journey may collapse completely. It will be difficult to lose one of the 4 players in the front court. Wenger started to rotate players before the Portsmouth game. Li Yuxin will not appear in the list for the West Bromwich Albion game. This is also to prepare for Arsenal's final sprint. Chapter 131, Avoiding Disaster and Fighting Hard. It's a pity that Li refused the call, but if I were the head coach of the Netherlands, I would hope that Li could join the Dutch team because he and Robin have such a wonderful cooperation, and if he comes here, he will form a dreamy two-way line with Robin. Just think about it, how crazy it is. In an interview with the famous Dutch newspaper Telegraph, Krol was the first person to publicly express his hope that Li Yuxin would join other national teams. This speech immediately set off a bomb in the lake, setting off an uproar. People only then paid attention to the fact that Li Yuxin had never played for England before, which meant that as long as both parties were willing, they could get Li Yuxin, because there was no name of Li Yuxin in the international arena, and FIFA could not impose any restrictions on Li Yuxin's nationality. Li, it's an unimaginable player. It's a pity that I can't coach such a player now, and I am also very satisfied with the players I have now. Domenech was asked whether he hoped that Li Yuxin would come to the French team, and gave a very smooth answer. He is different from Krol. Krol is free and can speak freely, while Domenech has to consider the feelings of his players, so he cannot give a direct answer. However, his next words are too simple, and his tone is unsatisfactory. He did not finish his words, and his intention is obvious. Li, God, if he appears in France, I will be crazy with joy. He is an unrepeatable player. Blanco also accepted an interview with El Equipe. Li joins Italy? It's hard to imagine, but this is not my task at this stage. My task is to observe every Italian player, that's it. My players are the best. Lippi was inevitably asked about Li Yuxin in an interview with Turin Sports Daily. This is the mainstream voice of European football people on whether Li Yuxin will join their national team. On the one hand, those famous players all express their dream that Li can join their national team and are sure that Li Yuxin can help their national team go far and achieve a win-win situation. Those head coaches are more conservative than ambiguous. They both praise Li Yuxin and praise the existing players. It's very exaggerated. Li, come to my place. You know how hot Dutch women are. Don't say that. I know your personality. When the time comes, those women will all be around you. I can introduce a few to you. Here, Van Persie was the first to call Li Yuxin and directly went to the dagger. Robin, what did you say just now? You are a shameless guy. You know a lot of beautiful women. Do you want me to tell Bayo Sheila later? Yang Guiyang was carrying a small pink backpack, with his right hand on his waist and one foot on the seat. When it comes to women, Yang Guiyang instantly became very wild and vigilant. Sorry, I called the wrong number. Van Persie carefully put down the phone. Van Persie was very cautious about this black-bellied girl. Haha, it's what he deserves, this guy, haha, my Yang Guiyang is still able to do it. Li Yuxin heard Van Persie's timid tone over there, and felt quite proud. HMPH, I don't want to bother you. Turn off your phone. Let's see who can disturb us. Yang Guiyang glared at Li Yuxin and confiscated Li Yuxin's phone with a sly smile, even though it was still more than half an hour before boarding time. Thierry, did you get through to Li's phone? Zidane rarely cares about the team's affairs, but Li Yuxin's matter made Zidane very concerned and called Henry many times. No, that guy just happened to be on vacation, and the phone couldn't be reached. Henry also called several times just now, but the phone was turned off. In fact, he was also hesitant, always feeling that this kind of thing was not good. Li obviously didn't want to participate, but it was a pity to let Li be absent like this. It's a pity to keep the fat water in the fields of outsiders. Henry finally made up his mind. Okay, try again, this little guy is very tricky. Hey, Stephen, it's rare that you would call me. Li, God damn it, where have you been? The phone can't be reached. Gerard cursed directly. Hey, men, I was on the plane just now. I just arrived at the hotel in Norway. What happened to make you so angry? Lee Yuxin didn't know that the outside world had been arguing about him, and he was still enjoying himself in the gentle land. Lee, tell me why you didn't accept Ericsson's call. Do you want to join another national team? Gerard couldn't wait to find out, and asked directly. Now the outside world has already rumored which national team Lee Yuxin is going to join. Stephen, I have made it very clear that before the Arsenal club game is over, I will not consider other things, including other national teams. Lee Yuxin didn't expect to be asked when he hid here, and his tone had become unfriendly. Well, I believe you. If you are not on the final roster, you kid, I will kill you, you bastard. Without hearing the exact news, Lee Yuxin's attitude was so firm that Gerard couldn't say anything more and hung up the phone directly. Damn, what kind of people are they? They're like gangsters. Lee Yuxin was made angry. Great Arsenal fans, welcome to our invincible home ground, Highbury. Now, welcome our heroes and our warriors. The first one is our king, Thierry. Next, it's our fearless hero who often scores the winning goal, Robin Hood, Van Persie, and our eternal Ice Prince, Bergkamp. Our Spanish guy, the new generation Vieri, Cesc. Arsenal, tear them apart, tear them apart, tear them apart. Lee Yuxin kept singing here, and at Highbury, all the main lineup of Arsenal, which had rested enough, were in the game. The home court was welcoming the challenge of West Bromwich Albion with drums beating. The sky above Highbury was also echoing with hoarse roars for a long time. Slogans and jerseys were waving throughout the game. The atmosphere on the scene was in no way inferior to any Super Showdown. As the only team that has defeated Arsenal this season, West Bromwich Albion came to challenge away, which naturally aroused the jealousy of Arsenal fans. Similarly, Arsenal was also holding back a grudge, wanting to avenge the humiliation of being defeated by the opponent when they were short of players, and Wenger also sent all the main players to the field in order to adjust the status of the main players. Bergkamp and Henry partnered in the front court, while midfielders Van Persie and Hleb were on both sides, Fabregas and Silva were in the middle, and Senderos, Touré, Ebao, Bale and Lehmann were in the backcourt. Arsenal was determined to win the game, not only to avenge the battle at that time, but also to maintain its first place in the standings. Arsenal's attack started from the first minute, with Van Persie and Hleb constantly cutting in and breaking through on both sides, actively opening up the situation on both sides. Fabregas rested for a few games and had a full rest. Together with Silva, plus the pressure from the backcourt, he quickly occupied the midfield position. The game entered Arsenal's rhythm from the first minute, and was not greatly affected by Lee Yuxin's absence. Robin, beautiful pass, it goes in. The cross goes in the 7th minute of the game. Van Persie made 3 consecutive passes and cuts with Fabregas and Bale, and finally dribbled past the opponent's central defender Clement, broke into the penalty area, and crossed before Grennan. Kick it away, Thierry got it. Oh, incredible, Kuzak, our hero, he blocked Thierry's shot. Damn it, you can't stop our king. The fans at the scene saw Henry grab the ball, but under the defense of the opponent's central defender, he didn't have enough strength to stab it, and was caught by the opponent's goalkeeper. They were excited for nothing inside, but soon applause rang out. They believed that their team could definitely win the game. As the game progressed, Arsenal completely dominated the situation on the field. West Bromwich was like a bird in a cage, and it seemed that its death was imminent. Offside? Damn it, damn Dean, what was he thinking? He murdered our goal. Are you blind? Damn idiot, this is Highbury. Asshole, don't come out if you're not awake yet. In the 17th minute, Fabregas decisively moved forward and scored directly after receiving the pass from Bergkamp, but Dean glanced at the linesman and the whistle sounded, offside. No, the opponent's number 14 is still behind. Fabregas looked at the referee in annoyance, and tried his best to argue, wanting to change the referee's decision. He and Van Persie wanted to win this game the most, because in the lost game, he and Van Persie were entrusted with a big task, but played very mediocrely. Therefore, after almost a season of training, they wanted to completely wash away the shame of failure. Unfortunately, Dean confirmed with the linesman and insisted on the offside penalty. Wenger protested to the 4th official. From his perspective, the ball did look fine, But he could not influence the referee's decision. Arsenal had no choice but to start from scratch. The subsequent game completely became Kuznetsak's performance time. Damn Kuznetsak, he appeared in the camera again. What a frustrating opponent. In the 21st minute, after Henry passed 3 opposing players in a row, his last dribble was a little too long and the ball was immediately taken away by Kuznetsak, who attacked decisively. In the 25th minute, Toure header, the ball hits Kuznetsak again, our hero, he saved the team again. No, I hate this goalkeeper, oh my god, how did he do it? Continuously blocked the cold shots of Robin and Dennis. In the 33rd minute, Van Persie broke into the penalty area and suddenly made a cold shot. Kuznetsov blocked it smartly. Bergkamp followed up and tried again, but was still blocked by him with his foot. The Arsenal fans at the scene were stunned. In the following offensive, as their attacks were blocked one after another by the opponent, Arsenal began a more fierce attack. However, the impatience made the Arsenal players more and more confused in their formation. They could not form layers of offensive as before, and they were more of a random attack. First, Fabregas made a sudden shot outside the crowd and flew directly into the stands. Then Van Persie, because Kanu tackled him, he had several confrontations with his opponent. His emotions fluctuated greatly. Both passes were seen through by the opponent, and his offense was disorganized. Damn Cesc, are you still angry? During the halftime break, Van Persie stared at Kuznetsak, who was chatting and laughing with his teammates, with an indignant look on his face, and asked Fabregas. Nonsense, I don't know where Lee is hiding to watch this game. I don't want to come back and be laughed at by him. Fabregas also had a face full of dissatisfaction and unwillingness. Well, after a few days of rest, I'm not rusty yet. Van Persie had a dark face, staring at the court with sharp eyes, and he and Fabregas went into the locker room without raising their heads. Brother, will Arsenal win? Snow was falling outside the window, and the warm tent inside the window was fragrant. Lee Yuxin and Yang Guiyang did not forget to watch the broadcast of Arsenal's game. Yang Guiyang saw that Arsenal could not score in the first half, and asked worriedly. Of course, most of this worry was for Lee Yuxin. Yang Guiyang didn't want him to be blamed because of himself. Lee Yuxin is now at the cusp of the storm. It's okay, those two guys are not dead yet. Lee Yuxin was also a little worried. There couldn't be any mistakes now, as Chelsea's explosive power was not reduced at all. Seeing that the team was slow to break the deadlock, Lee Yuxin was also anxious. He thought the game was a sure win, but it turned out to be the same as the last round, with an unexpected surprise. It's true that there are no weak teams in the Premier League. It's not so easy to deal with 2 consecutive games against relegation teams. In the first half, they used tenacious fighting and effective blocking to hinder the opponent's advancement to their own interior, and with a magical performance of their own goalkeeper, they let the opponent fire up. The formation was in disarray, and they were able to draw the first half. Seeing the situation in the second half, Robson felt a little worried, and the opponent stabilized. Arsenal still attacked fiercely as in the first half, but the offense was orderly and no longer anxious. Breaking through, passing, pulling the ball, etc., made West Bromwich dizzy. Obviously, after 15 minutes of adjustment, Wenger solved the impatience of his players' mentality very well. In terms of grasping opportunities, it was better than in the first half, and no longer wasted. Go Robin, oh, Gareth is coming in the 56th minute of the game. Robson's worries became a reality. After the left wing fast horse Bale and Van Persie, who had been dribbling past the opponent and ravaging the opponent's defense, made a cooperation, Van Persie suddenly made a long pass, and Bale received the ball on the left side of West Brom's penalty area, and sent it to the vicinity of the small penalty area before the opponent's central defender. The inside Fabregas got to the point in the first time, and in the crowded penalty area, Fabregas' natural passing sense flashed, and he moved his heel. Oh Cesc, well done, coming, yeah Dennis score, Dennis scored for us, so handsome, calm shot, perfect cooperation. Cesc and Dennis changed the score to 1-0. Cesc exclaimed in surprise. He thought Fabregas would shoot directly near the small penalty area. The shout was already on the tip of his throat. However, Fabregas' pass was too fast. Not only was it beyond Cenc's expectations, but West Brom's players also didn't expect Fabregas to pass the ball backwards. By the time they realized what was happening, Bergkamp had already drawn his bow and shot the ball into the dead corner with ease, changing the score. Yeah, beautiful, wonderful, wow. Our midfield genius Dennis will never get old. Highbury instantly erupted in deafening shouts that swept the entire stadium. Thank you, little guy. Cesk's shot was too devilish. Well, let's keep up the good work. Arsenal's players hugged each other to celebrate, then returned to their own half and started to attack again. Wenger finally had a smile on his face, and he relaxed and applauded his two artistic football geniuses. And Bronson smiled bitterly, helplessly. His defense was broken through. The only thing was that he couldn't lose too badly, and he had to let his players attack. At this stage, he had to fight even if he couldn't win. But the scene was not controlled by him, but by Arsenal. In the 59th minute of the game, Arsenal kept up the good work, and this time it was Bergkamp's turn to pass the ball. Touré's long pass, Henry headed it to Bergkamp, and Bergkamp passed it directly through West Brom's heart and sent it to the feet of Van Persie, who was sprinting on the left. Van Persie threw Curtis Davis formed a single knife, and made a perfect left-footed shot to the near corner. Robin Man attacked again and it was 2-0. In less than 15 minutes, 2 goals. What else is waiting for us? A goal. Goal. Robin facing the cheers of the whole audience. Van Persie rushed to the scene with a smile and opened his arms very happily, accepting their cheers. Blatka, so handsome, look at how proud the boy is, he. After seeing Van Persie score a goal, Lee Yuxin basically announced that he had won the game. Coach Arthur, why is Lee not here? Is he deliberately avoiding the issue of joining other national teams? Coach Arthur, has Lee already gone to another country? At the press conference after Arsenal's 4-0 home victory over West Bromwich Albion, when Wenger came in with Van Persie who scored 2 goals and Fabregas who assisted 3 times, questions about Lee Yuxin were still flying all over the place. As to why Lee didn't appear in this game, it's just the result of our normal rotation. As some newspapers reported, Lee has played too many games recently. For our final sprint, we must rotate the main players. This game is exactly the case. I have already determined it before playing against Portsmouth. As for where Lee went, it's his private matter, and he has already said that he will not be distracted by the World Cup before the club finishes the game. I believe him. Maybe he is at home just watching our game. Wenger took the initiative to explain to avoid their endless speculation. This makeup game has many similarities with the last game you played against Portsmouth. Although Arsenal won in the end, you didn't have it as smooth as before. Is it because you are not as strong as before? Can you talk about the reason? The reporter of the Daily Mail also stood up and asked the questions they were more concerned about in the game. Well, as the season reaches the final stage, every player and every team will be in a state of fatigue. This situation is very normal. Moreover, our schedule is relatively more intensive than other teams. My players are more tired. In addition, we have to rotate and suffer a lot of injuries. This is normal. We are still in a difficult stage. We cannot make any mistakes. It is inevitable to encounter difficulties. However, we are full of confidence in winning during the game, which is the most important thing. Wenger was obviously prepared. When he mentioned his schedule, he was a little complacent. So, Arsenal is still in a very dangerous situation. A pure and elegant French radio reporter stood up immediately. To some extent, yes, because we have too many games to play, and we must concentrate our energy. This is very difficult. We must be doubly careful. Wenger saw his fellow countrymen and took the initiative to explain a few words. Then why did Lee appear in Norway and go on vacation with one of his girlfriends when Arsenal was in a stage where they had to concentrate their energy? Is Lee trying to escape the English Football Association? The beautiful reporter suddenly reported a bombshell, shocking everyone. Chapter 132 Silence and Focus Shift. Huh? Robin, I think we have met this female reporter before. I remember that Lee accepted an interview with her before. It seems that Lee has never had a good time with beautiful women. Melissa's guess was too cruel. She almost wanted to kill all Lee Yuxin in England. Fabregas was secretly shocked when he heard her question. Lee will probably be in trouble this time. Those fans will go crazy, but it's good. I guess the English Football Association and Ericsson hate Lee to the core now. Van Persie was secretly happy. But Lee probably can't escape the media's bombardment. Where do you think Lee will hide this time? I don't think Lee will hide. Maybe he can have some quiet time. That's right. Apart from his women, there are few things that can make Lee worry. Well, it's a pity. Hey, he still fell into the trap. Hey, Lee is still much more shameless than us. Van Persie and Fabregas were full of emotion and started chatting. Melissa didn't have that kind of sinister intention. It was just because of her nature as a media person that she felt there was something to dig up, so she brought it up. After asking a few questions, she sat back quietly waiting for Wenger's questions and preparing to take notes. However, the consequences of her doing so were somewhat serious. Coach Arthur, is Lee deliberately avoiding it? A reporter from Gazzetta dello Sport. Is Lee planning to leave London? Torino Sport. Has Lee made up his mind not to appear in England? America. Has Lee already had a conflict with the club? Daily Sport. How much do you think Lee's value will drop if he refuses to go to England? Market. Is Arsenal ready to sell Lee? How much is the price? France Sports. All of a sudden, reporters from the 5 major leagues stood up and spoke one after another as if they had planned it long ago. Melissa stayed there, watching her colleagues' unusual excitement, her starry eyes full of astonishment. How could she know that these people had actually been waiting for others to start? Coach Arthur, what do you think of Lee's relationship? The Sun, will you punish Lee for not concentrating on the game? Daily Mail. Coach Arthur, Lee is involved in too many emotions, will you advise him? The Guardian. Coach Arthur, which of those girls do you think is suitable for Lee? The Daily Star. As a peer, what do you think of Lee's emotional style? Sky Sports. Robin, as a married person, what advice would you give Lee on his relationship? The Mirror. Arthur. The Times. Robin. BBC Radio. The British media realized that these ill-intentioned foreign reporters were deliberately making trouble and creating conflicts between Lee Yuxin and the British football world, and immediately responded. The Sun first used Lee Yuxin's gossip to fire a shot and asked questions that it had been accumulating, followed by a large number of British media rushing in and starting to disrupt everyone's attention, and the scene suddenly became a mess. Wenger was stunned, Robson was stunned, and so were Van Persie and Fabregas, who were whispering. The scene was in chaos, and security personnel began to pour in to maintain order. Wenger and others saw the situation and knew that the press conference could not be held, so they immediately escaped from another door. Oh my God, this is the craziest press conference I have ever seen. Hey, is it Bayo Sheila who is urging you? Fabregas was still thinking about the scene of those reporters who seemed to want to eat people just now. He shook his head repeatedly, and was still frightened. When he saw the phone call Van Persie received, he asked teasingly, "You two go back first, try not to speak during this period, and give me the phone." Wenger was furious, and with a dark face, he let Van Persie and the others go first, but soon took Van Persie's phone away. "Robin, the prayer peak is amazing. When the time comes, we will go to see it together, bring a few beauties, and let you feel the support of beauties come back to me." Wenger's words completely interrupted Lee Yuxin's boasting. "You did it on purpose." The chill was overwhelming. Fabregas and Van Persie retreated to a corner. Fabregas looked at Van Persie with disdain. "I don't care where you are, come back immediately, otherwise I will make you live alone in Colony for the next 2 months. I want you to have a vacation, not to come back in a flashy way. I will let Colin personally measure your physical condition. If any of them fails, you will prepare a midnight snack yourself." Wenger was completely furious. He didn't expect this incident to be so big. He reminded them again and again just to prevent them from playing too much and being recognized and the media from getting the news. However, he still missed the reputation of his disciple. He didn't need to think about it, and he knew what those newspapers with ulterior motives would write tomorrow. If this matter was not handled well, it would probably lead to Lee being forced to leave England, which he absolutely could not accept. Lee Yuxin felt his phone vibrating wildly, so he moved it away a little. When the old man was not so angry, Lee Yuxin finally put the phone to his ear and said, "Teacher, I am actually ready to board the plane." "Boarding? Isn't it 2 days away?" "Oh, it's just right for you to come out and clarify these 2 days. It's okay if you understand it or not." "Well, hang up." Wenger didn't react for a while and said a few words, but soon realized what he said, turned around immediately, and said fiercely, and then handed the phone to Van Persie. "Haha, it's agreed, boss, then I'll leave first. Bayo Sheila is still waiting for me to take care of him at home." Without caring about making fun of Wenger, Van Persie took the phone with both hands with a flattering smile and hurriedly left. At this time, he would not bring Fabregas with him, just in case the violent old man had something else to do, so that there would be someone to cover the rear. Well, Cesc, you stay for a while. Wenger nodded, and Fabregas really stayed. Teacher, what's the matter? Looking at Van Persie's figure leaving in a cloud of dust, Fabregas looked back at Wenger timidly. Well, do Lee a favor tomorrow and go pick him up. I guess he won't be able to come out tomorrow. If possible, don't accept interviews during this period. The season is about to end. You have to focus all your energy on the game. Oh, and you played too impatiently in today's game. Go back later and call Pat to analyze your problem. Lee, Robin, you two bastards. Fabregas went in with a sullen face and was scolded. All of Europe is without exception the news about Lee Yuxin, but except for the UK, newspapers in various countries are exaggerating the deep contradiction between Lee Yuxin and England, which made Lee Yuxin in a difficult situation at Arsenal and chose to escape, and they are all hinting that Lee Yuxin has planned to leave the Premier League in the summer. After returning to England, Lee Yuxin has remained silent. A few days later, yes, we came here in advance just to get a wonderful away game. We know that the game against Arsenal will be difficult, just like the game against Inter Milan in the past. However, since we eliminated Inter Milan, we also have the ability to beat Arsenal. We have a great chance. This is a game of 11 against 11. We have not lost in the past 3 years in English teams. Of course, Henry and Lee have the ability to make this different. They are both great players. Henry is experienced and has unparalleled talent. The same is true for Lee. Our whole team has watched his videos and introductions. He is more energetic, like a lion, and can change the atmosphere on the field. They will be our biggest problem. But all this is not insurmountable. We have adapted to the differences in English stadiums, and Highbury is more suitable for us to play our own games. Attack is still our choice. When Villarreal's captain Riquelme and his players came to London, they were interviewed by Sarah for the first time and specially praised Henry and Lee Yuxin, believing that they could influence the situation, but in the end, the confidence remained. Thierry, Highbury will say goodbye to the European competition the day after tomorrow. Can you tell me how you feel about it? With the arrival of Villarreal, the atmosphere of the European competition became more and more intense. Reuters interviewed Henry as soon as possible, and their eyes naturally fell on Highbury's last European competition. Yes, Highbury will bid farewell to the European war the day after tomorrow, but I know that all the memories of the past will be preserved forever. It will become apartments and public facilities. But if you can come back here again, sit there quietly and think about some good memories of the past, it will be wonderful. It is clear that the last European war at Highbury will be exciting. I think the atmosphere in the stadium was really good during the games against Juventus and Real Madrid. I hope this game will be no exception. This is our last performance at Highbury, and everything will be different because of this. I hope my teammates and I will do our best to win the game. This is the best farewell gift to this great stadium. As the king of Highbury and the last captain of Highbury Stadium, Henry is full of fighting spirit for the upcoming game against Villarreal, and this is also the last European war that the king of Highbury will play at Highbury, so he also issued a must-win order. Not only Henry, as the European war approaches, almost all members of the Arsenal club have been asked this question. Yes, it's about to end. Highbury is a place that carries countless glories and is full of magic. For this game, we are more eager than any other Champions League game in the past. Everything is like a written script. We will eliminate Villarreal and enter France, and then return here with the final glory. When Van Persie was interviewed by the Daily Mail, he directly expressed his desire to bring the Big Year Cup back here to add the final honor. When Wenger was interviewed by the official website, he first looked forward to the future and finally issued a battle order. In 2 days, Highbury's European history will end. This is a sad thing, but in the future we will have more fans who can enter our home stadium to see our boys perform in the European war. This is a great progress. Everything will move towards a new era. The Highbury game the day after tomorrow will put the most perfect end to this great stadium. We will do our best to bring the fans a game that matches its glory. Lee, Villarreal came to London 2 days in advance. They have issued a challenge. Villarreal has created many miracles this season. They beat Manchester United and eliminated Inter Milan. Are you worried? After Sarah finished interviewing Riquelme, Lee Yuxin was also called out by this woman. Lee Yuxin was going to ignore her, but she scared him out by saying, "Then I'll go to your house to find you." No, if it was in Spain, I would be worried about the atmosphere at their home stadium, but this is Highbury. The significance of tomorrow's game is that we can't afford to make mistakes, and we also eliminated Real Madrid, which is stronger than them. Lee Yuxin had to use the time after training to deal with Sarah, saying it officially, staring at Sarah's charming face fiercely. Villarreal is also a team that is good at passing and attacking, and although Arsenal is a team that is good at controlling the ball in the Premier League, Arsenal has no advantage in this aspect now, and in the past 3 years, they have maintained a history of 9 unbeaten games against British teams. Where do you think Arsenal will win? Sarah proudly raised her eyes at Lee Yuxin, and then asked her doubts. Sarah has seen many La Liga teams play ball possession games, and Villarreal is the best among them. They are younger than Real Madrid and have enough fighting spirit. Arsenal's advantage in passing and cutting is simply not possible in front of them. Therefore, Sarah feels that Arsenal may encounter great troubles and is somewhat curious about where this man's confidence comes from. Experience, the experience of our entire team. I believe the boss can give the most suitable tactics, and the captain and his team understand this kind of game better than them. Moreover, I believe that this home game is the most special, and we have no reason to lose. Lee Yuxin quickly gave his answer. Riquelme admires you very much? What do you think of him? A midfielder whose talent can be compared with Zidane, but we have a better player, Cesc. Lee Yuxin quickly commented, but Riquelme has a lot of personality problems, so Lee Yuxin added another sentence. Well, thank you for accepting our interview. Would you like to have a drink? You'll treat me. Various comments came one after another, and soon, the outside world's attention was focused on Bergkamp. Yes, this is my last season. The boss knows that. I have talked to him and I have made up my mind. I will bid farewell to my football career with this great stadium, so I hope to leave here with brilliant glory. I am very much looking forward to tomorrow's game. I don't want to have any regrets. As for my replacement, Robin will be the best candidate. As for Lee, he has surpassed my peak period. His achievements this season are beyond my reach. No matter who it is, he can't be given an exact template. Before the game, Bergkamp officially announced his retirement in an interview with Arsenal's official website, which shocked everyone. Dennis, this is my last season. Daily Mail. Arsenal bids farewell to two fortunes. Dennis, Highbury Mirror. Farewell season. Guardian. Highbury, the last home European performance of a generation of art masters. The Times. The last glorious curtain of the Netherlands in the 1990s. The Dutch Telegraph. The departure of 2 generations of art masters. America. This is the second time he has left us, but this time it is so hard to let go. Gazzetta dello Sport. A gorgeous curtain call. L'Equipe. When Bergkamp announced his retirement, the entire European football world was shaken. All major sports newspapers published the news on the front page. The fans of the 60s and 70s also realized their old age, because the 2 masters of football art they once pursued, Zidane and Bergkamp, both left after this season. He finally made this decision. In fact, we have talked about this issue in the past. I told him, you can still play for a few more years. Even if you don't play for Arsenal, you can still go somewhere else. But he rejected my suggestion. It's a pity. He is a great genius full of infinite creativity. When the Dutch head coach Van Basten got the exact news, he said with regret in an interview with the Dutch media, "Yes, I told him that he can still play for a few more years, but he thinks his physical fitness and condition can't last for a season. He doesn't want to be a spectator in his last moments, so he refused. It's a pity. Dennis is a special person. He has been in Arsenal for as long as I have. He has helped us achieve a series of honors. It is impossible to copy a talented player. He combines wisdom and technology. Wisdom allows him to create opportunities, while technology allows him to seize these opportunities. He is so different. Robin, maybe in the future, but we cannot replace him now. It is a pity that we have lost a great player, but this is football. You can't play on the court all your life. Lee, he is a player who has opened up another style. His skills, awareness, physical fitness and vision have reached a very high level. He is more like Dennis in his prime, but his physical fitness and speed are better than Dennis. This is natural." When Wenger talked about Bergkamp in an interview with the Daily Mail, he seemed very regretful and helpless. When talking about Van Persie, although Wenger valued him very much, he did not think he could completely replace Bergkamp at this stage. As for Lee Yuxin, he did not want to limit Lee Yuxin's future achievements all at once. "I have always believed that Dennis Bergkamp is my best striker partner and the dream partner of every striker. The most valuable thing on the pitch is team spirit, which is why I admire Dennis, and he has always done so. He is the best guy I have ever played with. On the pitch, with some people, you don't need to express yourself, you just need to watch them. That's how it is with me and Dennis. Whether you are on the pitch, sitting on the bench or in front of the TV, you will find that Dennis can destroy a team with a pass. It amazes me that he can do it from any position on the pitch. It's a pity that I won't be able to work with him next season, but he will still be with us and help us, just like he guided Lee and Robin. Dennis has helped a lot in their progress. Lee is Lee, Dennis is Dennis, they are different, and it's unfair to compare them together. Lee is only 18 years old and has great personal results. In terms of style, he is very similar to super strikers like Ronnie, but his pass is also great, which is related to his position. Dennis represents glory. He is the best passer among the forwards, the leader of the forward line, and has better team awareness than all of us. He is even the Zidane of the forward line, with an elegant and gorgeous style. The only thing in common is that Lee will also be a winner. When Henry talked about Bergkamp, he was more respectful, and when the Sky Sports reporter asked about the comparison between Yuxin and Bergkamp, Henry didn't think the two were the same at all. Chapter 133 Dennis Day. When Lee Yuxin arrived at Highbury, reporters who were waiting to watch the game and dig up the news immediately rushed over. Lee, what do you think of Dennis' retirement? Lee, will Arsenal be affected by him in the next game? Lee, do you agree with Henry's evaluation of Dennis? Lee Yuxin was surrounded by these reporters, and he was not in a hurry to go in. Although he knew that Bergkamp would leave this season, when he got the exact news, Lee Yuxin still felt extremely lost and reluctant. In the end, he still couldn't change his mind. Perhaps Arsenal's success this season made him feel more like retiring. Lee Yuxin was very annoyed to be interviewed, but this time he took the initiative to speak. We all know that Dennis wants to retire, but we can't change him. It's a pity. He is the wealth of our team and has helped us a lot. The whole team doesn't want him to leave so early. But since he has made a decision, we respect him, and the evaluation of the captain is not excessive at all. Only those who have worked with him know his greatness. I am very sure of this. He is one of my mentors on the court. In this game and the next game, we will fight for him. We can't lose. Maybe we can re-inspire his ambition. After saying this, Lee Yuxin quickly entered Highbury. At this time, the whole Highbury began to pour in. Most of them were wearing the orange number 10 jersey, which was exclusive to Bergkamp. Yuxin, Lee reiterated that he would not consider the World Cup before the end of the season. Will you consider Lee? When Eriksen appeared in the Champions League match between Arsenal and Villarreal at home, he was immediately blocked by reporters from the Times. Of course, we will not give up any opportunity to observe the players. Everything depends on the needs of the World Cup. I can't give any definite news at this time. Lee is a special one. Everything depends on him. Eriksen nodded. At this time, he could neither force Lee Yuxin to join the England team nor announce that Lee Yuxin would not be recruited. He could only cooperate with Lee Yuxin to delay as much as possible. However, he did not hold much hope that Lee Yuxin could be included in the list. Rather than saying that he came to observe Lee Yuxin, it would be better to say that he came to watch a Champions League game and see Bergkamp. After Lee Yuxin reiterated his thoughts in the interview, the refusal storm temporarily subsided. Although the voices about him participating in the World Cup were still high, they were not so crazy and shocked the whole of Europe. After all, various opinions were raised during this period, and the media and readers quickly became numb. In addition, there were a lot of news during this period, and the most sensational one was the news that Bergkamp was going to retire, so Lee Yuxin could finally settle down for a few days. Of course, there are many people who say that Lee Yuxin is too arrogant and is just putting on a show, but it was soon overshadowed by the news about Bergkamp, and the arrival of the Champions League completely shifted the attention of those people here. Ho. Dennis. Arsenal must win for Dennis. March into France, kill Villarreal, sink the submarine. Dennis Day. When Arsenal entered the Champions League semi-finals, Highbury was already hard to get a ticket. Next season, Arsenal will start the new stadium, and Highbury will officially bid farewell to European football. Therefore, as Highbury's last European game, it is already crowded. The news that Bergkamp will retire after the season has aroused the emotions of all Arsenal fans. Those who can come to Highbury have tried their best to come. As the game time approaches, the whole Highbury has turned into an orange world, and Bergkamp's posters completely cover Highbury. They wanted to make today a day to commemorate Dennis, and one wave after another of cheers filled Highbury. Those who didn't have tickets would not go home to watch, but would gather in front of the big screen outside the stadium, waiting for the game to start. The crowd was so dense that the square outside Highbury turned into a sea of orange and purple. Hoo, Highbury, Highbury, the great stadium, the Hall of Glory, the eternal temple of Arsenal. Welcome to the Holy Land of Heroes, Highbury fans tell them. Your ambition to defend tell our heroes, your determination to support hoo. Dennis Dennis I love you don't go, Dennis my eternal ice prince papa. When Bergkamp was warming up on the sidelines, the whole Highbury was boiling, the sound was like thunder, and it lasted for a long time. When Bergkamp sent applause to the stands, the whole stadium responded. See, man. Henry stood beside Bergkamp and asked with emotion. Yeah, this is at Highbury, I deserve this honor, don't I? Bergkamp sighed and asked Henry in return. Listen, you have watched their game videos during this period. They are a team with technical means and tactical qualities, and they can also slow down the game to wait for the opponent to slack off. Moreover, our opponents have a lot of South American players. They are more like a South American team. Whether it is offense or defense, these South American players have outstanding one-on-one ability, so it is important for us to bring the game into a fast pace. You must guide the game into an English game, play a faster rhythm, without pause, and bring the rhythm to force them, and don't let them calm down and organize the offense. Once again, you need an excellent combination of offense and defense to suppress them, defend tightly, and don't miss any opportunity to attack forward. If you want to cause trouble for them, not only do you have to play a high-speed game, but when you lose the ball, you must go back with all your strength. In this game, you have to play crazier than them and show all your offense. This is a historic game, so you can't be careless and must reduce our mistakes. Do you understand? Wenger quickly reiterated his strategy, his eyes swept through each of his disciples. He wanted to make history in this game. Got it. Arsenal players had already raised their morale to the maximum without Wenger's mobilization. Now they were fighting for Highbury, and they were not allowed to have any fear. Dennis, you come to be the captain in this game, no problem. Wenger explained when he saw Henry put the team belt to Bergkamp's arm, and Bergkamp showed a puzzled look. Yeah, no problem. Bergkamp knew the efforts of Wenger and Henry, looked at the two gratefully, and nodded heavily. Thank you, Thierry. Before leaving, Bergkamp thanked Henry. Haha, man, today is Dennis's day, I believe they would rather see it. Henry shrugged and said helplessly. Go, here they come, here they come. Our heroes are coming. Who's the first one to come in? Dennis. Our captain for this game, Dennis, Bergkamp. Hoo. Dennis. Stay. Stay. The sound of a mountain torrent was like thunder. The stands were filled with posters celebrating Bergkamp's goals in the past. The voices of stay continued, and Arsenal fans shouted out their deepest wishes. The orange jerseys were constantly waving, just like the game of the Dutch national team. Only in this way can they deserve Bergkamp's unique status in their hearts. They want to turn Highbury into Bergkamp's country. When Bergkamp saw the Arsenal fans supporting him like this, he couldn't help but smile sincerely, and his eyes swept across the field with a hint of happiness. As a player, it's worth my career to be able to receive such courtesy from the fans. Lee Yuxin looked at Bergkamp with great envy and couldn't help saying, you can do it, too, and even the color can be the same. Van Persie was still tempting Lee Yuxin. Get lost. But you, keep going. Lee Yuxin glared at Van Persie, then patted Van Persie on the shoulder like a big brother, speaking earnestly. Cesc, another female fan gave you a kiss just now. Yet, there are 3 of us now, you are married, and someone has a bad reputation. Hey, it's really tiring. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty, it's nothing. Oh, Highbury's almost the home ground of the Dutch team. I wonder if Dennis will change his mind. Matthew muttered with some anticipation, although he knew that the possibility was very small, but it didn't stop him from why. Haha, that's unlikely. Dennis has only said it now. I'm afraid he has already made up his mind. Arsenal will be very scary in the future, at least for this game. Adams and Matthew are still the first commentator partners for Arsenal games. Well, it is true. This is the last European game at Highbury. Arsenal cannot accept failure. In this game, Arsenal will definitely push their offensive to the extreme. I have been looking forward to this game for a long time. Matthew stared at the field with excitement. Me too, but before that, let's take a look at Arsenal's list. Goalkeeper Lehmann, this is the last barrier, no problem. 4 defenders Ebao, Toure, Senderos, Flamini. Well, there's news that Campbell's injury has not fully recovered. It seems that Arthur still doesn't want to take risks, and Ashley Cole and Clichy are already in the reserve team, which is really good news. Yes, as the season comes to an end, except for Sigan and Lauren who are out for the season, most of the injured have returned, but Gareth Bale's performance some time ago was good, so Flamini got enough information. I think Flamini's physical fitness should be fine for this game. Indeed, Arsenal's young players are emerging in an endless stream. Let's see what changes they have in the midfield. Oh, my God, with their 5 midfielders, Arsenal seems to be mainly defensive. Silva is in the middle, Fabregas is on the left, Dennis is on the other side, Robin is on the far left, and Lee is on the far right. The one who is rushing forward is Thierry 451. There's a problem. What is Wenger thinking about this game, defense or offense? It's not that Arsenal has never played this formation before. It was this formation that eliminated Real Madrid, but what about Robin's position? Matthew also saw the difference. Indeed, as for Thierry, Robin often plays on the wing. He can switch back and forth with Thierry, but in the past, Robin and Dennis basically didn't play the same position. In this case, it is basically impossible for Robin to return to the front line during the offense. Adams was puzzled. Robin can't be fixed on the wing. He is not a pass-type breakthrough player. Arsenal has 3 forward players on the field. It is very likely that Dennis will withdraw a little and play in the midfield. He has played in this position in the past. The 2 core players in the midfield are Dennis and Cesc, who mainly play in the middle. Matthew made a bold guess. Arsenal's midfield changes are worth paying attention to. Let's take a look at Villarreal's list first. Goalkeeper. 25 Barbosa, backline from right to left. 17 Venta, Alvarez, 4 Arzu, 3 Iruobarina, midfielders are. 19 Senna, 2 Kennedy, Riquelme, 12 Soren, forward line. 23 Jose Mari, 5 Fran. Adams did not investigate too much, and the big screen quickly played the Villarreal lineup. Well, in this game, the comparison between Dennis and Riquelme and the comparison between Riquelme and Cesc are worth paying attention to. Riquelme is the best front midfielder besides Zidane. His playing style is elegant and gorgeous, and his passes are very beautiful. Dennis is a master of the art of the Premier League field, with beautiful passes and dribbles, which he performs repeatedly. Cesc often learns from Dennis, and he plays in the midfield. Cesc is better than Riquelme. You can watch this game. Matthew is also looking forward to this game. Villarreal is more like a South American team with a gorgeous style of play, and Arsenal's passing penetration is dazzling. The match between these 2 teams is no less exciting than the match between the 2 giants Milan and Barcelona. Well, there is also the match between Lee and Soren. Lee has already experienced the best left back in Brazil, and Soren is the absolute main force of Argentina. I don't know how Lee will solve it this time. Oh, the game has begun. Quotation mark. Chapter 134, Taking the Lead. Adams looked at Lee Yuxin on the big screen with curiosity. Yeah, forward. It started. Forward, Arsenal. March into France. Destroy them. Dennis, score. G0 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 beep. Austrian referee Praz blew the whistle, and the 05-06 European Champions Cup semi-final, Arsenal vs. Villarreal officially began. A huge roar quickly filled the air of Highbury. Arsenal fans were already impatient. They had too many reasons to hope that their team could defeat their opponents. The cheers were igniting everyone's nerves from the first second. Dennis. Arsenal took the lead. After Henry passed a ball to Bergkamp, Highbury immediately cheered as he took the ball. Bergkamp quickly passed a ball to Lee Yuxin on the right. After Lee Yuxin took the ball, he didn't look closely, and quickly took the ball and started to break through. Thorin was originally a left back, and he was also responsible for a strong team like Argentina. He was good at both offense and defense. If the forward line was not really short of people, he would not have to be pulled over. At this time, Thorin had to start facing Lee Yuxin and was not afraid at all. He pushed forward and quickly confronted Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin tried to shake off Thorin with a series of actions, such as flicking the ball, pausing, and shaking. However, the opponent's defense was experienced and did not lose position in the confrontation. Lee Yuxin and him quickly fought and brought the ball to the sideline. At this time, Aruabarina had blocked Lee Yuxin's way forward, and Lee Yuxin could not get through. Lee Yuxin paused and stopped his pace, then leaned on his body to press Thorin and prevent the opponent from grabbing the ball, attracting two defenders at once. Lee Yuxin twisted the ball inward heavily, and the ball was passed to the middle. His body turned again, like an arrow from the sky, and passed between Aruabarina and Thorin. Bergkamp came over to meet the ball immediately, without stopping his feet. The ball rolled to Kinking's feet, and with a light rub, it flew directly over Riquelme's head and fell in the direction of Lee Yuxin. Dennis Lee. Arsenal fans stood up and shouted excitedly when they saw Bergkamp's unpredictable pass. They also hoped that Lee Yuxin could get the pass here and break into the opponent's penalty area. However, things did not go as planned. When Lee Yuxin broke free from Aruabarina's entanglement, he exerted too much force. When he wanted to turn around and get the ball, Soren was already in front of Lee Yuxin. Seeing Aruabarina kick the ball away, Arsenal's first attack was ended. The kickball quickly rolled to the front court and was caught by Fran. Fran just wanted to stop when he got the ball, but he was not in a hurry to advance, and quickly turned back to find the team. However, Silva in front of him would not give Fran a chance. When Fran was observing the team's position, Silva decisively shoveled the ball directly out of the sideline, and Fran was also knocked to the ground. Fran looked at the referee at the first time, but Pruazzi signaled Fran to get up quickly, thinking that this ball was not a foul. Fran walked towards the Arsenal half helplessly, and Aruabarina kicked the ball out of bounds at Riquelme. As soon as Riquelme got the ball, he was entangled by Fabregas. Riquelme quickly flicked the ball with his feet, deftly and skillfully controlled the ball at his feet, turned around, flicked it inward, and quickly started to get rid of it. Fabregas was not to be outdone, entangled and headed, not giving Riquelme any chance to pass the ball easily. Riquelme had no choice but to pull the ball continuously and change direction, and then directly pulled it back to the middle. Bang again, Van Persie kicked his ball away, and it fell to Tacchinardi's feet. Van Persie and Henry rushed to the ball immediately, and Arsenal's English-style pressing appeared. Arsenal's players quickly squeezed the opponent's passing space. Such pressing made Villarreal very uncomfortable at the beginning, and there were many passing errors, especially the terrible thing was Arsenal's fast break rhythm. In the 5th minute of the game, Fabregas intercepted the ball near the center circle and quickly passed a ball to Henry in front. Henry's feet squeezed and started as fast as lightning, still moving on the left road he was familiar with. Tacchinardi didn't react in time and was quickly left behind by Henry. Alvarez saw Henry passing Tacchinardi and quickly came forward to fill the position, trying to slow down Henry's speed and let his team come back. Just when Alvarez blocked Henry, a gap appeared behind him. At this time, Van Persie and Lee Yuxin quickly clamped towards Villarreal's penalty area like crab claws. Arzu did not dare to act rashly, because Lee Yuxin was about to surpass Aruabarina, and as for Soren, he was even slower by a long distance, and this side was already in danger. At this time, Henry did not pass the ball to Lee Yuxin. Just as Alvarez focused his attention on Henry, in a flash, Henry swung the outside of his right foot and stuffed the ball behind him. Robin. Goal. Van Persie had already prepared to return to the forward position before this. When Henry pulled the ball to break through to the left, Van Persie immediately crossed the half-court diagonally and went straight to the middle. When the person arrived and the ball arrived, Van Persie followed a trend and rushed straight to the hinterland of Villarreal. And Venta behind Van Persie could not catch up at all, and watched the opponent enter the penalty area without a defender. On a single shot, Van Persie calmly shot to the lower right corner, 1-0, Arsenal leading, Adam said with a hint of sarcasm. Well, that's right, but I know about Arsenal's tactical changes. It seems that Arthur wants Thierry to track the opponent's heavy troops, and Dennis can pass the ball to two people. It depends on whether Arsenal can open up space. Arsenal's tactical changes may give Villarreal's players a headache. Matthew studied very professionally. In the 11th minute of the game, Ebau's cross was headed out by Alvarez. Riquelme raised his chest and turned around, intending to play the ball across the half-court. Fran and others quickly moved and were ready to respond at any time. At this time, because Arsenal played too fast, Riquelme had the opportunity to kick calmly after shaking Silva, and Arsenal's ribs had a loophole. Ah! With a cry of surprise, before Riquelme passed the ball, Bergkamp swept him and kept him, not letting him have the chance to kick at all. Beep, beep. Applause immediately stopped the game and gave Bergkamp a yellow card. Oh my god, Arsenal's opening was very aggressive, unlike the way Arsenal used to control the ball, which was a bit ugly. Forget it, Adams, this is just defense. Arsenal's offense is what we should focus on. Those Arsenal players are on the field, and they can definitely play a beautiful offense. Didn't you notice that Villarreal has started to get anxious in the offense? With Arsenal's fast pace, they had to pull up and run with Arsenal. Now Arsenal's momentum has overshadowed the opponent, and the opponent can't stop Arsenal's offensive wave. Arsenal's fierce defense and their own offense were also very fast. The rhythm of the whole game was the same as Matthew said, and it had been driven by Arsenal. In the 19th minute of the game, Bergkamp and Yuxin played again. Yuxin first sent the ball to the middle, and then started again with full force, shaking off Thorn's defense. And Bergkamp also made a diagonal pass at the first time, sending the ball to Yuxin's feet. Arsenal had experienced Yuxin's ghostly speed many times. At the moment when Bergkamp passed the ball, he had already judged that Yuxin was going to shake off Thorn, and he rushed to grab the ball without waiting for Yuxin to get it. Yuxin also noticed the action of the opponent's right back. He took the ball with his left foot, but did not stop at all, and directly swung it to his right foot. His body shook, and he ignored the defense of Arsenal who had already landed in a good position, and pretended to pass directly from the right side. Arsenal had just blocked in front of Yuxin, and his center of gravity could not be stabilized at all. Seeing that Yuxin was about to break through from his outside, he quickly turned around and took a step back. It was at this step that Yuxin's next move came out. He dunked the ball directly to the left, and swung it directly, not giving Thorn behind him any chance to steal the ball, and sent the ball to Bergkamp's feet again, and Ebou behind him also rushed forward. In less than a second, Yuxin completed this series of actions and also tore open Villarreal's defense line. Due to Yuxin's containment, Bergkamp and Ebou had a large gap. Henry in the middle was also looking for opportunities and was ready to respond at any time. Arsenal rushed down quickly, and the entire Villarreal's defensive focus had to pay attention to his right side. Although Bergkamp could not turn around under Kennedy's defense, he still skillfully pulled the ball. Ebou was set at this moment. The opponent's central defender Arzu had to fill in for his team. Bergkamp sent the ball out at the first time, but not to Ebou's feet, but to the middle. At this time, Yuxin had already run there, knocked it lightly, paused, and suddenly took advantage of the situation and went down the sideline of the penalty area. Sorn and Jose Mari reacted a bit slower, and Yuxin forced a gap, and Yuxin directly swung his leg. Sorn felt something was wrong and quickly stretched out his thigh to block it, and Jose Mari also looked back at the first time, fearing that someone from the opponent would get into the penalty area again. A dunk, a turn, and a pull. It was still Yuxin's fake move, a fake pass. In an instant, Yuxin completed a series of moves again, successfully got rid of Soren's defense, and cut directly into the opponent's penalty area. Fabregas took advantage of the fact that Jose Mari's attention was caught by Yuxin, and suddenly started to insert. Then he led Yuxin straight past to his front. Gagagagagos-esque, the whole stadium shouted as Fabregas entered the penalty area. All Arsenal fans stood up at once, expecting their team to score. The 4 moves of dribbling, resisting, pulling, and knocking were completed in one go. Fabregas struggled to compete with Riquelme for position, created a gap, and sent the ball to the middle. Thierry. Robin. Oh. Kick it away, kick it away. Cut it down, the ball rolled quickly and quickly passed through the small penalty area. The whole stadium roared as the ball rolled. Arsenal fans, whether they were at the scene or watching the live broadcast, instantly opened their eyes wide and stared at the small goal area eagerly. Step. Stop him. Go in. Bang bang. Snap. Ling. Snapshot chaos, figures, arcs, rapid shifting of vision made people dazzled, and they couldn't react in time until a figure flew out. Yeah. Dennis, stay. Dennis, stay. Dennis, stay. Cool, Dennis scored, he scored, so handsome. He is not old yet, he can still score goals, he still has a terrifying sense of smell, He is still the bravest gun, Dennis Bergkamp. Do you hear it? Do you hear it? The whole world is calling. Dennis, you can do it. You can do it. Senk's voice echoed a cheers for Bergkamp in the audience, completely turning Highbury Stadium into a huge tsunami wave. The orange ocean continued to surge, and the whole of Highbury fell into great joy and moved. Oh, God, I can't stop it. I can't stop it. Even though Alvarez sacrificed himself to block Terry's shot and the post blocked Robin's shovel shot, Dennis's diving header still knocked open Villarreal's door. Nothing could be better than this. Matthew saw Arsenal's 3 consecutive shots in a hurry, and his heart was about to jump out. The first one was Henry's shot before the opponent's defender, but Alvarez blocked it with his thigh. The second one was Van Persie, who fell to the ground and shoveled the ball in the crowded penalty area. The ball evaded all the defenders and went straight to the far end of the goal. Unfortunately, it hit the post directly, allowing Villarreal to escape again. Just when everyone felt regretful, Bergkamp almost flew out with his body close to the ground, and headed the ball into the net. He flew directly to the billboard. Oh my God, Arsenal's attack is too fast. Just now, Zio was cooperating with Dennis on the right side. I didn't expect that Dennis would score again in the end. Arsenal's continuous fast attack has achieved good results. Arthur's tactics have been effective. Villarreal has fallen into the English style of rain and wind that Arsenal is good at. They must play in their own style. Adams was also full of emotion. Wenger, who was looking at the screen, kept nodding. Yes, I finally understand why Arthur arranged Robin and Dennis to play together. It is to score first and take advantage of the number of people in the front court. When the attack is fast, there will be enough players to make the final blow at any time. Well done. After seeing this hard-earned goal, Wenger cheered happily. This ball is too crucial. His disciples' mentality can be stabilized. Just now, after seeing Bergkamp's yellow card, although Wenger's face did not change, he was relieved and worried. This kind of pressing consumes physical energy and can easily cause players to get impatient. Moreover, it is at home. If the situation is not quickly opened, there may be such impatient changes. Fortunately, it was Bergkamp's foul. Wenger has full trust in Bergkamp. In this situation, he believes that his big disciple can definitely keep a normal mentality. However, he did not expect that Bergkamp's grasp of opportunities is still so accurate. After all, he's experienced and has a good ability to read the game. Oh, so handsome, Dennis. Perfect jump. After scoring a goal, Arsenal's players were very excited and supported Bergkamp to come to the orange stands to greet the excited Arsenal fans. Compared with the excitement of Arsenal players, Villarreal's players were a little dejected. They had no choice but to lose this ball. In just 7 seconds, the quick position change between Yuxin and Bergkamp had made the Villarreal players dizzy. The opponent's quick passing and cutting made them feel very uncomfortable. They were completely stunned by Arsenal's fast break. Seeing this ball, Chilean engineer Pellegrini realized that it was not good before. The opponent obviously wanted to interrupt his offensive rhythm and let his players follow them. He wanted to use the opportunity of a dead ball to remind them, but the ball went in too fast. However, it is not too late to make up for the loss. Pellegrini immediately shouted loudly, "Steady, steady. Play your own rhythm." Villarreal's players heard their head coach shouting. Although they didn't understand the specific situation, they believed in their head coach's judgment. More importantly, Riquelme understood. As the tactical soul of Villarreal, he controlled the offensive rhythm of the entire team. When he heard this, he immediately realized that he was led by the opponent and he was running blindly. In the following game, Riquelme quickly adjusted his attack rhythm after understanding the situation. After the kickoff, he immediately sent the ball to the backcourt and started to pass the ball back. Riquelme did not rush to the opponent's hinterland, but stayed near the center circle. If he saw an Arsenal player coming to press and support, he would kick the ball from time to mobilize the team's entire offense. Chapter 135 Confirming Victory. Beep with a whistle of applause. The first half of Arsenal's Champions League match against Villarreal at home ended. With goals from Bergkamp and Van Persie, Arsenal led their opponents 2-0 and entered the midfield. It's so cool, they lost their temper. That's it, Dennis did a great job. Who said Dennis is old? Lee's goal was amazing, another personal performance. Who can stop Lee? Ha ha ha. Arsenal fans can finally go to the toilet to pee to their heart's content. There is no doubt that their team has won the victory. You did a good job today, Lee. Haha, It's also thanks to the captain and his team for their good positioning. Man, that ball was really powerful. Well, I'm not a young man, leave it to them. Compared to Arsenal's laughing and talking as they walked into the locker room, Villarreal seemed quiet and lonely. Although it was only the first half, Arsenal's fast-paced and pressing rhythm made them very uncomfortable. It was like being tied with a rope that was getting tighter and tighter. They wanted to struggle, but didn't know what to do. Pellegrini also followed the players into the away locker room with a gloomy face, thinking about how to deal with the second half. In the first half, Arsenal's tactics were very clear, with 3 forwards and quick passes, which worked well. If Robben's ball was like this, Arsenal would have a big advantage. Adams summed it up symbolically. Yes, but Villarreal played well too. They stabilized for a while and played several high-quality attacks by Arsenal. Unfortunately, Lee's goal interrupted their counterattack, and Arsenal suppressed their morale. In the middle of the first half, Villarreal's series of skillful passes also impressed Matthew, but it still led to the second half of the sentence. Well, Lee, now is an irreplaceable player for Arsenal, but Arsenal may be very busy this summer. Adams said with emotion. Now the outside world has news about Lee Yuxin almost every few hours, and as summer approaches, there are endless news about Lee Yuxin's possible transfer, especially after the incident of Lee Yuxin avoiding England to go to Norway was exposed. All clubs are sharpening their knives and staring at Lee Yuxin. Well, let's talk about this game. The Chilean engineer will definitely make some adjustments in the second half, but the current situation is not favorable for Villarreal. If the offense is strengthened, it will inevitably drive the offensive rhythm. If we take a defensive stance, it will be difficult to return to our home ground after the 2-0 score. Once Arsenal scores a goal at home, no other team except Chelsea has scored 4 goals against Arsenal this season. I wonder if Pellegrini can resist the temptation of scoring at the guest stadium. Regarding the various news about Lee Yuxin outside the field, this Lee Yuxin diehard obviously did not want to talk about it, and Matthew quickly turned the topic back to the game. You have no way out in this game. You did a bad job in the first half. You couldn't hold the ball or control the ball. In the second half, you have to change the situation. In the middle and front court, you have to hold the ball well in the middle and front court and play our own rhythm, so that you can choose to attack. At the beginning of the second half, you must mobilize the opponent. 1. Riquelme, in the second half, you must control the rhythm of the whole court and try to drag the game into your mode. The opponent's physical strength is now very much consumed, so you must take advantage of this advantage and score a goal, which you can definitely do. Period. In the Arsenal dressing room, the Arsenal players chatted for a while, then took the time to rest. At the end of the season, Arsenal's physical disadvantage caused by the dense schedule became more and more obvious. In the first half of the game, Arsenal fought very hard, especially the players in the midfield and front court. If Wenger had not insisted on rotation before, Henry and others might not have been able to hold on. Wenger was looking at the tactical board, his eyes swept over the group of people under his command, thinking about something, and soon called his disciples over to explain some tactical changes in the second half. Go. Arsenal fans, welcome to Highbury Stadium. The second half of the game is about to begin, which means that our tempo is less than an hour away from ending the history of the European war. Now, tell the world your love for this stadium! Exclamation mark. Senk's words penetrated the sky above Highbury and quickly resonated. Pa 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 pa. The applause was thunderous, like a flood. Dennis! 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 And when Bergkamp stepped into the court, the resonance reached its climax, and the Orange Ocean surged for him again, and was moved by their own Ice Prince. Bergkamp waved at the fans, and once again received a warm response from the fans. Stay! 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 Lee Yuxin saw this scene, and his heart was complicated. It was not jealous, but envy and admiration, and it was also moved, but it made Lee Yuxin more determined. Lee Yuxin understood that even if he played beautifully today, the protagonist of this game would be the Ice Prince recognized by the fans. This is glory and conquest. Bergkamp's status has long been deeply rooted in their hearts. This is their loyalty to their hero, and it is also a reward for Bergkamp's past. It brought them good memories. Oh, the game has started. Let's see what changes have been made in the game between the two sides. Well, Villarreal didn't make any adjustments. Arthur made the first adjustment. Lee was pulled to the left, while Robben was pulled to the right. It seems that Arthur really trusts Robben. Although Robin plays well in this position in the national team, it is also a striker's style of play where the forward takes the ball and cuts into the penalty area to shoot. It is different from Haleb's winger crossing. It is more appropriate for Haleb to play. Matthew looked at it carefully and gave his own judgment. Well, Dennis can't be replaced. Is Arthur just adjusting his position normally? Adams was also thinking. However, with a whistle of plaudits, they quickly focused their attention on the game itself. The second half of the game was kicked off by Villarreal. After 15 minutes of adjustment, Villarreal's players finally calmed down. Their ball control was restored. They were no longer completely suppressed by Arsenal like in the second half of the first half. Arsenal also maintained a moderate pressure. With the score leading, they did not need to rush all the time, and their physical fitness was also a factor. The game was played at a tepid rhythm between the two sides. After the first 5 minutes of the second half, Villarreal launched a threatening attack in the 6th minute. Arsenal's pass on the left was intercepted. After Senna intercepted the ball, he quickly passed it to Riquelme and immediately got to the wing. After Riquelme got the ball, Fabregas immediately entangled him. Riquelme carefully pushed the ball forward and did not dare to rush up rashly. After several confrontations in the first half, he found that this 18-year-old young man had a strong ability to fight, and his willpower was definitely not comparable to those fancy players in La Liga. Fabregas did not dare to be careless. Before the game, Wenger said that the South American players had strong one-on-one ability, not to mention that they were the core players of the opponent. However, he was not a vegetarian in the Premier League confrontation over the years. Suddenly, Riquelme pushed outward and quickly rushed to Fabregas' right side. Fabregas immediately leaned forward to avoid being shaken off by the opponent. Riquelme seemed to have expected this. He paused, twisted, and felt that the opponent was still strong. He suddenly pulled back, then flicked again, and turned his body suddenly, drawing a semicircle, and there was a gap. Fabregas was still shaken by this experienced and extremely talented front midfielder with perfect rhythm control, and the opponent squeezed half a body past him. Seeing that the opponent was about to pass him. However, Fabregas would not give up so easily. He lowered his body and shoveled his thigh directly, sweeping the ball like an iron rod. With a snap, Riquelme seemed to have eyes under his feet. With a light rub, the ball jumped out of Fabregas's long legs, and he also passed it. Fabregas did not have time to admire the opponent's talent, because the opponent suddenly rushed up and rushed straight into the heart of Arsenal. Oh my God. Fran. Straight ahead, this time it was Fran. He went straight into the Arsenal penalty area from behind Senderos, and the ball passed through the gap between Silva, Senderos and Touré, rolling towards Fran's forward route. After Riquelme passed Fabregas, he was targeted by Silva, but he also found Fran's running position, and he leisurely passed a ball through 3 people, and he also rushed to the penalty area, because Jens attacks. Lehmann didn't have time to roar to his teammates. Senderos didn't see Fran's sudden forward run, but he saw it, and knew that his tall central defender turned slowly, so he attacked decisively. Shoo. Bang. Beep. Penalty. Referee, this penalty. He bumped into us, he fouled. Hey. The Arsenal penalty area was in chaos. Everyone stared at Plus, who stopped the game. Seeing him pointing at the penalty area, Arsenal fans booed loudly. They protested before the call was made. They absolutely could not accept any controversial penalty in this game. Wenger and Pellegrini stood up nervously. The players on the benches of both sides stood on the sidelines. This penalty was too crucial. It was enough to change the course of the entire series and even the winner of this Champions League. Lehmann held the ball and kept slapping it, while Fran lay on the ground, questioning Plus and making an indignant voice, but it attracted even louder boos. They thought Fran was diving. Without much explanation, Plus penalized Fran for colliding with a goalkeeper in the penalty area, then raised his hands, signaling Fran to get up quickly. Plus was not easy to judge this ball, the speed was too fast. He was watching in front of Riquelme before, and in a blink of an eye he saw the ball enter the penalty area, and part of his angle was blocked by 3 Arsenal players. According to the distance, he could only judge that the two had equal opportunities. Before that, he also glanced at the linesman, and in the headset, the linesman also gave the same judgment. In this case, Lehmann did not deliberately rush to the opponent's body, so the penalty would not be awarded at all. Giving a yellow card is not appropriate. Fran did not rush to anyone, but he jumped away in time and directly hung on Lehman's body, and then fell to the ground. There is suspicion of cheating a penalty, but in the case of equal opportunities, it is understandable. Of course, it should be given if it is too obvious. In this kind of Champions League competition, unless it is intentional favoritism, such controversial penalties must not be unfair. The ball is obviously ours, why did he penalize it like that? Pellegrini jumped up immediately after seeing the penalty by Ploas, and protested to the fourth official. Wenger breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Pellegrini, and sat back in the coaching booth. Even if Villarreal was not convinced, the game had to continue. Villarreal continued to control the ball and advance towards the Arsenal half. Once they encountered obstacles, they did not blindly pass the ball or rush forward, but rather passed it sideways or back. Especially Riquelme, after this ball, he did not panic, and quickly adjusted his teammates' emotions on the court and stabilized his attack. Villarreal's handling of rushing and passing was quite good, and the game soon fell into Villarreal's mode, with passes and breakthroughs frequently threatening Arsenal's defense. Arsenal had to focus more on defense during this period, and Lee Yuxin and Van Persie began to shrink near the center circle, and had no chance to attack. Damn it, block it, block it. Intercept the ball, intercept the ball. Phew, God, it's a good thing Colo is there. Goal, goal. Fran, oh, comma, here it comes, Riquelme hits hard. Huh, it's almost there. Alarms kept ringing above Highbury. Villarreal's attack was activated, constantly attacking Arsenal's defense, while Arsenal blocked high and low, not giving the other side any chances. The two frequently put pressure on the hearts of fans on both sides. Oh, it's Riquelme's shot outside the penalty area again. These 14 minutes have become an offensive performance for the visiting team. This is not a good sign. Matthew looked at Wenger on the screen worriedly. Arthur looks very quiet, but I can only say that Arsenal's defense has been very good during this period. Adams also said half-jokingly. They have a lot of opinions about Arsenal's weak offense. But the game is like this, things change rapidly and unpredictably. Just when the fans were anxious and the commentators were complaining, Arsenal suddenly played high-hanging. After Riquelme's long shot missed, Lehmann kicked the ball and headed straight to the middle. Everyone was puzzled. Arsenal always played on the ground. After Vieira left the Alpi Stadium, Arsenal's midfield headers never had any advantage. But the camera soon showed a handsome face, Lee Yuxin. Lee Yuxin stood in the middle of the center circle, which should be Henry's position, but he appeared at this time. Behind him, on the left side of Arsenal, Henry was still cruising, which was his familiar position. Alvarez also followed Henry. Therefore, Lee Yuxin easily pressed Takenardi to the right side of Arsenal, where Van Persie was. Van Persie appeared in tacit understanding, led and started again, and Soren didn't keep up at all. As for Riborn, he was still running on the right. In front of Van Persie was only Arzu, who was still near the penalty area. On the Arsenal side, after Lee Yuxin landed, no one cared to compete with him. He rushed to the right behind Van Persie, and Bergkamp and Fabregas followed closely. Van Persie was in front of the C, allowing him to gallop. Soon he pushed to the front of the penalty area, and a small reef appeared. Robin. Thierry. Van Persie did not take credit for it. He went straight to the middle and pulled to the left, opening up the space. After successfully attracting Senna's attention, he was also ready to cover the spot at any time. Henry took the ball from the left and entered the penalty area, which shocked all the Villarreal players and rushed to Henry in panic. Alvarez and Arzu quickly prepared to double team. However, Henry was also just a ball maker. He pushed the ball with the outside of his right foot and passed through the body of Riborn, who rushed over to surround him. A figure quickly passed through Riborn and left him behind. Lee Yuxin appeared like the last killer. He pulled, swung, and swung his left foot in an arc. The ball spun quickly to the upper far corner. Barbosa had been staring at Henry to prevent the opponent's cold shot, and then moved his center of gravity to cover his near corner. But in the end, Lee Yuxin's inexplicable appearance completely frustrated his plan, and the opponent shot the far corner. With a crisp swish, a perfect inward spinning ball hit the top of the goal, and Barbosa didn't even have time to move. Goal. Lee scored again. 6 goals, 6 goals. This is his 6th goal this season, the top scorer of the Champions League. Top scorer. Shevchenko only scored 5 goals. Hukaka. Lee. Geniusly. He gave us a 3-0 lead. Seng's shouts are always the most timely. Yeah 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 yeah. AA. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, A Fatal Blow. Villarreal lost their temper completely after Arsenal scored another goal. Falling behind 3-0 meant that they had to score 4 goals and not concede any goals when they returned to their home court to advance. The former was possible, but for the latter, this season, except for the magical West Bromwich Albion, no team had shut out Arsenal, not even Capello's Juventus and Moreno's Chelsea. Therefore, Pellegrini waved his hand. Attack with all his strength. As long as they scored a goal, they could take the initiative of this series into their own hands, or grab a glimmer of hope. Haha, it seems that the Chilean engineer is going to fight hard, but Arsenal's attack this time is a sudden attack, and Arsenal has already prepared for this. Matthew has seen the light of Arsenal's advancement to the finals, and he is not optimistic about Villarreal's ability to score. Well, Villarreal lost this game, if Arsenal didn't make a mistake. Adams also pronounced the death penalty for the opponent. Oh, Villarreal has no choice. Their offense is definitely better than their defense. Lee Yuxin's 2 goals have completely pushed them into a desperate situation. Maybe an away goal can help them keep their chances. Poor Chileans. Arsenal's defense is not weak either. Villarreal may be in a difficult battle. It has to be said that our Spanish team has been forced into an extremely dangerous situation by a magical player Lee. For the rest, they must use all their strength and courage. Sarah looked at the handsome player with some lamentations on the sidelines. It's another Lee, a personal show, a tacit cooperation. This player is definitely more complex and excellent than you think. Arsenal is on the road to conquering the Stade de France. Melissa was finally able to settle down when commenting on the football game. No one is optimistic about Villarreal. Indeed, Arsenal's momentum has risen, and they are at home. What's more terrible is that this game is of great significance to Arsenal. Villarreal has no advantage in terms of time, location, and people. But even if the whole world gives up, Villarreal's players cannot give up. This is the first time in the history of their team to reach the Champions League semifinals. They have made history and do not want history to end here. Similarly, the fans of Villarreal who came from afar did not give up. Go. Goal. Fight for honor. G.O. Their voices instantly covered the voices of the boiling Arsenal fans throughout the game. The yellow submarine galloped in the sea and fought hard. Riquelme has already fought hard. He wants to prove himself at the Stade de France and prove that Barcelona gave up on his mistakes. Rare rigidity. Breakthrough, pass. Riquelme was like an immortal fighter, trying to send the ball to the front court, to the feet of his teammates, combing the most reasonable rhythm, and driving his teammates to rush to the front court of Arsenal. Similarly, Silva would not let Riquelme pass the ball so easily. At this time, he played at his peak level, just like his former teammates were by his side, kicking decisively, grabbing the ball in time, and doing his best with his teammates to resist the monstrous attack wave set off by Riquelme in the midfield. France swam around the penalty area line of Arsenal like a civet cat, while Jose Mari was the most heroic charging warrior, compressing Arsenal's defense line at any time. Beautiful, Fran. Huh? Senderos did a great job. In the 23rd minute of the second half, Riquelme made a lob pass at the front of the penalty area and sent it into the Arsenal penalty area, almost creating a dangerous situation, but fortunately Senderos touched the ball. G.O. Soren, go in. Great job, Robin. Our Robin is our second right back. In the 25th minute, Soren received a pass from Fran and broke through on the left. Van Persie, who was returning to defend, made a fierce pass and directly destroyed the ball out of the baseline. Bang! A sudden loud noise. Huh? Damn, this is our chance. Our crossbar, it saved our team. In the 32nd minute, before Riquelme Silva pressed, he cooperated with Senna, dodged an angle, and suddenly shot coldly, hitting the crossbar, making everyone sweat. The offense and defense remained the same, and the two sides began a tough tug-of-war. At this time, the broadcast station staff professionally put the live camera on the two head coaches. Press Press. Go around from the side. Go around. Run, run, keep the pressure on their defense, and create space. Pellegrini was like a roaring gorilla, constantly gesticulating on the scene. Seeing that his team's offensive rhythm could not open up the situation, he could no longer sit still. Wenger's face was as gloomy as water, staring at the situation on the field, without saying a word, tightly pursing his lips, and no changes could be seen, but the technician still caught his nervous moment. Before Riquelme played, his right hand on his mouth was still rubbing restlessly. Arsenal used a counterattack to win a free kick on the right side of the penalty area, very forward. When Bergkamp appeared in front of the ball, the whole Highbury was detonated again. At this time, Villarreal's penalty area was already crowded with people: Silva, Touré, Senderos, Henry, Van Persie. There was also Lee Yuxin running around, and Pellegrini paced a little uneasily. Keep him, keep him. His eyes quickly fell on the two central defenders of Arsenal. He had no impression of the headers of several forwards of Arsenal, but he was somewhat concerned about the forwards shut at the second point of Arsenal. With his eyes locked, Bergkamp still looked cold. He glanced at the situation in the penalty area and stared at the ball, confirming something. Beep. The whistle sounded, and Bergkamp kicked on the spot. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and looked at the surging figures. With a bang, the ball flew out quickly, and an arc was lifted high. Head out, head out. Header. The whole stadium was shaking, and the eyes moved extremely fast along the arc of the ball. Henry came out, Senderos came out, Van Persie moved, Silva pulled down. The entire Villarreal penalty area was full of figures. Some of their players rushed to the point, some followed and defended, trying their best to keep the ball. But the ball was still flying in the air, and no one could get it. Touré was like an iron pillar nailed in the Villarreal penalty area, motionless, and the ball came quickly. Colo. Head in. All Arsenal fans were shouting, and Alvarez had to press Touré to prevent him from getting up. Touré still got up, but with a huge force, he couldn't reach it at all, and watched the ball fly to the far point. But this was enough. Venta felt a sound in his ear, and suddenly found that he was shorter. When he looked up again, it turned out that it was dark. Lee Yuxin didn't fight for position like standing still. The moment Bergkamp looked at the penalty area, he ran to the far point. This was what they had designed in their usual tactics. Bergkamp finally confirmed that he had indeed sent the ball to the far point, and those people before were just a cover, and the real attack point was Lee Yuxin. Pressing Venta, the Lion shook his head. Lee Yuxin unstoppably hit the middle of the ball and changed direction instantly. Barbosa had no choice but to follow the ball and scoop it up with all his might, but he watched the ball fly past his fingertips. Goal. Hat-trick. Hat-trick. God, our Lee, he scored twice. The seventh goal. God, this is our greatest God. Cheer for him, and cheer for Dennis. Lee, Dennis. The whole stadium roared, and the orange waves surged. This time it was not only for Bergkamp, but also for Lee Yuxin. Their cooperation completely made the team lead 4-0. It's over. Villarreal is over. Matthew finally made a judgment. The Chileans have to fight hard this time. Adam sighed. The remaining 7 minutes are the last chance for the Spanish team. Sarah said with regret. Looking at the mentality of the Villarreal players on the court, she knew that this was only theoretical. Soon this theory disappeared, the game was over, and Villarreal lost the possibility of advancing in just one round. Chapter 137 Highbury's final song. Ignoring the post-match commotion, Lee Yuxin went home to rest, because the last derby at Highbury would come in a few days. Yes, this game is the most important game of their season, and the most important game in the history of the North London derby. The 93-year history of the derby at Highbury will come to an end. Therefore, never doubt Arsenal's confidence in winning. They will beat Tottenham like a sieve, just as they did before. In the remaining 4 games, Arsenal has no opponents in the league. I don't think any team can stop Arsenal from moving towards the highest honor. Wright praised his own team in his column in The Sun, expressing strong confidence in Arsenal's victory over Tottenham at home and winning the Premier League championship in one fell swoop. Arsenal vs. Tottenham. There is no doubt that this will be a game that determines the Premier League champion, but I believe Arsenal has the strength to deal with Tottenham. I don't think Tottenham has the strength to beat Arsenal this season. This round of Premier League games will also be an opportunity for us to widen the points gap with Tottenham. Liverpool head coach Benitez, who is still competing with Tottenham for the 4th place in the league, spoke. He firmly believed that Arsenal could beat Tottenham at this time because Arsenal must win. Now is the sprint stage of the league. Not only Arsenal, but Liverpool as well. They are only 4 points behind Tottenham. It has to be said that this will be a game that will change the history of the Premier League. Arsenal has performed very well this season, but so has Tottenham. They have gotten rid of the image of a mid-table team and are constantly threatening the teams at the top of the standings. But I am more optimistic about Arsenal. Arthur is an experienced coach. At this time, he knows how to arrange the game, and Arsenal is playing at home. In this regard, Arthur is very lucky. When we look back, you will find that this is a schedule that determines the Premier League championship. However, Arsenal's physical fitness will be a big problem. In this game, Tottenham may be able to make a fuss in this regard. Now the initiative of the league championship is no longer in our hands. The chance is too small. If Arsenal wins this game, we will lose the chance. The difference is 7 points. They still have 4 games, and other teams have 3 games. Similarly, the old Sir Alex was also very optimistic about the match between Arsenal and Tottenham, and for the first time expressed the view of giving up the fight for the league title, but this was also determined by facts. Tottenham have made significant progress over the past period of time, especially in defense. They have done a good job. Manchester United, and we all know this. This is the guarantee for their achievements so far. I don't think it makes sense to talk about the league now. Reality? We are 2 points ahead of Arsenal. This is the current reality. Everything will be determined after the last game. And Arsenal is not impeccable. Limiting Lee's passing to other teammates is the way to kill Arsenal. Of course, Arsenal's flanks can also be used. And Highbury is about to enter history. I think any team wants to leave their mark at this time. Tottenham is the same. They have a lot of stories with Arsenal. I believe they are happy to see themselves end Wenger's unbeaten record against them in the Highbury era. Mourinho has begun to give advice to Tottenham. Facing the reporter's view that Arsenal will win the championship on 4 fronts, the Magic Bird seemed very disdainful and finally used provocation. Arthur, there are 4 rounds left in the league. You are 4 points behind Chelsea. The next game is against Tottenham. What do you think is the chance of Arsenal winning the league championship? Wenger was interviewed by the Daily Mail reporter at the pre-match press conference. We can't say how big the chance is, but what is certain is that as long as we don't make mistakes, the initiative is still in our hands. We still have 1 round less to play, and the next game will be the stage for us to sprint with all our strength. However, as the outside world has said, physical factors have a great impact on us. 2 days ago, we just played an important game at Highbury, and when we returned to the league, we immediately faced Tottenham. This schedule is a bit disadvantageous for us, but we will overcome it. We will not lose this game either. For us, every game at Highbury is historic. My players have a strong sense of honor, which is what I am most proud of. It will ensure that we will concentrate on winning every game. Although Wenger's tone before the game was not very tough, his self-confidence and the morale of the team were fully demonstrated. Excuse me, will you rotate in this game? The Mirror followed up with a question that everyone outside was speculating. Well, it depends on the physical condition of my players. There won't be much change. Wenger pushed. Will Lee start in this game? The Sun has bitten Lee Yuxin. Obviously, if Lee Yuxin starts in this game, the possibility of going to Spain 4 days later will be relatively small. Well, yes, this is the last North London derby at Highbury. We must ensure victory. Lee also strongly requests to participate in the battle, and there is no problem with his physical condition. He will start in this game. Wenger nodded with certainty. This nuclear weapon is to be on the steel blade. This game is related to the result of Arsenal's efforts throughout the season. Wenger has to send Lee Yuxin. What about Cole and Campbell? Because these 2 England internationals have recovered from injuries, the media is also very concerned now. They are eager to know the competitive status of their internationals, especially Ashley Cole and Campbell are still the absolute main force behind England in this World Cup. No, they are very close to playing, but I can't let them take risks. I understand that the World Cup is coming, and the outside world and they themselves want to find the game state as soon as possible, but this kind of thing can't be rushed, especially such a big battle. For the players who have just recovered from injuries, the requirements are too high. Although Wenger also wanted them to play, but for their health, Wenger chose to be cautious. At White Hart Lane, Martin, Facing such a strong Arsenal this season, what do you think of this last derby at Highbury? There is no doubt that Arsenal is in a stage of impacting history and is in good shape, but this season, our state is stronger than any previous season, the players are very united, and we are in the process of catching up with Liverpool. The players' desire for the game is no less than that of Arsenal's players. More importantly, Arsenal has played too many games, and just experienced a high-intensity Champions League battle 2 days ago, so we are sure to get points at Highbury. Tottenham coach Martin expressed his confidence in getting points in an interview. Of course, he didn't dare to say that they would win. He believed that if Arsenal fell behind in this game, it would turn into a terrible game. The last North London derby in Highbury's history was lost. Even if Tottenham's head coach was still rational, he would not dare to think about it according to Arsenal's current state this season. So you will defend with all your strength? The reporter of Sky Sports was not a pushover and deliberately provoked him. The game is ever-changing and nothing is fixed. Although facing Arsenal, we will definitely play with our usual attitude. Martin's face changed when he heard this question, and he hurriedly answered firmly, not giving the reporters any room to exploit. He didn't want fans to throw bricks at him before the game. Tottenham fans didn't care how good Arsenal's current state was. They would spare no effort to give this mortal enemy a bad taste. On the Tottenham fans' website, Tottenham fans immediately posted slogans such as "Bury Highbury," "Let Highbury die with shame," "Let Arsenal people remember Highbury and nightmares," and so on. On the Arsenal fan website, Arsenal fans were not to be outdone, posting "The blood of Tottenham fans, sacrificed to Highbury. Let Highbury become the lifelong demon of Tottenham fans. Highbury, the mountain that Tottenham fans will never be able to cross. Arsenal, they are very strong this season, but that's not the most important thing. We have played against too many strong teams, it's nothing special. The important thing is that we will use 200% of our strength every time we play against them, and this game is no exception, just wait and see." Defoe issued a challenge before the game. Tottenham, they have always played the role of chasing, and this season is no exception. We will not give them any chance at Highbury. Van Persie also said firmly, "This is an interesting game, which will remain in the history of Highbury, and we will win in the end." Fabregas expressed his confidence in winning in a concise manner. "There is nothing wrong with playing against Arsenal. We play against them every season. There is nothing to be nervous about. On the contrary, we are already feeling impatient." Keane was also not to be outdone. "Lee, how will you deal with Tottenham this time?" As soon as he arrived at Highbury, he was immediately surrounded by reporters from The Guardian. Lee Yuxin would certainly not be allowed to be interviewed, especially in the first round of the match between the two sides. Lee Yuxin clashed with Tottenham fans and was suspended for one game, which made Lee Yuxin, who is at the peak of his career, the focus of this game. There is no other way, defeat them thoroughly. Lee Yuxin was more determined than ever before and issued a killing order. From the beginning, this last North London derby at Highbury started a war of words outside the stadium, and both sides were waiting for the start of this game. "You will be killed. Get out of North London. This place belongs to us. Send points, boy, send points, boy. Blood sacrifice to Tottenham fans. Blood sacrifice to Tottenham fans." As the Tottenham bus arrived not far from them, all the Arsenal fans outside Highbury Stadium burst into amazing energy, and various slogans and threats emerged one after another. "Kick them. Let them cry in their dreams. Bury Highbury." Similarly, the fans of Tottenham were not to be outdone. They arrived right after their own bus. They were also numerous and close. It could even be said that most of the Arsenal fans and Tottenham fans were neighbors on the street. They usually had a good relationship, but at this time they were enemies. The sky was full of flags, and countless Arsenal fans were waving huge cannon flags to welcome the game. North London, Arsenal. North London, Arsenal. North London, Arsenal. There were even hundreds of Arsenal diehards with their upper bodies naked, shouting the slogan "North London, Arsenal," declaring their belonging to North London. The entire Highbury has reached a boiling point, and those fans are waiting for the game to start, to burst out all their enthusiasm. This is the derby. For the fans, in a season, other teams can lose, but their derby opponents cannot. 5 wins are not enough to replace the joy brought by a derby victory. Highbury, Highbury, dear goal, welcome to the great Highbury Stadium. Today we will play against our weak and noisy neighbors, Tottenham Hotspur. Now tell our neighbors your attitude. SHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHMartin will be fired soon. You will have nightmares. Cenk led the Arsenal fans in the stadium to put the greatest pressure on the Tottenham players and fans who came nearby. Arsenal. 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 Thierry. 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 Lee. 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 While Arsenal was warming up on the sidelines, the whole Highbury entered its second climax. They cheered the name of their team and the heroes in their hearts, deafening and shaking the entire stadium. It's about to start. My God, Highbury is no longer the quiet library it used to be. It seems that with the appearance of Lee's heavy artillery, they have become even crazier and more exciting. Matthew and Adams are still partners. The season is about to end. Adams also feels that the entire Highbury has completely transformed into a roaring palace. The domineering aura is becoming more and more flamboyant, which is completely different from the past. He can't help but sigh. This is the influence of great players. Adams and Vieira brought iron blood to Arsenal in the past, Thierry, Robert, and Dennis imported elegance, and Lee brought vitality and flamboyance to this team. After the end of this season, Lee's position in Arsenal will definitely not be weaker than any of them. He has incomparable talent. This season, Lee's role in Arsenal is no less than Thierry, or even greater. The unimaginable personal performance is enough to explain everything. He is a player with the sun's light. Matthew sighed one after another. After paying attention to the whole process, Matthew, a senior researcher, knows the whole change of Arsenal best. 16 goals in the league plus 12 assists, 7 goals in the Champions League, 4 assists, 2 goals in the League Cup, 1 assist for Allure, and 3 crucial goals in the FA Cup. Almost everyone was shocked by Lee Yuxin's performance in his first season. Some people even said that Arsenal had become Lee Yuxin's team. This was a bit exaggerated, but no one would deny that Lee Yuxin had stood out from behind Henry and became a team that was on par with him. No one in the world of football had such performance at the age of 18. Arsenal's vitality was also fierce and abnormal. Before the club game was over, they had already scored more than 140 goals. Henry also scored more than 30 goals, and Van Persie also scored more than 20 goals. The other players were also amazing. In the entire European continent, except for Barcelona, no team could have such an explosion like Arsenal this season, thanks to the performance of Henry, Lee Yuxin, and Van Persie. Indeed, Arsenal is now extremely strong, especially in the midfield. Cesc has become one of the top midfielders in Europe this season. Robin has matured throughout the season and has been almost free of injuries. He has completely taken over Dennis's job. Thierry has continued his performance from last season and has not suffered too many injuries. What is even more amazing is that Lee has emerged without any signs and has become the backbone of the team. Especially his performance against those giant teams has directly solved a lot of difficulties for Arsenal. No wonder they all say that Lee is the heavy artillery king of the giant Terminator. The speed at which these young people of Arthur have risen is really amazing. It is not surprising that they will have such performance in a few years, but it is really unexpected that they have grown so fast this season. Adams was also full of emotion. Well, Robin's performance this season can be said to be extraordinary. He makes Dennis's away from the team tactics seem insignificant, and Cesc can completely replace Vieira's role in the team after receiving support from Lee in the midfield. Matthew made a more targeted analysis. Yes, after this game, it can be said that Arsenal has entered the final stage. Let's turn our attention back to this game. Adams changed the subject and quickly returned to the game. Well, I'm curious about what Arthur's starting lineup will be. They will go to Spain in 4 days. Although they are leading by a large margin, this game is also related to Arsenal's next game. The derby is extremely hot, and Arthur definitely doesn't want his players to get injured. Matthew waited for the starting lineup to be sent from the front. Chapter 138 Become captain again. We must get rid of those guys today. I will not let them get in at all. Goal, goal. The Arsenal dressing room was already gearing up, everyone staring at the clock with piercing eyes. You have no choice in this game. If you don't want to be disturbed at night, you can only win. This is the last time we will play against Tottenham at Highbury. I want you to go all out. Do you understand? Wenger started with a stern shout. I understand. Arsenal players responded one after another. Listen carefully to the starting lineup for this game. Lehmann, Jandreau, Toure, Senderos, Flamini, Lee, Diaby, Gilberto, Silva, Pires, Van Persie, Adabare. According to our inherent model, this game is at our home ground. We just need to play our game, and oppress the opponent and keep them on the edge of the cliff. This is what you have to do. Lee, you are the captain in this game. Do you understand your obligations? After Wenger confirmed the starting lineup again, she sent out a message of attack, and finally announced her captain's choice, and everyone was stunned. Pires and Silva's eyes were a little volatile, but they did not refute. They looked at Lee Yuxin quietly, with complicated and incomprehensible eyes. Understood. Win the game. Lee Yuxin was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Wenger's firm eyes, he immediately expressed his position and answered with a resolute face. At this time, his heart was also mixed. This is not a tasteless game. This is a North London derby, the last North London derby at Highbury. All Arsenal people are extremely sacred and look forward to this game, and it is destined to be recorded in Arsenal's history. In such a major game, Wenger let Lee Yuxin be the captain. How could Lee Yuxin not be excited and excited? He almost gritted his teeth to guarantee it. Well, let's go. Wenger nodded and issued a battle order to his disciples. In the away locker room, it was extremely solemn. Everyone was sorting out their equipment. There was no expression on their faces, but their eyes were also full of fighting spirit, no worse than those of the Arsenal players. Listen, in this game, you must hold your ground first. You must not let them overwhelm you during the opening period. You must not lose to the opponent in momentum and let them attack recklessly. This is Highbury. Apart from White Hart Lane, this is the place that best reflects your will. I want you to show 200% of your strength. Martin also encouraged his players at the end. He did not talk about specific tactics because he had emphasized it countless times in the past 2 days. He only had to start with morale. When the players of both sides appeared in the tunnel, the Tottenham players looked at him in disbelief, and then looked at the other Arsenal players with a hint of mockery. The meaning in their eyes was self-evident. Don't you have anyone at Arsenal? Let an 18-year-old boy lead you. In England, the captain is an extremely sacred title. In England, the captain can almost be called the head coach on the field, the absolute spiritual pillar on the field. It is not like other countries, which is basically determined by playing time and can be endured. It is more of a spiritual recognition, representing the recognition of the club, coach, players, and even fans and opponents. It is an absolute embodiment of comprehensive strength. Lee Yuxin is not bad in these aspects, but he has a big problem in terms of qualifications. He is too young. He is just a young man who has played for almost a season. Although his performance is far better than others, his qualifications are not worth remembering, let alone others' recognition of him, although he has been the captain on the field in the cup game. Tottenham people, we will make you completely surrender here today. Lee Yuxin looked at the Tottenham players staring at him with wide eyes, and knew what they meant, so he immediately started to provoke. Really, kid, we will let you know that not everything is smooth sailing. Wild Boar Davis glanced at Lee Yuxin, with a murderous look on his face. Today, he was playing against Lee Yuxin, so of course he had to teach the younger generation something. Tisk. Lee Yuxin also looked at him with disdain, but he was not inferior in momentum. For such an old player with a hot temper, fierce style, and many honors, Lee Yuxin certainly knew that he could only win their respect on the field, so he did not argue, as long as he showed his attitude. The verbal fight between Lee Yuxin and Davis was just a footnote to the fight between the two teams. In the corridor, they had already used their eyes to strangle each other many times, and their mouths were certainly not idle. Arsenal was determined to win the last North London derby at Highbury and put a perfect end to Highbury. As for Tottenham, they would definitely leave their own mark at this historical moment, so that they could brag about it later. More importantly, they had never conquered Highbury in the Wenger era, and this time they were determined to seize this last chance. Hoo. The rumbling sound continued throughout Highbury, and the passionate fans of both sides encouraged all their vocal cords to roar. Boom boom boom, the rumbling sound rang out, the ribbons flew, and the purple ocean in the stadium kept rolling. With us. When Bennett led the players from both teams out, the noise at Highbury reached its climax. In the stands, there were Arsenal fans waving their team flags everywhere, and Tottenham fans were unwilling to be overwhelmed. An entire side of the stands was filled with Tottenham fans waving their team's white scarves, determined to compete with Arsenal fans for attention. It's about to start. This game is so exciting. As expected, Thierry and Cesc are not on the starting lineup. The captain is. Adam stared at Arsenal's starting lineup for a moment, but soon he was stunned. Lee. Oh, God, Lee is the captain of this game. Matthew also screamed. It's so shocking, Arthur's move this time is really huge. Is it okay to let someone as young as Lee be the captain in such an important game? The captain is not a position measured by daily performance. What will the Arsenal locker room think? The Frenchman's appointment of captain deviates from his homeland for the first time. Oh my God, the last North London derby at Highbury, an 18-year-old captain, what kind of choice is this? In this game, Arthur brought Arsenal into an unpredictable track, not just his rotation. Lee, can you withstand the pressure of the derby? Lee Yuxin is destined to enter the history of the Arsenal club. Enter in an irreplaceable way. Oh my God, is Arthur's demand on Lee too high and too fast? Oh my God, my Lee is the captain of this game. Oh, but I believe Lee can do a good job, just like in the FA Cup match, when everyone saw Lee Yuxin wearing the captain's team badge, the discussion suddenly started, and all eyes were focused on the man with tightly pursed lips. Even Cenk exclaimed when he saw Lee Yuxin. Although he turned around, the doubt and unreality in his tone were clearly revealed. Lee Yuxin felt the pressure. The eyes of the whole audience pressed on Lee Yuxin in an invisible way. He felt nervous for the first time. But no matter what, the game had to start. When shaking hands one by one, Lee Yuxin felt the teasing eyes of the Tottenham players. He knew that this was a game that would be a journey between heaven and hell for him. Little baby, you will bring me good luck. When Lee Yuxin's caddy left and hugged him goodbye, Lee Yuxin took the initiative to kiss his forehead and said, "Come on, my captain." The childish voice, wrinkling the bridge of his nose, waving his little fist, said goodbye to Lee Yuxin. He didn't know what that sentence meant. He just wanted to say a few words to his idol, and that was enough. "Robin, help me." "It's okay, my captain." Lee Yuxin took the initiative to find Van Persie. Hoo Lee. "Come on, my captain. Lead us to defeat them." The whole stadium cheered. Arsenal fans, especially Lee Yuxin's fans, shouted hysterically. As Lee Yuxin raised his arms continuously near the center circle, the waves of sound continued like a tide. The momentum of Highbury reached its first peak, bringing all Arsenal players and fans to a state of blood boiling. Damn young man. Martin had not yet sat down, and was almost knocked to the ground by the huge explosion that suddenly sounded at Highbury. Wenger, on the other hand, looked at his disciples with a gratified smile as they created a terrifying home atmosphere. The Tottenham players instantly felt like they were in the jaws of a tiger, with roars filling their ears, and even a cold wind. This was the disadvantage of being away from home. It seems that Lee still has some tricks, haha. Matthew also felt a little proud of Lee Yuxin. This is the player he follows. Watching him step by step and growing step by step, his heart also changed with Lee Yuxin. I believe Lee Yuxin will have a good performance in this game. Let's take a look at Tottenham's starting lineup. Goalkeeper, number 1 Robinson, 4 defenders, number 7 Startree, number 20 Dawson, number 30 Gardner, number 16 Lee Rongpyo. Midfielder, number 25 Lennon, number 6 Tainio, number 23 Carrick, number 5 Davis, forward, number 10 Robbie Keane, number 18 Defoe. Tottenham also plays a 442 formation. They don't plan to defend. Jose's words don't seem to have much effect. Adams read out Tottenham's starting lineup and felt sorry for Tottenham. If Tottenham defends steadily in this game, Arsenal will have a hard time playing, but if they play against each other, they may suffer a great loss. Haha, Jose is a very good master and a top utilitarian football coach, more modern, but there are too many unpredictable factors in the derby, especially the hundreds of years of historical traditions. They will not give up half a step in momentum, especially at the beginning of the game. Fans, players and even clubs don't want to see their team lose to the opponent on the field and be suppressed like a turtle. This may be face, but it is also a kind of backbone, the pride of not succumbing to the opponent. Even if you fail, you have to make the opponent spit out half of his life. It's normal. Oh, the game has started, let's watch the game first. Matthew seemed a little old-fashioned and gave some unnecessary explanations. When he heard the whistle, Matthew immediately turned back to the screen. Forward, Arsenal. Tear them apart. Sink, Tottenham. Bury, Highbury. Stab them to death. Fight, Warriors. Amidst the huge and complex shouts, a whistle sounded, and Arsenal took the lead. After Lee Yuxin and Adebayor passed the ball, they immediately returned to their positions, allowing Van Persie to continue in the shadow striker position. After Diaby received the pass from Adebayor, he immediately passed it to Pires feed and immediately moved forward. In this game, he would replace Fabregas, who was rotating, and partner with Silva in the middle, so his offensive task was heavier. After Pires got the ball, Lennon immediately rushed over, with a fierce momentum. Pires dribbled, but did not shake off the opponent, but was stuck by the opponent's position. Feeling that the opponent was pressing hard, Pires quickly sent the ball to the midfield. As soon as the ball was sent to the midfield, Defoe rushed up immediately. Silva saw that Robbie Keane was already beside Diaby, so he sent the ball to the backcourt and reorganized. Defoe also rushed up, as if he wanted to steal Touré. At the beginning of the game, Tottenham was like a wolf that had been hungry for several days, and the ball was their food. They kept rushing for the ball, and Arsenal couldn't get the ball to the front all of a sudden. Lee Yuxin rushed back to the half-court and responded. After receiving the ball from Jandru's feed, Lee Yuxin faced the defense of Davis, who had a strong style, and Robbie Keane followed. Lee Yuxin didn't care. He quickly pulled back and sent the ball to Diaby in the middle at the first time. He rushed and directly inserted along the side. Diaby knew Lee Yuxin's movements long ago and quickly returned after receiving the ball. Davis was the same, but he knew it. When Lee Yuxin rushed up, Davis was still confused. He didn't expect Lee Yuxin's explosive power to be so strong. It was almost a reminder of years of experience. Davis also rushed hard, not slower than Lee Yuxin at all. The ball was a little small and could not be measured in advance. Lee Yuxin had to slow down and prepare to move forward with the ball, but he was slow at this time. Davis' thigh had already reached it, and the sliding tackle behind him swept the ball directly out of the sideline. When Jandro sent the ball out of bounds, Lee Yuxin and Diaby were followed by the opponent's players without giving way, and Jandro had to throw it to the front court with great force. Bang! Adebayor and Carrick almost head-to-head, not avoiding at all. Adebayor was strong and grabbed the ball first, but was knocked to the ground by Carrick, who caught up later. Ding! Seeing Adebayor fall to the ground in pain, Bennett had to stop the game and signaled Arsenal's team doctor to come in quickly. "How is it, Elman?" "Referee, just like before, not avoiding at all. Carrick just bumped into my teammate from behind. Dangerous move." Lee Yuxin quickly came over to check on Adebayor's condition. Seeing him shaking his head, he knew that he should be fine, but he immediately put pressure on Bennett. "Lee, you know, this is the beginning of the game. I will not allow fouls, but I have my standards, I hope you understand." Although Bennett penalized Carrick for a foul, he also said that he would not play a card. Well, Lee Yuxin nodded helplessly. He knew that it was unlikely to get Carrick a yellow card, but in order for his team to have a more comfortable passing opportunity next time, he had to protest to the referee. Free kick. In the 3rd minute of the game, Adebayor won a free kick of about 30 meters for Arsenal on the right side of Tottenham. Lee Yuxin deservedly stood in front of the ball. Van Persie had a left foot, but he was a striker, and Lee Yuxin's free kick skills were not inferior to him. Moreover, at such a long distance, Lee Yuxin's passing and shooting were more advantageous than Van Persie's. Lee Yuxin decided to take the penalty himself. Chapter 139 Fierce Fight. Lee will take the penalty. Will he shoot or pass the ball? All the questions were there. I'm looking forward to it. No matter what Lee chooses, it will be a beautiful way. Another die-hard fan of Lee Yuxin. Keep him, keep him. Don't let them get the second point, don't let them get the second point. Martin kept shouting on the sidelines. In the penalty area of Tottenham, it was already crowded. Arsenal players and Tottenham players were entangled, and no one gave in. Lee. As Lee Yuxin stood in front of the ball, the whole Highbury remembered a huge roar. They hadn't seen Lee Yuxin score a goal directly from a free kick for too long. They hoped to see Lee Yuxin's devilish smile fall on the enemy again. Lee Yuxin's eyes wandered in the penalty area, as if he was looking for something, but he soon retracted his eyes and stared coldly at the opponent's goal. With Bennett's voice, Lee Yuxin started, swung his left foot, and a curve flew out quickly. The ball was passed from the outside, along the outside of the left foot. Lee Yuxin did not choose to shoot, but to pass the ball. And it was not deep into the penalty area, but outside the crowd, on the left side of the penalty area. Pires had already rushed up from the left side, facing the falling ball, and swung his right foot, with a snap. Another arc, an inward arc. Perez's magic right foot rubbed out an arc. When everyone came to their senses and turned their heads, the ball flew over again, catching everyone off guard, including Tottenham goalkeeper Robinson. Go, go. No, Robinson. Both Arsenal fans and Tottenham fans exclaimed in an instant, jumped up from their seats, and stared at the ball passing the crowd with wide eyes. Robinson jumped with all his strength, stretched his body as far as he could, and flew sideways, but watched the ball fly past his fingertips and around the goal. The net made a swish sound. Oh. No. God? Huh? Thank God. Arsenal fans celebrated loudly, while Tottenham fans were in mourning. Arsenal almost scored a goal with a free kick. Although they continued to press, they did not dare to make too big moves. Arsenal's attack started, and Tottenham was also unwilling to be outdone. They fought for every ball and attacked quickly. The game soon entered the offensive stage. In the 7th minute of the game, Lennon's pass was destroyed by Flamini and Tottenham won a corner kick. After Defoe received Lennon's tactical corner kick, he passed the ball directly without waiting for the Arsenal defender to come. Senderos missed the man in the middle, and Tanio's header from 7 yards in front of the goal hit Lehmann's heart. Arsenal escaped by luck. However, this also aroused Tottenham's determination to attack fiercely. The fierce fight started again. In the 13th and 15th minutes of the game, they created 2 excellent killing opportunities respectively. In the 13th minute, Lennon cut inside, easily broke through Senderos and made a cross pass. Defoe turned around at the edge of the penalty area to get rid of Jadru, and before the defender came over, he made a cunning left foot lob. Lehmann chased back with all his strength, jumped, and just when the ball was about to enter the goal frame, he dragged the ball over the crossbar. Hoo 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 hoo, the whole audience gasped, and the Tottenham fans looked at Lehmann in annoyance and kept shaking their heads. In the 15th minute, Van Persie was hooked down from behind by Carrick, but the referee did not make a penalty, and the Arsenal players had no time to complain to the referee. Carrick took 2 steps and made a direct pass in the middle. Defoe stopped the ball with his chest and turned around, shaking off Toure to form a half-single knife. Just when everyone thought he was going to break through, Defoe suddenly shot with his right foot. Lehmann, who was attacking, fell to the ground subconsciously, and with a pop, his left hand bravely blocked Defoe's shot. Jens! Jens! The whole audience immediately shouted Lehmann. He fouled. The Arsenal players who escaped the disaster immediately complained to the referee, and Van Persie protested to Bennett immediately. Beep beep. Bennett blew the whistle impatiently to signal Van Persie to go away. Referee, he is just a little aggrieved. Okay, we have to get the ball back, just be careful. Lee Yuxin smiled at Bennett. He had already seen that Bennett was not strict in whistling physical confrontations and small actions. He immediately pulled Van Persie away and whispered a few words in his ear. Yes. Van Persie nodded with a sharp look. After roughly seeing the referee's judgment on the action, Lee Yuxin also increased the intensity of the action. He would not complain to the referee one after another. Unless there was something serious, the referee would not change his standards at all. However, Lee Yuxin did not want to let his side suffer. After all, it was a North London derby. Playing against a fierce team like Tottenham, Lee Yuxin would not do it in a too elegant way. In the 17th minute of the game, after defending Davis from getting the ball, Lee Yuxin used his elbow to hit Davis' waist, causing him to lose his balance and steal the ball. In the 19th minute, Lee Yuxin made a side tackle and after stealing the ball, he didn't have time to retract his foot and directly knocked Davis down, causing great dissatisfaction among the Tottenham players. And Van Persie was even more ruthless. In the 20th minute, when defending, he accidentally left Carrick's shoes under his feet. At the end, he returned the shoes to Carrick with a wry smile. In the 21st minute, when Van Persie was competing for a header, he dodged Tinio who was pressing down from behind, causing the opponent to accidentally fall to the ground after grabbing the ball, forcing Tinio to move on the sidelines. Referee, he dodged on purpose. What do you mean by intentional? If he didn't dodge, Robin would be injured. Don't complain like a child. What did you say? You clearly did it on purpose. Why, isn't it? You played dirty and dare to criticize others. Just play your own ball well. It also caused a commotion. When Defoe saw Tinio leave the field, he immediately complained to the referee. Lee Yuxin pulled Van Persie behind him and impatiently retorted Defoe's words. Seeing Defoe's angry look, Van Persie took a step forward and refused to give in to any rebuttal. Lee Yuxin also took a step forward and looked at him with disdain. The two big guys over 1.8 meters tall surrounded Defoe in an instant, and immediately suppressed each other in momentum. "Hey, what do you want to do? You're going to suffer, kid." Davis came over quickly, brought Defoe out, looked at Lee Yuxin and Van Persie sarcastically. His short body was strong and powerful. "Ding ding ding, Lee, Davis, take your players away and control your emotions." Bennett came over quickly and looked at the captains of both sides threateningly. "Damn it, this is going to be a card." In the following game, the two sides not only started to fight each other in offense, but also in fouls. Lee Yuxin led by example and spared no effort to fight with the opponent in defense. Softig, you can't get through. Foul, foul. He pulled someone, he pulled someone. The whole Highbury fell into endless complaints and curses. People from both sides began to fall to the ground, and the North London derby entered a melee. Arsenal was not afraid of the confrontation with Tottenham and quickly took control of the situation on the field. After stabilizing, their offense began to constantly threaten Tottenham's defense. In this way, the competition between the two sides became more and more intense. Tottenham would never dare to be controlled by the opponent on the field all the time, otherwise they would lose the ball sooner or later, so the fight became more and more intense. Damn, this is a dangerous move. The referee should have seen it. Wenger kept complaining to the referee, feeling both happy and worried. He was worried that if there was no competition, some players would be likely to get injured. He was happy that Lee Yuxin's response to Tottenham made him see the shadow of Vieira, and the undefeated team seemed to reappear. In the 32nd minute of the game, Wenger's worries appeared, and Bennett, who finally realized that the situation was somewhat out of control, showed the first yellow card. The ball was intercepted. The ball was intercepted. Lee, rush over. It's Lee Yuxin again. Davis had stolen the ball from Jodrell's feet, but before Davis could turn around, Lee Yuxin had already kicked the ball away. Davis wanted to push Lee Yuxin behind him. Unfortunately, although Davis was very strong, he was not tall enough. Lee Yuxin easily stepped forward and squeezed in front of him with his big foot. He exerted force with his waist and abdomen and directly squeezed Davis away. As soon as Lee Yuxin pulled the ball, it started immediately, and the entire Arsenal's offensive machine started running again. After Davis was squeezed away by Lee Yuxin, he didn't hear the referee's whistle and rushed forward immediately. He had seen that the Korean was shaken by Lee Yuxin like a cabbage in the wind, and the defense was about to collapse. With a snap, Lee Yuxin easily shook Lee Rongzero aside, and got up, intending to go straight into the penalty area. At this moment, a scissor kick, invincible scissor kick, came from behind Lee Yuxin, and Lee Yuxin was immediately swept to the ground. Ding ding ding. Bennett realized that something was wrong, and rushed forward, signaled the team doctor to come in, and showed the yellow card to Davis. Arsenal got another direct free kick. Shush 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 bastard, you can't walk out of Highbury. I'll kill you. We'll turn you into a roasted pig. Send him off, send him off. At this time, Highbury had become an angry volcano, and the boos and threats became the most violent flames, echoing for a long time above the stadium. Colin, I'm fine, just a little sore. Lee Yuxin saw Colin constantly checking his leg, which wasted a lot of time, and he couldn't feel any discomfort, so he wanted to go back to the court. Well, if you feel anything wrong, leave the field immediately, okay, Lee. Colin checked and found that Lee Yuxin's left ankle was a little blue, but the shin guard was slightly dented, which showed how strong the impact was at that time, so Colin did not dare to be careless. Well, I understand. Lee Yuxin nodded, and with the referee's permission, he immediately rushed into the field. Pa 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 pa. The scene also rang out violent applause to welcome the return of their captain. Colin, Lee is okay. On the sidelines, Wenger was worried. Although he saw Lee Yuxin entering the field soon, he was really afraid of getting a message that he could hold on. Lee Yuxin's tactical role in Arsenal was too great at this time. It's okay, Lee's body is amazing, don't worry, Arthur. Who'll take the penalty? Look, Lee and Robin are still discussing it. Both Lee and Robin want to take the penalty. It seems that neither of them wants to give in. Lee seems angry. Oh, come out, Robin backed away. Why is Robin laughing? Is he helpless? The big screen showed Lee Yuxin and Van Persie whispering in front of the ball. It seemed that both of Arsenal's main players wanted to take the penalty, but in the end Van Persie chose to walk away with a smile. How is it? Is it okay? It's okay, but be careful next time, that damn referee may be strict. Chapter 140. This is Derby 1. The free kick was still on the right side, and the distance was even closer, only 23 meters. Lee Yuxin took the penalty again, with a similar posture, a similar expression, and even a similar gaze at the end, locking onto the goal. In and outside the penalty area, the Tottenham players did not dare to be careless, staring closely at the people they were defending. Lee Yuxin's free kick just now had scared them into cold sweat. The 5 Tottenham players standing in the human wall were even more nervous. It appeared, Lee's smile appeared. Damn it, I hate this confident smile. With Bennett's whistle, Lee Yuxin took a run up, swung his legs, and rubbed his legs. The inner arc, an inner arc passed like a rainbow, quickly bypassing the human wall and rushing directly to the goal. Missed, the ball kept escaping the players in the penalty area, and finally bypassed Robinson, who was flying sideways. With a crisp swish, the ball tore the net with a huge rotation force and lifted the white high. Goal. Perfect free kick, perfect players. Lee scored for us first. Captain scored another goal. Hoo, we knocked Tottenham down again, this neighbor who has been following us. 2-0. Hooey. It's in. Lee. Come on, dear. Captain. King of London. Arsenal. King of London. Arsenal. King of London. Arsenal. Hooah. Watching the ball spin into the net, Lee Yuxin roared to the sidelines, soared into the air, waved his arms, raised his head high, and looked at the stands where the Tottenham fans were with a defiant look on his face, raising his arms together, indicating that the Arsenal fans were shouting even louder. Lee. The whole Highbury was instantly enveloped by this Lee sound, and the long-lasting shouts kept filling the ears of the Tottenham fans, making them extremely depressed. Having fallen behind by 1 goal, the situation was about to be controlled by the opponent. Martin's complaints to the referee reached a peak. He looked at the field with a sullen face and walked back and forth. Arthur, Lee is really a captain. You bet right this time. He did not disappoint the trust of our coaching staff. Pat looked at Lee Yuxin, who was constantly negotiating with the referee, with admiration, and his relief was self-evident. Well, Patrick, Stephen, Carlos and others have a good relationship with Lee, and Terry often takes him with him. Lee did not disappoint the trust of his companions and did a good job. Wenger nodded, with a smile on his face. Lee Yuxin, who can open up the situation for the team and make the opponent lose his mind, is what Wenger has always wanted and what he wants to cultivate. The situation turned to Arsenal's side. Tottenham dared not think about snatching the ball. After all, who knows when this unpredictable Bennett will go crazy, so they had to carefully consider their kicks. In this way, Arsenal's own coordination was very easy to reverse, and they frequently created threats to Tottenham's half. In the 41st minute of the game, Arsenal launched an excellent threat from the left by counter-attacking. Senderos swept Lennon's cross out of the penalty area and was caught by Diaby. Diaby immediately found Lee Yuxin and sent the ball to Lee Yuxin's feet. After Lee Yuxin got the ball, he found that he had no space to break through. In order to prevent him from starting, Tottenham let Davis block near the sideline, and Tainio locked him directly behind him. They would rather let Lee Yuxin take the first step in the middle than let Lee Yuxin break through. Lee Yuxin did not attack forcefully. Before Robbie Keane behind him could catch up, he made a long pass and sent it directly to the other side of the court. Robert. French superstar Robert is here. Lee Yuxin's sudden long pass caught the Tottenham players off guard, because their focus of the game was on Lee Yuxin. Even before that, Pires' side had rarely made any moves. This time, the Tottenham defense was completely torn apart. Pires started at full speed, and the familiar figure made the whole Highbury scream. He rushed forward directly, then suddenly stopped, quickly pulled the ball and turned around. In a series of actions, Pires seemed to be 5 years younger. He passed Startery with elegant and agile movements and cut into the Tottenham penalty area. Pass. Shoot. No. Save it. The whole stadium was shaken in an instant. Arsenal wanted to see their team score another goal and kill the opponent in the second half, while Tottenham fans definitely didn't want to see themselves struggling in the second half. Outside arc, Pires immediately rubbed the outside arc to the middle. A big black foot came out, no one was around, and it quickly changed the trajectory of the ball, creating a wave of white waves. 3-0, autobio ding 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 with Bennett's whistle. The first half of the game ended. Huh? Damn Tottenham players, they are crazy. They really can't run to death. This game is really exciting, but they don't have the chance to get the ball. Haha, so what, we are still letting. Lee did a good job in the first half. Haha, of course. Ha 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 ha. Lee Yuxin and his teammates entered the locker room chatting and laughing. Each of them showed a trace of fatigue, because they fought too hard with Tottenham. The two sides were still fighting until the last second, and the Tottenham players were unwilling to give up until the end of the first half, when the referee's penalty would be relaxed, so they started to press frantically in the last 2 minutes. Arsenal would not let the opponent gain the upper hand at home, so the two sides went back and forth and entered into a fight. However, Bennett did not give a card in the last minute, but kept suspending the game and gave 3 minutes of stoppage time, which was still wasted by the constant fouls of both sides. Matthew, what do you think of Arsenal's performance in the first half? The camera pulled back and Adam spoke first. Well, blood and wisdom. Matthew summarized. Oh, tell me about it. In this game, Tottenham obviously used the strategy of siege and pressing, constantly compressing the space for Arsenal to pass the ball, and using their physical advantage to engage in physical confrontation and attack with Arsenal. It can be seen that Arsenal was suppressed quite badly in the period before the game. However, Arsenal has a very good captain. Lee's bloodiness is no worse than Patrick's. It can be seen that after that, Lee invaded Tottenham players more, boosted Arsenal's overall morale, and regained their possession of the ball. What's even more amazing is Lee's judgment of the changes in the situation on the field. After that ball, Arsenal began to deliberately restrain their actions, causing Tottenham to suffer frequently. Arsenal played very wisely. This is a young and smart team. They are also not lacking in experience and vitality. It's terrible. The more Matthew spoke, the more he felt his love for Arsenal in his heart, and he nodded repeatedly. Well, there is no doubt that Lee and Robin are the protagonists of the first half. Robin was also the most active player in the first half besides Lee. I wonder how Martin will deal with these two energetic players in the second half. Let's take a break and we will know in the second half. Adams quickly summarized and then led the time to the commercial break. You performed very well in the first half and did not lose your footing in the opponent's pressing. However, in the second half, the opponent will definitely intensify the fight for the ball, so you can't relax your vigilance, speed up the rhythm of touching the ball, and try not to get entangled with multiple parties to avoid your injuries. Wenger instructed his tactical arrangements for the second half. Well, take a break. Seeing the players nod, Wenger asked them to take a break and came to Lee Yuxin's side. How is it, Colin? Wenger looked at Colin with concern as he checked Lee Yuxin's injury in the first half. Some bruises and swelling. If Lee feels fine, it should be fine. Colin confirmed it at the end. It's okay, it will be fine after the swelling goes down, teacher. Lee Yuxin shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Don't fight too hard with the Tottenham players in the second half, okay? Wenger nodded, but emphasized Lee Yuxin. He was afraid that the Tottenham players would rush at Lee Yuxin every time. If that happened, even an iron body would fail. Lee, you did a good job in the first half. Try to control the team as much as possible and don't let them get too impatient. Henry also patted Lee Yuxin's shoulder gently, looked at Lee Yuxin with appreciation, and also gave a warning. The derby is not like other games. Henry is worried that his junior brother can't control his emotions. Yes, I understand, Captain. Lee Yuxin nodded. Period. In the second half, we still need to rely on their physical strength. Don't let the opponent have the opportunity to easily pass the ball. Even if we don't steal the ball, we need to let the opponent run around like a rabbit. In terms of defense, we can't relax at all, especially Lee. We should try to let him go to the middle and completely block his passing space. Just don't forget Istanbul. Do you understand? Hoo-hoo, our heroes are coming. Tell them where your support is. Seng's shouting focused all the attention on the game again. Oh. Arsenal. Go ahead. White roses bloom. The stadium surged again, and waves of sound came. Arsenal fans and Tottenham fans roared in a louder voice. Tottenham started the attack in the second half of the game. Tottenham launched a fierce attack at the beginning. The ball was handed to the midfielder. Defoe and Yuxin rushed to Arsenal's half like two tigers. Chapter 141. This is Derby 2, a sudden change. Thioni dribbled the ball quickly to the midfield, facing Diaby's defense, and immediately passed a ball to Lennon's right. Lennon faced Pires directly, and made a few fake moves in a row, followed by a sudden move, leaving Pires with an empty space, and changed his foot arch, intending to send the ball to the middle. Pires was old after all, and Lennon was shaken away by him after a few steps. However, he still had experience. Seeing Lennon's move, he swept the ball out of the sideline. Out of bounds, Diaby pressed Carrick to head the ball to Silva. When Silva was still planning to dribble the ball, Defoe had already rushed to his side. Silva looked at Defoe coming over aggressively, and did not entangle with him anymore. He knocked the ball directly to Lee Yuxin. But before Lee Yuxin could catch the ball, Yuxin appeared like a spirit snake and directly intercepted the ball from the passing route. Lee Yuxin had just turned around and suddenly received the ball, getting rid of Davis's defense. Unexpectedly, the ball was taken by the opponent's player in front of him. He rushed to Yuxin's side and tried to take the ball back. He resisted and pushed. Yuxin was not a pushover. After starting with all his strength, Lee Yuxin could not get the ball from his feet. Lee Yuxin leaned against the opponent, making small movements constantly, trying his best to interfere with the dribbling of the ball. When trying to get a position, he consciously squeezed the opponent's route. Just when Yuxin felt uncomfortable with the ball and wanted to pass the ball to Carrick, who was coming up from the side, Toure suddenly grabbed the ball and directly intercepted it. Ding! Bennett's whistle also sounded, because Yuxin fell near the sideline of the penalty area. No. How can this be a foul? This is a normal action, this is a normal confrontation, sir. Lee Yuxin just received the ball and turned around, ready to rush up. When he heard Bennett's whistle, he was stunned and quickly protested to him. Yet, I didn't hide him either. He fell on purpose, it was a dive. Toure and Van Persie also came to defend themselves, the set piece was too dangerous. What are you doing? You're diving. Did you see that clearly? Do you think others can't see you're acting? Just when Yuxin was lying on the ground and waiting for the referee to make a penalty, Diaby directly pulled Yuxin up with one hand, and the two immediately broke out into a fierce quarrel. Hey, don't make trouble. Damn it, what's wrong? Dude, be quiet. Beep, beep. Bennett hurried over with a whistle. Silva and Davis had already pulled Diaby and Yuxin apart. Lee, you made him lose his balance. Bennett frowned helplessly. He didn't know that the new Arsenal captain would be so difficult to deal with. He hadn't seen Arsenal players so serious in almost a year. He explained, insisted on his penalty, and gave Diaby, who pulled the man first, a yellow card warning. Yuxin and Davis were both standing in front of the free kick, which was on the sideline of the Arsenal penalty area and facing the goal. Lehman moved his body quickly, but the ball was too fast, like a flying knife, and went straight into the net. Guoa, L. Davis, our captain scored. Who said only Lee can score? Only Lee can score, our captain can do it, it's 1-3. The Tottenham commentator, who was suppressed by sang for half the game, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who Tottenham? Tottenham. Davis. Highbury instantly set off a huge white wave, and Tottenham fans rose up and roared at the group of Tottenham players who kept shouting to cheer. Fuck. Lee Yuxin was extremely angry. Looking at the excited faces of the Tottenham players, he cursed angrily. This goal was too infuriating. He was called for a foul right at the beginning of the game, and he was also compensated with a yellow card, which was really unpleasant. Robin, kill them. Well, let's get started. Arsenal, tear them apart. Forward. Beat them. Being tied by Tottenham, Arsenal players would never accept it. In the following game, waves of attack were like a tide, rushing towards Tottenham's position in the endless cheering of Highbury. Tottenham showed no weakness. If I can't grab the ball, I won't let you pass easily. I will pull, tug, and tug. The movement is not big, but it will make you uncomfortable, watching you glare at me. Ding ding ding, the whistle kept blowing. Bennett called Davis over and warned him a few words. Yuxin and Tanio have also received yellow cards. At this time, Lee Yuxin was like a tiger out of the cage, constantly tearing at Tottenham's defense. Lee Rongzhou also paid a yellow card in the 55th minute of the game. The entire left side of Tottenham has been completely opened up by Lee Yuxin. Martin was nervous at first, but then he was excited. Head the ball. Oh. Stop him. Stop him. Don't let him come. Don't let him come. The whole Highbury became uneasy, and as a short man started, they began to get anxious. Robinson suddenly had a chance to kick the goal, and Defoe was in a single shot. Senderis headed the ball and directly let the ball slip behind him. The alert Defoe rushed up in an instant. In terms of explosive power and speed, Senderis was completely defeated by Defoe. Defoe took a step and strode into the Arsenal penalty area. Lehmann subconsciously shouted "not good," rushed out of the goal and pounced on the ball. In a close fight, Defoe moved to the left, and Lehmann pounced on it in the first time, grabbing the ball with both hands. Got it. Lehmann felt the round thing in his hand and knew that he had blocked it. But, ling. A sharp whistle sounded. Bennett's whistle sounded immediately. Defoe fell in the penalty area. Bennett pointed his finger. Penalty. Damn it. He was diving. I didn't touch him. Lehmann pulled Defoe up again and roared at the referee. You touched me. Defoe was short and not afraid at all. Don't act so loud, idiot. You know whether it happened or not. Yes, it happened. Don't deny it. Calm down, Jens. Okay, Defoe, the referee will give us an explanation. Beep 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 sh. Lee, you need to control your players' emotions. I won't be soft next time. Well, I understand. My players are fine. They didn't rush at people like they did, right? Oh. A penalty, and a yellow card. Do you think Jens is unlucky or lucky? If the referee is strict, he can be sent off directly for pulling people. Well, maybe the referee didn't see it. Look at this penalty. All broadcast stations focused on the Arsenal penalty area. A pair of enemies faced each other again. Defoe took the penalty and Lehmann waited for it. Beep, the whistle sounded. Defoe took a run up and hit the goal. Start. Lehmann dived to the ground and scooped it up. Something rolled on his fingertips and he scooped it up, but the ball was too fast. Before Lehmann could make the second move, the ball broke away from Lehmann's hands. Goal. Defoe. Defoe scored a penalty. We are ahead. We are only one goal behind Arsenal at Highbury, 3-2. Defoe. 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 Funeral at Highbury. Funeral at Highbury. Funeral at Highbury. The whole Highbury was immediately occupied by Tottenham fans. All Arsenal fans stood still. They could not accept this fact for a while. Their players missed a golden opportunity, and then the opponent scored one. It was so infuriating, so infuriating. Both goals were like this: a free kick, a penalty, plus 2 yellow cards. The Arsenal players lost their momentum. Lehmann got up and kicked the ball hard. This is going to be difficult for Arsenal. Arthur should consider substitutions. Yes, Seth and Terry should be on. Lee's players have become impatient since the free kick was scored at the beginning. Well, too young. Many comments. Everyone's eyes are focused on Wenger. Exclamation mark. I can't swallow Lee's anger. Van Persie angrily smashed the ball in his arms. Get it back. We have to get this ball back. Lee Yuxin said angrily, but turned to look at the coaching seats. Arthur, should we? Pat's meaning is self-evident. Substitutions. No hurry, the little guys are already impatient. There's still time. Wenger, with a gloomy face, looked at the time, then looked at his players on the field, and suddenly smiled. Chapter 142. This is Derby 3, Accident. Guys, it's time for us to counterattack. We have to crush them. Do you understand? Yes. Oh, my God, hasn't Arthur made any substitutions yet? They are already behind. Yes. What do you mean? Does it have to wait until the last 25 minutes? I don't understand. I don't understand. Terry has to stand up at this time. The game was still going on. Wenger did not make the final personnel adjustments as those people thought, but continued to believe in his players on the field. Lee looks like he's going to explode. Oh, so handsome, with those emerald eyes. No, seeing Lee, I feel full of strength. Lee Yuxin is going to get angry. The camera quickly captured Lee Yuxin. After communicating with his teammates, he stood on the court like a pine tree, waiting for the referee's whistle with an expressionless face. This game cannot be lost. Lee Yuxin stared at the goal sharply. It has been a long time since he had such a desire for victory. Lee Yuxin couldn't help but tighten his body. Beep. When the whistle sounded, Lee Yuxin did not advance at the first time, but retreated to the backcourt. He knew that he was the opponent's key target of defense, but he also had his own changes. After Silva got the ball in the midfield, he habitually looked up at Lee Yuxin, only to find that Lee Yuxin was beside him. Silva didn't need to dribble again and directly handed the ball to Lee Yuxin's feet. Davis had to catch up, and Defoe also came over to prepare for the scramble. Seeing Davis coming, Lee Yuxin suddenly started and closed the distance. Lee Yuxin suddenly dunked the ball, then turned around and knocked it. He didn't choose to force a breakthrough, but directly sent the ball out. In Arsenal's tactics, Lee Yuxin's tactical position is the most changeable. This is what Wenger has emphasized many times in training this season. Others can only fill in for Lee Yuxin in attack. Therefore, Jandrew must press to the side to scout for Lee Yuxin. The Tottenham players did not expect that Lee Yuxin, who was rushing up and down just now, would suddenly stop rushing forward. When they came to their senses, Jandrew started with a slow but rhythmic pace. Tainio hurried to fill in behind Davis. When he arrived, Jandrew blocked his body like a big iron gate, and then knocked his heel and sent the ball out. Diaby, he followed Tainio's start and moved forward. He got into position at the first time. When he got the ball on the left side of the front of the Tottenham penalty area, the space in front of him had opened up. Lee Rongzhou hurried over to block, but Diaby looked tall and thin, but his skills were not comparable to this Korean. One dunk. Another dunk. Diaby was like performing magic. In a very short time, he made two moves, followed by a big body squeeze, and quickly ran over Lee Rongzhou and entered the penalty area. A hole was poked in the Tottenham defense line. Gardner hurried over to fill the position. The entire Tottenham penalty area began to shake. Adebayor missed two sure goals in a row. At this time, he was already holding back his anger and pressing Dawson hard, ready to make a point at any time. And Van Persie was also cruising on the Tottenham defense line. Pires had already quickly moved forward. Everyone was waiting for Diaby's fatal pass. Snap, the ball finally poked out. Poked out, yes, Diaby relied on Gardner and poked the ball outside the penalty area, in the middle. Lee Yuxin and Diaby changed positions and naturally appeared there, and behind him were Davis and others who had not caught up in time. Lee Highbury's instant roar completely woke everyone up. Damn it, block it quickly. Is it coming? Lee, oh. Everyone looked at Lee Yuxin, who was already in position, at the arc of the penalty area, right in the area of his signature heavy artillery. Carrick rushed up madly as if he didn't care about his life, and other Tottenham players followed closely behind. Don't let him shoot. Martin jumped up all of a sudden, screaming hysterically. He felt extremely uneasy. It's been less than a minute. All the live broadcast rooms were staring at the changes on the field, only to see Lee Yuxin's right foot lifted high, glanced, and quickly swung it down. In front of him was the figure of Carrick shrinking and rushing up. With a snap dunk and a flick of his left foot, Lee Yuxin dodged Carrick's block. But the ball flew over the entire Tottenham defense in all the stunned eyes. Van Persie's ghostly figure appeared, and he started at the moment Lee Yuxin dunked the ball, and at the moment of picking the ball, he finally got it away from Dawson and thrust his chest out. There was no offside, a single shot. Van Persie successfully counter-offside, and faced Robinson directly. After all, he is Robinson, just a little better than Robinson. Van Persie's left foot swung open at a wide angle, shot, swept inside, and directly swept the right corner of the goal, but Robinson was fooled by Van Persie's shooting action, thinking that he was going to push the left foot, and directly jumped to the left. The picture was staggered, which seemed neat and tidy. Guoa, Robin man tied the score for us. Good job, a perfect shot, a perfect cooperation. 58 seconds, we used 58 seconds to grind away the advantage of Tottenham, 2-2. Senk's voice woke everyone up. Lee, that pass was awesome, haha, well done, hoo-hoo, good job, Lee. Robin, Van Persie came up to hug Lee Yuxin the first time, and the two were surrounded by Arsenal players and came to the stands, receiving the cheers of all the fans. Damn it, monster, Martin gritted his teeth and looked at Lee Yuxin's figure. Although Van Persie's movement and shot were beautiful, the key was Lee Yuxin's receiving and passing. One receiving drew everyone's attention to himself, and one passing was even more unexpected. The two changes completely disrupted Tottenham's defense. Even though he was outside the court, Martin did not notice that Li Yuxin had slipped to the front of the penalty area. The opponent's ability to read the game was too terrible. Martin simply stood on the field this time. He could not sit still. For more than 30 minutes, the opponent relied on this half-new lineup to hold on for so long, and his uneasiness was even greater. Well, it didn't disappoint. Wenger couldn't help but raise his arms high when Van Persie scored. His face was full of smiles and he kept pumping his arms excitedly. The Tottenham players looked at the score with some disappointment. They didn't expect the opponent to catch up so quickly. There were still 30 minutes left and they already had a card. The game continued. Arsenal's morale was high and they kept suppressing Tottenham's attack. The Tottenham players no longer had the energy to press the Arsenal players. They kept defending steadily. The Tottenham players had changed unconsciously. Seeing that the Tottenham players were mainly defensive, Li Yuxin felt a little anxious. In the 63rd minute of the game, Li Yuxin cut inside, dribbled and flicked the ball continuously. After he dodged Davis and Carrick, he saw Lee Rongzhou coming again and shot a cold shot directly into the stands. Li Yuxin received a pass from the backcourt again. When he turned to face Davis, he was ready to pass the ball with his legs, and Martin's roar from the sidelines came again, "Don't let him pass the ball easily. Damn it, let's fight." Davis almost subconsciously shoveled towards Li Yuxin. The big foot with studs on it was impossible to avoid it at such a close distance, not to mention that Li Yuxin himself was not prepared for such a move. Bang! When Davis' big foot chopped on Li Yuxin's ankle, Davis, who was not far away from him, could even hear such a clear crisp sound. A strong impact directly knocked Li Yuxin over with a ball. Li Yuxin fell to the grass again, covering his ankle with his hands in great pain. It was obvious that blood was oozing out of this guy's socks. Van Persie, who was closest to the scene of the incident, pushed Davis away and punched him, while other Arsenal players also ran over, pushing and shoving with the Tottenham players, roaring and cursing. "Fuck. Damn you. There was already a commotion on the field over there, but when Wenger saw the scene of Li Yuxin being kicked into the air by Davis, his mind went blank, and when he reacted, he burst into a swear word. The assistant coaches over there had all gone to the field to separate the fights, or, to participate in the fight, but no one really noticed Wenger's actions. However, this does not mean that someone just stood quietly on the sidelines without moving. On the contrary, his rage was even more terrifying. When they found out, they were really stunned. The gentle professor rushed directly to the Tottenham bench and pushed Martin angrily. Bale actually followed and kicked Martin to the ground, then raised his hand to hide him, and the Arsenal fans in the stands also went crazy, and the police and security guards hurried forward F0000K! Exclamation mark. What is going on? Adams and Matthew really couldn't care less about any live broadcast accidents now. He almost subconsciously cursed in Chinese, because the scene was completely out of control. This was the first time they had such a problem during the broadcast. Even the TV broadcasters were probably confused. But what made them at a loss was definitely not only the problem of Adams and his swearing during the live broadcast, but also the chaotic scene on the court. Especially the PK on the sidelines. This should be called a beating, because Martin didn't even get back at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. This is Darby. 3. Amos. After knocking Martin down, Bale picked up a water bottle and grabbed Martin and started to punch him. He had no idea that if it weren't for Li Yuxin, he would play under this coach and become a Tottenham player. He wanted to beat this damn guy now! Exclamation mark. Damn, when have you ever seen Martin in such a miserable state? This old guy has been in the Premier League for so long, and he probably didn't expect that one day he would be beaten up by the opposing coach and players on the sidelines, right? That blonde hair was all messed up. Well, let alone Martin's dazed and macy expression now. In fact, the entire Highbury Stadium was already messy, including those reporters on the sidelines. Some guys forgot to press the shutter and captured the rare moment in the lens. There were also a few who reacted quickly. The photos in the hands of these guys are estimated to be the most valuable collections in a few decades. Who has ever seen Martin being beaten? This is a spectacle that only happens once in 1,000 years. This photo is definitely worth a lot of money. Martin has been a coach for more than 20 years and has coached countless matches, big and small. However, he has been in Italy for so long that he probably never thought that he would have such a day. He was hit with a beverage bottle. It was the first time for him, who is already over 50 years old, to be beaten up in the coaching booth. Although the attack power of the weapon was just average, the guy swinging the bottle was too fierce. He was hit mercilessly and cursed while hitting. "Fuck, I let you, an old bastard, use dirty tricks. I let you kick me, damn it, just foul. And you are going to hurt people. If I don't beat you up, I will beat you up so hard that you won't get out of bed for 3 days. You shameless old man, head coach. I fuck your grandma." Anyway, the curse came out in Welsh, English and Chinese. It was a dream to expect Martin to understand it. But everyone knows that what Bale said is definitely not good, and this guy is really vicious when he attacks. Just holding a beverage bottle, he can mess up Martin's silver hair, and others can't stop him at all. The chaos on the side of the court did not last too long. Bale, who was holding a beverage bottle and preparing to continue to shit people, did not succeed. He was pulled away by the assistant coach and the fourth referee. The referee on duty, Bennett, also stood between the two teams and tried his best to separate the two sides. After being stunned for a while, the security guards on the side of the field also hurriedly ran to the field to help and separate the players from both sides. In fact, the conflict on the field did not deteriorate to any extent. Davis and Van Persie started fighting, but the other people on both sides did not immediately fight. More players from the Arsenal team rushed over. In addition to being afraid that their own people would suffer, many people rushed to Lee Yuxin, because he was still injured, and who had time to beat him at this time. They were all busy over there. Moreover, after both sides rushed together, before the fight started, there was already a big commotion outside the stadium. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded watching the strange development of the situation. The men on the field had completely forgotten about fighting. Damn, the main reason was that the PK outside the field was too hot. The head coach took action. Oh my god, this is probably about to set a record. English football has a history of more than 100 years, but there have probably not been many such scenes. Damn, can this be more heated? Too ridiculous. The fans in the stands kept making noises. This is Arsenal's territory. How can their supporters allow a bunch of visiting team guys to run wild at Highbury Stadium? There were a few good people who seemed to be ready to jump down to support. However, the security guards on the sidelines were not vegetarians, and there was still a distance between the stands and the center of the stadium. It was basically unrealistic to sneak over silently. Arsenal fans were not so skilled, and they could only make a few noises at most. Well, it wasn't just a few shouts, it was a bunch of curses that were almost endless. What's more, when facing the broadcast camera, there were all kinds of greeting gestures, which made the director busy, and he kept cutting the camera. Damn it, even if the TV broadcast is not good at recording, there is no need for so many gestures equivalent to national curses. Will this teach children bad things? The curses can be muted, but what about the picture? Can it be blocked? I don't know how to deal with the shouts of Adams and Matthew after the game just now. Now, it's a bunch of discordant pictures. I guess the director is about to collapse at this time. How to cut? Damn. If you cut to the court, it's a group of strong men fighting at any time. Then cut to the sidelines? Damn. The fight over there is more lively. And the coach is fighting. In the stands? Brother. This is even more pitfalls. Damn, tens of thousands of people are greeting over there. This is too spectacular. The broadcaster hopes to have such a big scene. Fights and conflicts are not a problem at all. As long as there are people who are willing to watch, the TV station would like to have such a thrilling friendly PK match on the sidelines every day. Ratings are the key. But today, this can be guaranteed. In this round of games, it is estimated that no game can be more popular than this North London derby. The visiting team was scored a goal at the beginning. The offense and defense rhythm was amazingly fast. Now it's good, direct PK. It's not so strange for the Premier League to have such a situation. This is England. Although everyone is glaring at them, Wenger still ignores everything and rushes to Lee Yuxin. He squats down and carefully observes the severity of the injury of his future caller. He really doesn't want to ruin a future genius because of a league game. Fortunately, no fractures have been found for the time being, but the stress injury should not be light, and the trauma is also a bit serious. The team doctor who had already come to observe the injury reported the problem to Wenger as soon as possible. Looking at the frowning brows of the head coach, anyone who is a little familiar with him knows that the professor must be very angry now. However, it is fortunate that there is no fracture. As for Davis's kick, it was quite fierce. It was simply a fatal kick. No matter how Wenger cursed, but in the stable situation, the referee Bennett had to deal with it. Without discussion, Davis was directly sent off with a red card. If it weren't for his kick, there wouldn't be such a chaotic scene. If he was not sent off, who knows what accidents would happen later. Do you really think these people from Arsenal are good citizens? However, the second punishment of the referee Bennett was aimed at Wenger. A red card, no discussion, leave the coaching seat immediately. Then Van Persie, Bale, Defoe, Carrick, and Ledley King were all sent off with red cards. An ordinary league game could turn into a war. This godlike plot development was absolutely beyond everyone's expectations. Even Juventus' own fans might not have expected such a bizarre scene. It was simply too weird. The scene they were looking forward to seeing was Arsenal destroying their opponents with a fierce offensive, and then completing the massacre. But it was definitely not the scene in front of them. Damn, first their own players injured the opponent, and then caused a big chaos. The players on both sides looked like they were on the verge of a fight, and the coaching bench was even more in chaos, all in a mess. But the game had to continue, and the game continued. Tottenham no longer had any temper. They had one less player than the opponent, and Arsenal played with all their main players in the front court. They were 2-4 behind, so they basically just adopted a defensive strategy. Arsenal did not continue to attack blindly. Wenger, who was in the stands, also asked his players to press down and try to maintain the situation. Don't let yourself get hurt or get a card because of the useless time left. Goa, Terry scored, he sealed the victory for us, beautiful pass, beautiful shot, everything is so perfect, we are 5-2. King. The whole stadium was echoing with cheers for Henry. Arsenal fans can be satisfied. The King of Highbury scored in the last North London derby and defeated the opponent. Nothing can be more perfect than this. There was no suspense in the game. Arsenal still hurt Tottenham fans. In the 86th minute, Henry received a long pass from Fabregas after 3 passes, successfully countered the offside, and scored a signature push shot in the far corner. 5-2, Arsenal put a perfect end to this last North London derby at Highbury. Beep beep beep. When Bennett blew the whistle to end the game, the Tottenham players still hugged the Arsenal players in a friendly manner and left the stadium. They knew that this place would become a sea of joy for Arsenal fans, and the object of this joy was themselves. And this fight would also become big news beyond the game. Meanwhile, Lee Yuxin was rushed to the hospital again. Although he had the benefit of traveling through time, he was not indestructible. The final diagnosis was that he had to rest for a week. Now his hope for the league was slim. It was really true that man's plans were not as good as God's plans. Lee Yuxin thought helplessly, and at this time the door of the ward opened, and Yang Guiyang brought an insulated lunchbox. Lee Yuxin opened it and saw, dumplings. But it's not as good as the last time. Yang Guiyang said, brother, try it. These are made by my sisters. The filling is not ordinary. Lee Yuxin picked up one. It was stuffed with salmon. Another one was. Lee Yuxin was relieved, but the others in Arsenal were not so comfortable. After the game, Wenger had a conflict with Martin at the press conference with an angry face. Chapter 144 Post-match incident. The press conference was crowded with people, and all the reporters were waiting here. This game was so hot, it was a rare big scene in 10 years. Now, what these reporters are most worried about is whether Wenger or Martin will refuse to attend the press conference. If that happens, it will be a pity. You know, the hot and explosive smell after the game is no less than during the game. What surprised the reporters was that neither Wenger nor Martin missed the press conference after the game. Both of them came. Both of them had gloomy faces. When they met, Martin reluctantly stretched out his hand to shake hands with Wenger. In front of Wenger, he was indeed inexperienced. However, Wenger ignored the hand extended by the Tottenham coach, which made Martin's face change and snorted heavily. This Frenchman was really rude today. As soon as the host announced the start of the press conference, Wenger fired directly, "We won this game, but I am not happy at all. This game is terrible. Professor, are you disappointed with the behavior of some of your players?" A reporter stood up and shouted. Wenger first glared at the reporter fiercely, and said, "Reporter from the Sun, it's you again. I'll remember you." Then he said, "I'm proud of my players. I don't think my players can be blamed at all. They did a good job and they deserve the Manchester United jersey. I'm proud of their performance." Martin interrupted Wenger when he heard this. "Excuse me, are you proud of Tevez's punch, or are you proud of Yang Fan's violent kick?" Wenger's face became even redder because of anger. He turned his head and looked at Martin, like an enraged bull, with anger spewing from his nostrils. "At least my players are very professional and will not make intentional hurtful actions on the court." "Huh, you mean to say that deliberately hitting people is professional ethics?" Martin said sarcastically, and then defended Campbell. "It was just an accident. Campbell didn't want to hurt anyone. Such accidents on the court are normal." "Accident, you numb—" Wenger went berserk. He roared at Martin like a man-eating bear. "Do you dare to say that again? I swear, I will smash your mouth." Martin was obviously frightened, and then he was furious. He didn't expect Wenger to swear so disrespectfully in such an occasion, but he was not a pushover. "Mr. Wenger, you are a man of status, please watch your words." Then he continued, "I want to teach the Welshman a lesson. Don't point your spearhead at Gareth, you should know why he beat you. You also know why our Robin beat Davis. He kicked Lee. Gareth did a good job, I will go back and give him a medal. And Davis, if anything happens to my players, he will wait for me." There were reporters who were going to ask questions, but now they were not so stupid to ask questions and interrupt the two. Seeing the two head coaches arguing like street shrews and almost fighting, such a scene is rare in 10 years, not to mention that one of them is Manchester United's godfather Wenger. They looked at the two excitedly as if they were fighting cocks with bloodshot eyes. If Davis hadn't maliciously tackled someone, would there have been so many things? "This bastard, he deliberately injured my player and went up to provoke. This is your player, what kind of coach you have, what kind of player you have." Wenger was completely furious. Wenger didn't forget to defend his players in the end. He used the word hot-blooded and pushed all the responsibilities to Tottenham. His players were innocent and were just forced to fight back. Some reporters were curled their lips after hearing this. It's really not ordinary hot-blooded to directly attack the opponent coach. Everyone knows that you Wenger protects your calf, but you can't be so shameless. After Wenger spitting all over the floor, he said, "This matter is not fun. I won't watch my players being wronged and suffering. I will help them get justice." The lungs of reporters who support Tottenham are about to explode. This French old man is really shameless. In addition, they think Martin's performance today is really weak. Although it looks not weak, when facing Wenger, he is completely suppressed by the aura of this Frenchman. After venting his anger, Wenger waved his hands and turned away without even saying goodbye to the opposing coach. Martin was so angry that he pointed in the direction Wenger left and was speechless. This Frenchman was too much. His players hied him and pushed him, and he was still right. "Humph." The evil man complained first. Martin was so angry that he got up and left the table. The two coaches left, leaving only a room full of excited reporters. This was an absolutely hot drama. After leaving the press conference, Ferguson did not return to the locker room. He arranged for the assistant coach to comfort the players, and he went to the hospital. Outside the ward, Ferguson had a brief communication with Arsenal's chief team doctor and the hospital's experts, and they discussed the results of their consultation. At present, the injury is slightly better than expected, which makes Wenger feel a little relieved. However, it is only slightly better. "How is his mood, Professor?" Wenger asked. Wenger was relieved to know that Lee Yuxin was in a good mood, and then he wanted to talk to Bale, the little monkey, about going too far and hitting the coach. A not-so-important Charity Shield match turned out to be the worst stadium violence in the history of the Premier League. This was probably unexpected even for Campbell, who maliciously injured Yang Fan on the field? In one game, the referee showed 7 red cards, 2 players were injured and left the field, 3 players beat people, and many players committed malicious fouls, almost wanting to destroy the opponent's players. Such a game is really shocking and even horrifying. Therefore, what happened in this game can be said to have shocked not only the football world, but also caused reactions from all sides. Ferguson knew that the impact of this incident was bad. In order to help his disciples reduce the punishment, Manchester United club acted quickly this time and on the night of the game. A detailed report on the match was submitted to the English Football Association. In the report, Although Arsenal did not avoid the physical assaults of Van Persie and Bale, they particularly emphasized that all of this was based on the premise that Tottenham player Davis deliberately injured Yang Fan, which violated sports ethics. That is, without Davis's malicious injury, there would not be these violent conflicts later. The Arsenal report shows that Bale and Van Persie were wrong, but to some extent, they are also victims, especially Lee Yuxin, who was injured by Davis and left the field. He is still lying in the hospital. This is the club's response at Wenger's request. They want to take the initiative and put pressure on the English Football Association. In short, they want to do everything they can to reduce the punishment for Bale and Van Persie. In the North London derby between Arsenal and Tottenham, players from both sides clashed on a large scale on the field and on the sidelines. This was the most serious violent conflict on the field in the history of the Premier League. Almost all the players from both sides were involved in the conflict. The referee Bennett issued a total of 8 red cards. On the TV screen, Davis maliciously tackled Lee Yuxin, and the players from both sides clashed. Then Van Persie attacked Davis, Wenger pushed Martin, and then Bale beat Martin. The picture switched again to the stands, where players from Arsenal and Tottenham were fighting. Fans from both sides in the stands were not idle either. Fierce conflicts broke out between the two sides. Some fans dismantled seats and used them as grenades, smashing them at each other. Riot police were dispatched urgently, waving batons and shields, forming a human wall. The media's attention was focused on the Soho building in London, which is the headquarters of the English Football Association. Soon, the English Football Association announced the final results of the player conflict incident at the Charity Shield. 1. Arsenal player Bale was banned for 10 games and fined £45,000 for maliciously attacking the opponent's coach. After the suspension period, he will also be listed as a key focus of the Football Association. If there is violence on the field again within 3 years, he will be banned for 20 games too. Arsenal player Van Persie violently attacked the opponent's players, was banned for 7 games and fined £30,000. Within 1 year, if there is similar violence, he will be banned for 10 games. 3. Arsenal player Distin participated in the field conflict and attacked the opponent's players. He was banned for 4 games and fined £20,000. Within 1 year, if there is another field conflict, he will be banned for 6 games. 5. Tottenham player Ledley King was suspected of violently attacking the opponent's players and was banned for 7 games and fined £35,000. Within 1 year, if there is similar violence again, he will be banned for 10 games again. 6. Tottenham player Carrick, who violently attacked an opposing player, was suspended for 6 games and fined £30,000. If he commits similar violent acts again within 1 year, he will be suspended for 8 games. 7. Tottenham player Defoe, who participated in a player conflict, was suspended for 3 games and fined £10,000. If he commits similar acts again within 6 months, he will be suspended for 5 games. 8. Arsenal head coach Wenger was suspended for 3 games and fined £20,000 for attacking the opposing coach during the game and making inappropriate remarks at the post-match press conference. 9. Tottenham head coach Martin was suspended for 1 game and fined £10,000 for making inappropriate remarks at the post-match press conference. 10. Arsenal Club and Tottenham Club were at fault for their poor management of their respective players in this matter and were fined £50,000 and £40,000 respectively. All suspension penalties apply to Premier League, FA Cup and League Cup events. After the FA's punishment came out, it immediately caused an exclamation. This was called the most severe fine in the history of English football by the English media. Not only is the number of suspensions for individual players high, but the large-scale punishment of players and coaches is the most severe and harshest in the history of English football. Chapter 145, Storm and European War. After watching the focused battle between Tottenham and Arsenal, many celebrities expressed their views on the brawl. Many of them accused Arsenal players of violence. Among them, Tottenham legend Glenn Hoddle and others were the most indignant. In an interview with the Daily Mail, he said angrily, "I don't know how Arthur teaches players. Doesn't he know respect? I can't imagine a player with such a bad temper, Bale, will reach a remarkable height in the future. I hope to hear Gareth's apology to us. This is a must." Tottenham and Arsenal are the biggest enemies in England. Arsenal legends such as Petty and Tony Adams are also not to be outdone. They pointed out directly on the show, "Why did Gareth beat people? I think I don't need to say that, everyone has seen it through the picture." Tottenham players first physically injured Lee, and some other Tottenham players shamelessly helped. I think no player can accept such treatment. I can understand the player's actions. If it were me, Davis would never think of leaving the court. Adams, who was a villain when he was a player, would not be polite to Tottenham. Wright also supported Lee Yuxin. In an interview with Sky Sports, he also pointed out that in the derby, players from both sides would fight back if they were treated unfairly. He understood the behavior of Arsenal players. Similarly, Martin and Wenger also had a verbal battle in the media. Wenger accused Tottenham players of hurting their own players, while Martin criticized Arsenal players for not knowing how to respect their opponents. With the help of the media, the battle became more and more intense. Henry, Bergkamp, Davis, Keane and others also rolled up and expressed their opinions. It was very lively for a while. However, now the battle of the Champions League has been reignited. Arthur, will you choose to let Arsenal's main players rest in this game? Wenger was naturally surrounded by a large number of reporters during the expedition to Spain. This game is just one of our scheduled games. I can't answer what kind of players we will send. As for this game, we will do our best to win. Everything will be discussed after the game. Facing the long guns and short guns below, Wenger's face was as heavy as water. He was not as elegant as before. He said something concisely and ended the interview. Now that the season has come, I know you have become proud in your hearts, which is a foolish idea. Nothing is set in stone. The only thing that matters is that you keep winning in the game. Everything off the field is rubbish! Exclamation mark. Sin. I don't want you to be distracted. Don't talk to me about anything off the field. This is not the attitude of a professional football player. Don't have any contact with the outside world. I don't want to see it, otherwise I will take measures to maintain the ambition to win. It's what you should do. It's what you should think about. Do you understand? Just when all the reporters wanted to get more inside information about Arsenal's preparations for the Champions League, Wenger suddenly lost his temper in the training ground. No one knew why, but Arsenal kept silent to the media on non-match days. Dear viewers, welcome to watch our Cheo TV live broadcast of the 2005 to 2006 European Champions League semi-final, Villarreal vs. Arsenal at the Estadio Degliamor. Spanish radio, the English have arrived, the game is about to start, let's go to the next stadium and watch it together. Eurosport, now live broadcast of the Champions League semi-final match between Villarreal and Arsenal. Fans, you are now. A loud boom. Submarine fans, tell people all over the world where you are. Streamers flew, and a huge shout completely covered up all the noise in the bustling Estadio Degliamor, and Villarreal's on-site commentator introduced the prelude to the game. Who don't give up, don't give up. Beat them. Tell them we won't fall. Reverse. The yellow wave surged, and the huge submarine logo danced on the stands. The entire Love Song Stadium was completely flooded by the fans of the home team. The enthusiasm of the Spanish completely ignited the emotions of this game. Countless submarine fans shouted the slogan of reversal and filled the sky above the stadium. The second round of the Champions League semi-finals finally began, and Arsenal finally stepped onto this passionate stadium. Standing in the players' tunnel, Arsenal's players were as calm as a mountain, and they didn't see the slightest impact of the home atmosphere. After a 5-0 victory over their opponents in the first round, Arsenal's players were already confident. As long as they scored a goal, they could basically declare the game over, or even not score a goal. However, they will not give up this match. They cannot lose this match either, because they want to ensure that they enter the Stade de France undefeated, and even achieve an undefeated record in the 2006 stage of this season. Compared with the confident look of the Arsenal players, the Villarreal players seem particularly excited. Although they announced to the public that they would never give up this match, they knew that the hope of a reversal was not great, but they had to fight for the glory of the team. At least they had to avenge the shame of losing by 5 goals in the first round. Who enter the field, It's about to start. Damn, this game is a bit disappointing. Hey, without Lee, I always feel something is missing. Does Lee really have to play in the final? Hey, I finally stayed up all night, but I didn't see Lee Yuxin play. As the Bulgarian referee Ivanov entered the field with the ball, all the cameras and live broadcast stations quickly zoomed in and aimed at the players of both sides. Wenger and Pellegrini shook hands and returned to the coaching seats. When the camera swept over Arsenal's players, many people were disappointed because Lee Yuxin did not appear on the field and did not even enter the bench. What's going on? Why is Lee not on the match roster? Is Arthur being too confident? Even if Lee doesn't play, he shouldn't even be on the bench. Is he injured? Is Arthur trying to train new players in this game? Theo, Song, Diaby, Gareth are all sitting there, even Clichy is there. Is Arthur trying to train young people for a big scene? Come to think of it, it makes sense. Arsenal has a 5-goal advantage. It will be very difficult for Villarreal to keep a clean sheet. In this game the home team can only fight for honor, and Arsenal should not be under any pressure. Except for Lee not playing, Coach Wenger sent all his main players on the field this time. It seems he is determined to win. In this kind of situation, there is no need for Wenger to let Lee take risks. The game against West Ham in 4 days is crucial. If they beat West Ham, Arsenal will have passed the last hurdle to win the 5 championships this season. Various radio stations discussed the reason why the injured Lee Yuxin did not play, and also gave the starting rosters of the two teams. Arsenal still used the Spanish 451 formation: goalkeeper, Lehmann; defenders, Ebao, Touré, Campbell, Flamini; midfielders, Haleb, Ljungberg, Fabregas, Gilberto, Pires; forward Henry. On the bench, Van Persie sat alone in boredom. Villarreal's formation was 4-4-2. 25 Barbosa/17 Venta, 22 Pena, 16 Alvarez, Urbarina/19 Senna, 6 Hosiko, 8 Riquelme, 12 Sorin/99 Franco, 5 Fran. Beep with Ivanov's whistle, the game officially began, with Villarreal taking the lead. At the beginning of the game, Villarreal did not wait for Arsenal to stabilize their position, and immediately launched a fierce offensive, focusing on the left wing where Pires was. Go. Destroy them. Submarine. Teach them a lesson. With the shouts of Villarreal's fans, the home team immediately took the initiative. The game quickly entered a high tempo. Villarreal was holding back a breath of energy and trying their best to release it. Venta. Ball. In the 4th minute of the game, Senna took the ball on the right, and after attracting Pires and others, he quickly passed a ball to the route of Venta, who was running at high speed. Venta's body did not slow down, and he directly dribbled, and then again, without slowing down at all. With a difficult fake move, he shook Flamini into a gap, and with a rub of his right foot, he sent a high ball directly into the penalty area. Franco. There were many figures, and a gap appeared in the Arsenal penalty area in an instant. Villarreal's fans looked at the towering figure, jumped up, and exclaimed. Franco was strong and powerful. After seeing Venta's pass, he rushed up like a tank, rushed in front of Touré, pressed Touré behind him, and jumped into the air 8 meters away from the goal. He threw a heavy headbutt, and the muffled sound of bang immediately shook everyone's heart. No, damn it, go to hell. How is this possible? Huh, Englishman with bad luck. Woo 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 woo, the whole Love Song stadium was cursing. It was really close and close. Franco's shot made Lehmann give up resistance, but the ball hit the right post. The sound of regret was endless. Even Franco himself held the ball and punched it hard, and the atmosphere was very tense. Villarreal was determined to defeat Arsenal from the beginning, and the opening situation was also inclined to this situation. Arsenal was hit hard at the beginning, reminding everyone that this game was definitely not a tasteless game. Chapter 146, Qualifying for the Champions League Final. Go ahead, Submarine. Destroy them. Goal. We all give up. Although the emotional stadium can only accommodate 25,000 people, it is precisely because the stadium is small and the space is even more narrow that the waves of sound formed are more real, just like shouting in people's ears close at hand, just giving people a sense of shared hatred and fear. Lee, this place is really scary. Wearing big sunglasses, flaxen golden brown long hair tied up, white sleeveless t-shirt, black tight jeans, Sitchai leaned over, with his right elbow on Lee Yuxin's thigh, holding his cheeks, spitting out his little cloves, feeling quite a bit. Haha, yes, it's not worse than Highbury, and playing football down there is definitely more fun than sitting up here. Lee Yuxin also wore sunglasses. He did not enter the big list, nor did he stay in London, but followed the team to the Love Song Stadium to watch the game. He felt a little regretful that he could not be rested by Wenger. Thinking about playing in such an atmosphere, he felt a little excited, but he could not see anyone for the time being. After all, His eyes were still bruised. "Lee, is it boring to be with me?" Sikchaya tilted her head, her beautiful face without makeup, and looked at Lee Yuxin with an ethereal tone, not acting coquettishly or scolding, but very ordinary, but with some inexplicable arrogance. "How could it be? Haha, don't think about it, I can't wait." Lee Yuxin hurriedly hugged Sikchaya. The longer he stayed with Sikchaya, the more he felt the spirituality of this ghost, and the more he felt helpless and warm. "Well, let's watch the game." Sikchaya nodded as a matter of course. His eyes fell on the court again, and he gently leaned on Lee Yuxin's side. "Haha, I'll listen to you." Lee Yuxin smiled bitterly and nodded, sighed, and his eyes returned to the court. Lee Yuxin's eyes were soon attracted by Villarreal's attack. Villarreal's attack did not slow down because of a temporary deviation, and continued to launch waves of offensive waves against Arsenal. "Come on, Venta. Throw it into the penalty area. Blow them up." In the 10th minute of the game, Arsenal's left wing was penetrated by Villarreal again. Venta sent the ball out of bounds. Senna received the ball on the left wing, first dribbled it, then quickly dribbled past, pressing Flamini behind him, and after a gap appeared, he sent another high pass. Headed out. "So, Campbell. Go for it, go for it. Flan." In an instant, the Love Song Stadium became agitated again with this high ball, and everyone's eyes were suddenly locked on Arsenal's penalty area. Arsenal fans were relieved because the one who went for the header was their own big black man, Campbell, and the one who was competing with him was Fran, who had a weak jumping ability and was not very tall. But things went wrong. Campbell and Fran were only concerned with competing for the header, but they missed the opportunity to go for it. When Campbell pressed Fran tightly under him, the ball flew directly over his head and went into the top. Exclamation mark. "Franco! Grab it! Damn it, don't!" The mood of the entire stadium changed again in an instant, and all the fans of Villarreal were staring at the figure of the number 99, who rushed up. Toure didn't expect Campbell to head the ball, and just stepped forward to clear the ball, but there seemed to be a whirlwind around him, and he couldn't stop it. He watched the opponent's head hit the ball hard. Bang, muffled sound, ding, crisp sound. Hew, no way. Damn it. Go to. What the hell? God, this is our home court. The entire Love Song Stadium fell into huge regret. Franco's header was off again, and this time it hit the crossbar. Franco kicked the goal hard in frustration. Lehman also felt that he was a little miserable, patted him on the shoulder gently, and kicked off. Pellegrini cursed directly this time. If these 2 goals could be scored, his team would have scored 2 goals in the first 10 minutes and it would not be impossible to win the series. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and missed 2 goals in a row. Is my luck really over here? No, if I score 1, I will definitely have a chance in the first 15 minutes. Attack. Suppress them completely. With this thought, Pellegrini once again ordered his players to charge with all their strength. Wenger, with a gloomy face, immediately made a tightening gesture to Fabregas after this goal, indicating that his midfielders must clamp down on the midfield and play ball control. Wenger wanted to use ball control to delay the progress of the game. Grab it, go, go. Foul, foul. He dives. In the following game, the players of both sides thoroughly implemented the requirements of Pellegrini and Wenger. The 2 sides fought fiercely for the ball. The whole Love Song Stadium was filled with endless roars. No one dared to look sideways, fearing that they would miss any wonderful moment. The advancement and interception of the midfield became the focus of the game. Villarreal hoped to tear open the opponent's gap through the transition of the midfield, while Arsenal played the control of the midfield. In this way, the confrontation of strength and technology continued on the field. Villarreal's players seemed to be crazy. They advanced as soon as they got the ball. They would reorganize when they saw that there was no chance. The rhythm of passing and cutting was fast and accurate, pressing Arsenal's defense again and again. Arsenal's resilience has been tempered for nearly a season, so it is not easy to collapse. After the 2 terrifying crises, the defense line was also fully focused. Arsenal resolved the opponent's offensive again and again. Arsenal did not give up the attack. After the midfielder got the ball, he would pass the ball from time to time, hitting the opponent's back, like a bayonet constantly stabbing Villarreal's ribs. If Arsenal's front court players had not focused on defense and ball control, and Henry was not in good shape, Arsenal's counterattack might have been successful, but even so, It put too much pressure on the opponent's defense line. The rhythm of the game was quite tight. Villarreal failed in one wave and immediately started another wave. Arsenal's mutual passes were also exquisite. The sudden pass was also exquisite and unexpected. The situation on the field was extremely tense. Huh? Hey. Ah. The sound of exclamation and regret continued for a long time. In the 15th minute of the game, Henry suddenly shot from outside the penalty area, but it missed the post, making everyone sweat. Following Villarreal's immediate counterattack, Riquelme made a long pass. Senna rushed into the penalty area and made a cross, but Touré blocked it before Fran, which made Arsenal fans tremble with fear again. In the 21st minute, Soren's low cross almost made Silva score an own goal. If Lehmann had not been highly focused, Silva's clearance would have directly stabbed into his own net. Damn it, score one. The players on the field were highly focused on the game and forgot the time, but Pellegrini didn't. He kept checking the time. It was almost half an hour, and his team had not opened up the situation. Pellegrini's heart sank again. Damn, time is so slow. Lee Yuxin and the Arsenal fans were the same, staring at the clock and constantly muttering. The opponent played very openly in this game. Although the opponent had little chance to catch up, anything was possible if the opponent played like this. Foul, penalty, goal. This is our home court. Lee Yuxin, who was thinking at this time, suddenly heard words like penalty and foul. Lee Yuxin was startled and immediately turned his head to look at the situation on the field. Only then did he know that Arsenal was awarded a penalty. Arsenal was unlucky, or it was Flamini. In the 33rd minute of the game, Franco suddenly rushed into the penalty area with the ball on the left side of Arsenal. Flamini came to block it immediately. During the scramble, Flamini's body could not resist the opponent. He stumbled, his supporting leg was not firmly planted, and he fell sideways in the penalty area, but his hand was still pulling Franco, and just like that, he directly pulled Franco, and Ivanov's whistle sounded immediately. Silence. The love song stadium suddenly became quiet. When Riquelme stood on the penalty spot, all the fans of Villarreal shut their mouths and looked at the field without blinking. Many people involuntarily put their hands to their mouths, fearing that their voices would disturb Riquelme's penalty kick. Some people even made a prayer gesture. Pellegrini had already rushed to the sidelines, staring at the ball without blinking, and didn't even know that his palms were sweaty. The Villarreal players had gathered together, and they were also unwilling to blink. They were too eager to score a goal. This was their home court, and they were honored. Riquelme was also nervous. He licked his tongue involuntarily. He habitually made a bitter face. He glanced at Lehmann and then stared at the ball. Beep, the whistle sounded, and Riquelme raised his leg in an instant and pushed it quickly. Lehmann was also nervous. The opponent's footwork was among the best in the world. However, with Riquelme's eyes, his heart calmed down. At the moment when Riquelme kicked out, Lehmann moved like a rabbit and rushed out. Riquelme's eyes were still melancholy, just like the look he gave Lehmann before, but with a lot more bitterness. His ball was blocked by the opponent and went out of the baseline. What he didn't know was that it was that pair of melancholy eyes that gave Lehmann, the current German #1 goalkeeper, confidence. Human psychology is very strange. Riquelme may have been defeated by his melancholy eyes. Great, well done, Jens. Seeing Lehmann save the penalty, Lee Yuxin raised his arms and shouted. This side was a bit heavy, so he shouted on the other side. As Riquelme missed the penalty, Pellegrini knew that his team was doomed and could not counterattack. Villarreal players were no longer so motivated. After the second half began, they no longer launched the fierce and rapid offensive waves in the first half. Although they continued to attack, they were less aggressive. Arsenal was more and more stable, not giving Villarreal any chance. The second half was uneventful. The game was not as intense as the first half, and the passion and enthusiasm retreated. In the town where I was born, lived a man who sailed to the sea, and he told us of his life, in the land of submarines, so we sailed off to the sun. The yellow submarine danced as usual, the yellow ocean was surging, only Villarreal fans did not give up, and the Beatles song that swept Europe was still sung. Beep 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 with Ivanov's 2 short and 1 long whistles, the 05-06 European Champions League semi-final, Villarreal vs. Arsenal at home, ended 0-0, neither side was able to break through the other's goal. Although the Villarreal fans were disappointed, they still applauded for a long time. Before this game, they all knew that their team had no hope of entering the Stade de France. This game was just a confirmation. In addition, the fighting power of their team in this game also made them very satisfied. Their achievements were also enough to make them proud, so they would not be stingy with their praise. Congratulations. You played well. I hope there will be a chance to play against you next time. The Villarreal players generously took the initiative to show goodwill to the Arsenal players. Although they were extremely uncomfortable in their hearts, they still showed the attitude of professional players. Coach Wenger, your team is very good. I wish you good luck in France. Well, thank you. You played very well. They are good enough. Wenger finally showed his first smile of the whole game and shook hands with Pellegrini. France, here we come. Advanced, advanced. Champions, champions, we want the championship. Compared to the rational Villarreal fans, Arsenal fans could no longer support it and roared crazily. It's over, the game is over, we have advanced to the next round, that's great, let's go, go, go. Sorry to be late today. Chapter 147, Hard Fight in the First Half. By the time Lee Yuxin returned to London, his intimate photos with Sikchaya had appeared in gossip and entertainment newspapers around the world. The photo of Lee Yuxin and Sikchaya kissing goodbye was printed on the front page. Although it was a little far away, the shape and outline could be seen clearly. In addition, the picture of Lee Yuxin holding Sikchaya's hand and entering the locker room further confirmed the relationship between Lee Yuxin and Sikchaya. I told you not to cause trouble, look, it's this news again, can you be more motivated? Are you satisfied only when you're on the headlines every time? Damn it, you will go for a run alone later, and you will train twice a day in the morning and evening these days, do you hear me? Looking at the pile of newspapers in front of him, Wenger was furious when he thought of the large number of reporters surrounding the training ground at Colney. He hoped that the team could have a quiet training environment to sprint to the last stage of the season, but unfortunately he still didn't run. Wenger scolded Lee Yuxin with a bitter face. Yet, Lee Yuxin listened to Wenger's scolding honestly, and on the surface he looked like he was willing to learn. Lee Yuxin was not that stupid. He would be courting death if he argued with Wenger at this time. Besides, he felt that he was in the wrong. However, he still secretly made a face at Pat, who shook his head at him, but in fact he was being cunning. Okay, let Lee go to training first, Arthur. Pat glared at Lee Yuxin fiercely, and knew that it was time to persuade Wenger. The scolding was almost over. Get out. The last one to leave today. It was really the first time that Wenger got so angry. Seeing Lee Yuxin's good student appearance, he was angry and amused. He had no choice but to let Lee Yuxin go without a good tone. Hey. Lee Yuxin heard that he was pardoned, secretly sent a grateful look to Pat, and left in a flash. Arthur, don't be too stressed. After this game, our road will be much smoother. Old buddy, relax a little. Pat saw Wenger sitting in the chair rubbing his temples. He was a little worried that Wenger was too impatient, so he hurried to comfort him. Hey, it's not that. Hey, it's all because of Lee, the proud kid. Hey, no more talk. Let's get through this first. Wenger looked worried, sighed repeatedly, and forced himself to urge his disciples to train. Robin, cut inside, cut inside. Press forward, press forward. Don't stick to the ball, Abao, Diaby, don't stick to the ball. Run, don't wait for the ball. At this time, the training ground at Colney was in full swing. The entire Arsenal team was in a tight training rhythm, busy. Everyone dared not be careless and was fully focused. They knew that this stage was the last period to test them, and they were all on edge. Lee Yuxin was the same. He didn't care about the endless comments from the outside world, and his life was not affected much. First, he was used to such a life with constant news, and second, Emma had already gone to France. He just had to train honestly and not speak. The tickets to the Millennium Stadium are ours. Go back to your North London. Little kids, you will cry. Your legs will become weak. Go back and eat more. We will break all your bones. Time passed quickly. On the last day of April, Arsenal finally arrived at the true essence of the Hammers, Upton Park. When Arsenal's bus arrived at Upton Park, hundreds of hammers held huge hammers, each of them fat and strong, constantly provoking and beating the sky. Although these hammers were made of plastic foam, the formation was still enough to scare people. West Ham United, which has always been famous for its fiery and roughness in the British football world, is ready to fight their opponents in the FA Cup semi-finals. Under the escort of security guards, Arsenal players quickly entered the stadium with expressionless expressions. Lee Yuxin also pursed his lips tightly and ignored the clamoring home team fans. For West Ham United, if they beat Arsenal, the strongest team this season, they will have a chance to enter Europe. For Arsenal, this game is a must-win game because it is related to whether they can win the championship. Similarly, this game attracted the attention of the entire British media, not only because of Arsenal, but also because Liverpool had defeated Chelsea before their game, waiting for the winner of this game. Whether it is a dark horse or a strong match, the game is full of expectations. Who must win? West Ham. We are the Hammers who smash everything. Smash the Arsenal. Tell them that this is a real man's game. Smash them, smash them, smash them. Upton Park has turned into a red mountain torrent, with endless roars, huge hammers, flags flying, and the roars of more than 30,000 people making all the people who came here excited. The British men with their chests puffed out shouted without scruples. This match will be the most difficult one for Arsenal at this stage. The tough and tenacious West Ham United players are the most difficult to control for a technical team like Arsenal, and they are more focused on the game itself than Arsenal. Looking at the scene with flags like a forest, and hearing roars in his ears, like a gladiatorial arena that is about to devour people, Adams is a little worried about Arsenal. Well, Arsenal will play 3 games in the first 7 days of next month, and they cannot afford to lose any game. Arsenal will definitely be distracted, right? As you said, West Ham United's style is what Arsenal fears the most, and this game will also arouse all the strength of West Ham United. Arsenal is not saying that it is a sure thing. They have to worry about the confrontation of West Ham United's strength, and they can't make mistakes on the back line. Matthew also looked solemn. Well, this will be the most sharp duel of strength and technique. Let's take a look at the starting lineups of both sides first. At this time, the big screen showed the starting lineup of West Ham United: Cook, Walker, Fletcher, Gabbiton, Ferdinand, Konchesky, Scaloni, Newton, Benayoun, Zamora, Shillingham. Oh my God. What's going on? Matthew stared at the big screen blankly and exclaimed. What's going on? What tactics is Wenger using? Incredible. What is Arthur thinking at this time? Is the rumor true? When the Arsenal roster appeared on the big screen, everyone was shocked. Lee Yuxin did not appear in the starting lineup at all, sitting on the bench. No one knew what Wenger was thinking, because except for Lee Yuxin and the injured Flamini, all the main players of Arsenal were on the field. Lehmann, Ebao, Toure, Campbell, Clichy, Haleb, Silva, Fabregas, Pires, Van Persie, Henry. Could it be that Arthur and Lee really have a conflict? Is it true that the Sun reported that Lee was punished by Arthur? Adams looked at Matthew in confusion and spoke in confusion. I don't know, but apart from Lee's off-field news, Arsenal hasn't made any moves during this period, so it's hard to say. But this time Arthur made Lee sit on the bench, which is really puzzling. Matthew was also suspicious and a little worried. Similarly, Arsenal fans and Lee Yuxin fans were a little uneasy. Could it be that Wenger and Lee Yuxin really have a conflict? Before the game, The Sun published a report that Lee Yuxin would inevitably anger the strict professor if he brought a girl with him, and was the first to reveal that Lee Yuxin was different in the training ground, and even published the news that Lee Yuxin was punished by Wenger. However, Lee Yuxin and Wenger both came out to refute the rumors as soon as possible, and Arsenal also expressed their disdain for these news that created internal strife in Arsenal, so it did not cause much reaction. Now seeing Lee Yuxin sitting on the bench, which is rare, and he had rested for a game before, it is really puzzling. Beep. In any case, with a whistle of Weber, who is said to be the best whistle in the Premier League, the FA Cup semi-final, West Ham United's home game against Arsenal officially began. Van Persie sent the ball to Fabregas' feet, and immediately rushed to the front court with Henry. When playing against Premier League teams, Arsenal has always been self-centered. After Fabregas got the ball, before he could rush forward with the ball, the opponent's Shillingham had already arrived in front of him. Shillingham grabbed the ball and quickly kicked it. He didn't intend to retract his body. He squeezed his whole body on the forward side of Fabregas' body, and the momentum of pressing was full. Fabregas was grabbed and bumped by the opponent, and suddenly lost the rhythm of controlling the ball. He kept squeezing and bumping with the opponent. Fabregas couldn't get rid of the opponent. Suddenly, he pulled to the side and back, followed by a turn and a pass, and directly dodged Shillingham's big foot and sent the ball behind him. Silva received the ball from behind and was ready to pass it to Pires, but before he could kick, Zamora appeared in front of him with his big foot. Silva had no choice but to dribble and shake off the opponent's interception. Seeing the opponent rushing over again, Silva also sent the ball behind him. Similarly, after Toure received the ball, Benayoun had already caught up. Toure kicked the ball directly to the front court, but was headed out by Scaloni. Silva got the ball in the midfield again. Looking at the opponent's tight defense, he had to move the ball first and look for opportunities. Zamora came over to press again. Silva had to choose to pass back again. Arsenal's first wave of attack was forced to be suppressed under the opponent's constant pressing, and the game quickly entered a fierce rhythm of competition. Gagago. The sky was filled with waves of voices. As the game started, two distinct shouts suddenly rang out at the scene. Every time Arsenal got the ball, the West Ham United fans with great lung capacity made anxious boos. When West Ham United got the ball, it immediately aroused the passionate cheers of the home team fans, and the whole stadium was filled with West Ham United's repeated interceptions. After the opening, West Ham United was determined to win. Amid the constant cheering of the fans at the scene, the home team was in high spirits, and they intercepted the players at all costs, not giving Arsenal players a comfortable space to get the ball. Especially in the midfield competition, no matter whether it was Fabregas or Pires, once they got the ball, there would be a big man from West Ham United who would rush desperately to prevent Arsenal's midfield from easily passing the ball. West Ham United's tactics were very simple. They absolutely could not let Arsenal play a smooth attack and drag the game into physical confrontation. A melee was what they wanted. Arsenal, on the other hand, used quick passes to mobilize the opponent and create space. Moreover, they were not full of hatred for West Ham United like they did against Tottenham, so they did not get too physically entangled with the opponent. West Ham United was much stronger than Arsenal's midfield. They were more decisive in running and intercepting than Arsenal, and their kicks were also fierce, causing Arsenal a lot of trouble. However, even so, Arsenal still took the initiative on the field. In the 8th minute of the game, Arsenal won a great opportunity. Henry got the ball on the left and rushed into the penalty area. After being surrounded by Fletcher and Gabbiadon, he swerved and moved to create a space. After attracting the attention of the opponent's defense, he suddenly passed a ball to Hleb, who cut in. Oh. No. In the 16th minute, Fabregas made a straight pass, and Van Persie had a half-solo chance. He didn't stop the ball at all, and shot with his left foot directly, all in one go, but unfortunately it was lifted over the crossbar by Cook. In the 21st minute, Arsenal took a corner kick, and Toure headed the ball to the back post. Henry followed up with a close-range shovel shot, but it was also blocked by Benayoun standing next to the post. Flip. You're not full, kid. Go back to playing in the mud. Foul. You're blind, you running dog. Black whistle. The roaring and roaring continued from the second of the game. West Ham United's crazy pressing was bound to bring about the problem of penalty size. Arsenal players fell to the ground many times under West Ham United's rough actions, but Webber's penalty size today was more in line with the views of the home fans. Boos were heard everywhere. West Ham fans booed Arsenal players, while Arsenal fans rushed to Webber. Beep. In the 33rd minute of the game, Webber finally blew the whistle in his hand and took out a yellow card. At this time, Fabregas had already fallen in the penalty area. After Fabregas cooperated with Van Persie and tore through the opponent's defense, he directly dribbled past Fletcher and rushed into the penalty area, about to form a large gap. Fletcher's first kick was too fast to retract, and Fabregas was left behind. Penalty. It's a penalty. Damn, what a bad penalty. Arsenal won the best chance to score. Everyone's focus was on Webber. FCK, how did he get permission? Idiot. Idiot referee. Idiot FA. Free kick, how is this possible? Referee, Cesc has entered the penalty area. This should be a penalty, an absolute penalty. He hooked me inside the line. You can check with a linesman, he definitely saw that the side was completely empty just now. Cesc entered. Seeing Webber pointing his finger at the penalty area line, Arsenal fans were immediately unwilling. Henry, Fabregas and Van Persie immediately surrounded Weber and complained. Beep beep beep. Before he entered the penalty area, the opponent had already kicked. There is no problem with the free kick. Weber shook his head, pointed firmly at the sideline, and gave his final judgment. Fuck you. Damn bastard. Idiot, idiot. SHHHHHH. As the big screen showed the scene of Fabregas being fouled, Arsenal fans were like a pot of boiling water. The big screen clearly replayed that scene. After Fabregas dribbled into the penalty area, Fletcher hooked him. Fabregas's supporting foot was already in the penalty area. Weber's penalty was unconvincing. Why didn't he ask the linesman? This is definitely a penalty. Wenger rushed to the side of the fourth official and protested to him with extreme dissatisfaction about Weber's penalty. This shouldn't be. Weber should have seen this ball. What's going on? There are some places where Weber's several whistles in the first half are worth discussing. Will this change the situation on the field? Weber made West Ham United defend very confidently. What a bad penalty. This ball is definitely a penalty. Maybe if Arsenal changes jerseys, the result will be different. Matthew said with an indignant look. It's unfortunate. This is definitely not the level of a top referee. Adams also shook his head. No matter how dissatisfied the Arsenal players were, they still lost the expected penalty. However, the free kick on the penalty area line was still extremely dangerous. Fortunately, Weber insisted on the penalty, otherwise there would be no chance this time. Will this break the deadlock for Arsenal? This ball is within Thierry's range. Will Thierry break West Ham United's tenacious defense? When Henry stood in front of the ball, the camera captured Henry's every expression at the first time. Henry took a light breath and did not retreat. His expression was not as serious as imagined. On the contrary, he looked at West Ham United's tense human wall and seemed very relaxed, as if he was doing nothing, with the demeanor of a general. Beep, a whistle sounded. Henry took a few steps, swung his right calf, exerted force, and the ball flew up quickly and quickly bypassed a human wall. Oh, Orleton Park Stadium exclaimed. The ball quickly went into the near corner with a tricky route and lightning speed. The ball was pulled closer, and Cook stretched his body as hard as he could, but the ball still flew past his fingertips. No. The West Ham fans behind the goal screamed as they watched the ball fly into the net. Bang. Oh. Damn. Bad luck. Fuck West Ham United. Huh? Oh, I was scared to death. Damn. It was so thrilling. God bless. Henry's shot was too tricky, hitting the post directly, and after bouncing into the penalty area, it was also pulled out of the sideline by West Ham United players. Fuck. It was a little bit off. West Ham United is so damn lucky. Lee Yuxin, who was squatting on his seat, suddenly went from joy to loss, and shook his arms angrily. He and his teammates fell on the seat helplessly, muttering helplessly. The Arsenal players on the field kept shaking their heads, watching themselves miss the goal again, helpless. Arsenal's continuous attack throughout the first half was in vain, and they were held back by West Ham United. Chapter 148 Anxiety. In the first half, Arsenal created many opportunities when facing the situation of West Ham United's step-by-step pressing, but they did not seize them. In the second half, Arsenal did not have the previous spirit. West Ham United played a more fierce physical battle. Arsenal lost the ball one after another for a while, and the offense and defense could not be connected at all. In the 51st minute of the game, West Ham United, which was besieged by Arsenal throughout the game, also created a great opportunity. It was still a midfielder's interception. Fabregas passed the ball to Pires on the left. Pires flicked the ball and prepared to shake off Scaloni directly. But at the first moment when Pires started, Scaloni decisively rushed up, squeezed Pires directly, and stabbed. Pires did not stabilize his center of gravity at the first time, and was violently knocked away by Scaloni. He did not hear the whistle, and the opponent intercepted the ball. The opponent's overall formation, coupled with the fierce pressing of his own team, gave West Ham United this perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Benayoun, who was not fast but had excellent skills, shook off Toure, who came to block him, and faced Lehmann. Lehmann rushed out to save the ball immediately. Benayoun followed up with his right foot and blasted it, not giving Lehmann any time to react. Shua sounded crisply. Lehmann subconsciously scooped it, but the ball was too fast and went straight through his body. Goal, a beautiful shot, a beautiful shot. Benayoun scored. Goal. We are ahead of Arsenal, ahead. Urton Park Stadium was immersed in a huge wave of sound with this ball, and the fans of West Ham United raised their arms and roared wildly, like a mountain torrent, shaking everyone's ears. Damn it! Wenger saw this ball and shook his arms in anger. Haley, go get ready. Wenger understood the situation on the field very well, that is, the midfield was not continuous. He turned his head and subconsciously glanced at the bench. He soon found that Lee was looking at him with a sharp gaze and an expectant expression. Wenger sighed lightly, and suddenly smiled inexplicably, waving his hand. Yes. Lee Yuxin nodded quickly and jumped out of the bench. Listen, the rest of the game is your time. I want you to prove it on the field. Do you understand? Wenger patted Lee Yuxin's shoulder solemnly and said without question. Understood. Lee Yuxin nodded firmly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He had been holding back for long enough. He was determined to win this game. How could he fail here in his goal of winning the championship this season? Look, Lee is on the field. Huh? Finally a substitution. Arthur will only make a substitution after suffering a loss. West Ham United's biggest challenge has appeared. I'm really looking forward to it. Hoo-hoo, 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 hoo-hoo Lee. 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 As the fourth official, Lee, raised the substitution card, everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the player who kept jumping his feet. Arsenal fans burst into passionate shouts, welcoming the appearance of their heroes. Lee Yuxin replaced Pires, who was declining in resistance. Damn it. Pull it up. Padu looked at the flying number 95 jersey and couldn't help but curse inwardly. The uneasiness in his heart rose rapidly. This player known as the Terminator could definitely change the trend of the entire game in an instant. Padu quickly made his own tactical changes and asked his players to pull in the midfield as much as possible. One buckle, one step, one twist, followed by a squeeze, and suddenly there was a knock under his feet, and the figure disappeared between the two people. Shake, shake again, step, pull, turn, and pass like lightning. Konchesky watched Lee Yuxin break through his defense again, not to mention how suffocated he was, and cursed in anger. In just 10 minutes or so, Lee Yuxin, who was better than the old Pires in terms of vitality, strength, and technology, sat on the left and completely activated Arsenal's entire offensive line. In addition, his cooperation with Van Persie and Fabregas made Arsenal's front court attack wave after wave. Even if West Ham United blocked it once, Arsenal's attack did not stop. With a more powerful Lee Yuxin behind him, Henry's tearing effect on West Ham United was greater. After decisively rising and passing Konchesky, Lee Yuxin faced Walker's defense. Lee Yuxin did not choose to force another breakthrough. Without stopping, he directly sent the ball to Henry's feet. Thierry. Guard him. Seeing Lee Yuxin pass the ball, Henry, who was pulled to the left, led, turned, and then dribbled, and with a long kick, he jumped half a body length away from Fletch. Henry sped up and surpassed Fletch in the blink of an eye. He was about to face the goal directly and had an angle to shoot. Unfortunately, a figure appeared in front of Henry. Scaloni caught up. He originally planned to block Lee Yuxin's inward angle, but seeing Henry moving, the pre-match video and the internal research of West Ham United had been studied several times. Scaloni immediately went down and quickly blocked Henry's shooting angle. Henry saw that there was no angle, so he stepped directly, and then pushed outwards, preparing to go to the outside line, but at this time Fletch behind him had also caught up with his pace. Seeing that he was about to fall into the double-team defense of two people, and the space in the penalty area was small, Henry was not prepared to rush in. He turned his body to the side, pushed the opponent, pulled the ball back, and quickly sent it with the outside of his right foot. Van Persie had already pulled to the middle, received the ball, and was ready to turn around and face the goal, but Gabbiadin was already stuck in front of him. Van Persie skillfully carried the ball, and after several quick stops and quick moves, he found that Newton had also arrived, and Van Persie's breakthrough route was completely blocked. However, Gabbiadin and Newton failed to grab Van Persie's ball. After Van Persie attracted the opponent's attention, he had no way to advance an inch, pulling the center of gravity of the entire West Ham United defense line. Van Persie suddenly sent a light pass. The ball rolled, and Konchesky lost the battle for position with Lee Yuxin again, watching Lee Yuxin appear in the middle. It was still the constant passing and cutting between the three people. Fabregas rushed into the penalty area and also opened up a gap for Lee Yuxin in an instant. In the moment of blankness, the ball entered the range of Li Yuxin's heavy artillery. Step. There was a sound. Li Yuxin did not choose to stop the ball at all. His right foot stepped firmly on the grass, and his left foot followed and swung up directly. Stop him. Li shoot. As Li Yuxin appeared near the arc of the penalty area, the posture of swinging his foot was taken, and everyone's heart was involuntarily tightened. Unconsciously, everyone who had seen Li Yuxin play football had been completely attracted by Li Yuxin. Bang! Fast, extremely fast, like a cannonball, the ball almost solidified and flew out, with such great force that everyone's heart trembled. Gabadon, who caught up to block the ball, subconsciously shrank his body. With the sound of whoosh, Gabadon only felt a strong wave passing by his ears, and even felt a sharp hissing sound. At the moment Van Persie passed the ball, Cook immediately reacted and faced the middle, but before he could make the next move, the ball had already flown out. His body instinctively moved to his left, but it was still too slow, and he didn't even have time to move his right foot. Shoo! With a crisp sound, the ball passed through like a blade and penetrated directly into the net. The net was lifted up high, as if it was supported by a huge tree. The huge force added made the ball constantly tear at the ball socket. The West Ham United players behind the goal looked at this scene and choked before they could make a sound. They stared at the violent player with wide eyes. Hi-ya! Li Yuxin roared and rushed towards the huddled stands of his fans. He jumped up, raised his arms and shouted, trying his best to vent his strength. Goal! Li! 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 A goal that breaks the sky, a goal that breaks the sky. Cheer! Cheer! Senk, who had been immersed in it for more than an hour, was completely awakened by Li Yuxin's heavy bombardment and roared at the top of his lungs. AA. In the 67th minute, Fabregas made a straight pass, and Helig was able to cut inside and knock the ball directly into the middle. Henry rushed before Gabadon and lost his balance and poked it, but unfortunately it hit the post and rolled out of the bottom line. In the 69th minute, Li Yuxin dribbled inside from the left, flashed a gap, and suddenly fired hard, but Cook was also concentrating and barely blocked it. Van Persie's follow-up kick under the double team was also blocked by the defender. Arsenal missed a good chance to score again. The high-tempo game gave people the feeling that time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, the game entered the last 15 minutes. Pardew paced back and forth anxiously on the sidelines, watching his team being besieged, but he was at a loss because he had already withdrawn Zamora and replaced him with Mullins, a tenacious midfielder. On the side, although Wenger was still sitting in the coaching seat, he was rubbing his hands involuntarily, which also showed his pressure. There was not much time left, but his team still had the upper hand but could not score and could not play a make-up game. His team's physical strength was likely to collapse, and Li Yuxin was the biggest hope. Chapter 149. The final sprint begins. Beep beep beep. A long whistle blew at both ends, and the FA Cup semi-finals finally ended. With Li Yuxin's 2 goals, Arsenal entered the second final. This game was great. Both Arsenal and West Ham United gave us a thrilling game. Beautiful attack and defense drills, Arsenal's gorgeous offense, and West Ham United also showed their own style. The physical strength confrontation also made Arsenal very difficult to play. Adams kept nodding. During the last period of the game, he also tightened his heart. Indeed, the rhythm of the game was so fast that people couldn't take their eyes off. Well, although Arsenal had the upper hand in this game and played their own game rhythm, with as many as 25 shots, West Ham United was also tenacious enough and made 38 steals. This game can be called a classic enough. It's a pity that there is a gap in West Ham United's strength. Matthew looked at the data and praised the 2 teams respectively. The biggest contributor to Arsenal's victory in this game is Lee. Although Terry, Robin and others performed equally well, the one who put the ball into the goal was still the best. Lee's 2 goals were unstoppable. Yes, the camera was also aimed at the best player of the game. Lee himself also raised the index fingers of both hands. Oh, when did Lee get a tattoo? What is it? Maybe this is also news. Lee is really hot now, haha. At this time, Li Yuxin was about to face the live camera, and suddenly stretched out 2 index fingers, smiling very happily, but there was a proud yet mysterious arc on his face, and the tattoos on his arms were faintly visible on the camera. On the other hand, it is a wonderful feeling to strive for the treble. I have been in such a situation, but they are still far away. At least they have not reached the state of unity in eliminating all interference. I am waiting for the opportunity to catch up with them. I believe I can get it, and my players will not give up. With a 1-point gap, anything can happen. As for Lee, there is no doubt that he is a talented and phenomenal player. His music is very good. Music is universal. I think Lee can communicate with anyone, including me. I also like music. I even got a promise, haha. But I think he should focus more on the game, rather than rock and roll, magic and the like. If he is equipped with a strong and supportive team, his achievements may be higher, instead of letting him waste these energies. People always need to be in a specific environment to understand more. Facing the densely packed reporters in Stamford Bridge, Mourinho talked freely. When the Mirror reporter asked whether Chelsea could catch up with Arsenal, Mourinho seemed confident and his words were full of mystery. However, what made the reporters most excited was the familiar tone and expression when Mourinho talked about Lee Yuxin, which filled the reporters' imagination, especially the phrase "get a promise," which seemed to inject a stimulant into their bodies, and they stared at Mourinho with golden eyes. "Excuse me, is that promise related to Lee?" the reporter from the Daily Mail hurriedly asked. "Sorry, this is my private matter. I didn't think of saying it. That's it for today. Thank you." Mourinho announced the end of the press conference with a defiant look on his face, and turned away in the curiosity and desire of everyone. Promise, the story of Lee and Mourinho. Arsenal faces a major challenge from Chelsea, League. Lee the same proud person. What happened between Lee and Wenger? Suspension, substitution, extra training. Wenger deals with a troubled Lee. Dissatisfied Lee plans to escape Arsenal in the summer. Proud Jose has a kind side. Why does Lee make him so sincere? Jose and Lee must be talked about. When Arsenal fans woke up the next day, endless news about the promise between Lee Yuxin and Mourinho appeared in front of them, instantly shattering their happy mood for the holiday. After all, Lee Yuxin and Mourinho have the same agent. Damn it, what nonsense is this bitch talking about again? Tisk, will this kind of divisive strategy work? Lee belongs to us, damn bastard. How could Lee and Wenger have a conflict? Wenger has already stood up at this time. There is no basis. What kind of evidence is this? FCK, go to. What right does he have to interfere in the affairs of our team? Lee will not leave us. That's just groundless speculation. In an instant, the connection between Lee Yuxin and Chelsea completely angered Arsenal fans, and they started cursing, but a shadow was also cast in their hearts, and they could not choose to calm down. Lee, please tell me, is what Jose said true? What kind of promise did you reach with him? Excuse me, what do you think of Wenger's arrangement for you during this period? What do you think of Jose's opinion of you? Do you agree with him? Pushing and shoving, looking at the reporters who were blocking him, Lee Yuxin, who had seen the newspaper in the morning, naturally knew why. At this time, Lee Yuxin, who was in a bad mood, had a gloomy expression on his face. Seeing that they were still chasing him, he couldn't help but feel a little disgusted in his heart, and coldly swept over the reporters who were making trouble out of nothing these days. Enough. My opinion will be explained in the next game. As for my joining Chelsea, this is nonsense. This summer, you will find that it is a fantasy. After that, Lee Yuxin pushed the reporters away and walked into the training base. Lee, did you have a conflict with those reporters just now? Wenger rubbed his temples and looked at Lee Yuxin, and had to ask. Well, I don't want them to bother me anymore. I want them to shut up and stop interfering with my life. Sorry, teacher. Lee Yuxin nodded. He was fed up with those reporters surrounding him all day long, wishing to dig out all the details of his life, and digging into everything about him like flies. But seeing Wenger's sad face, Lee Yuxin felt a little guilty. Still want to lie to me? If that's the case, then why did you conflict with them directly, and why are there so many things? Wenger looked at his disciple's righteous look, and almost got angry. He glared at Lee Yuxin and almost bit Lee Yuxin. Who told them to provoke me first? Lee Yuxin looked at the old man's bite, and had to mutter carefully. Who told him to be scolded during this period of time? Go to training. Practice for 2 more hours. If you let me see you have conflicts with those reporters again during this period, and take the initiative to cause trouble, you don't even think about playing. I'll see how you keep your words. Wenger looked at his beloved disciple's aggrieved look and couldn't help rolling his eyes. He pointed to the training ground and asked Lee Yuxin to go out. Well, thank you teacher, you are the kindest, haha. Lee Yuxin nodded quickly, flattered him, and left in a flash. Lee Yuxin knew that Wenger would definitely cover for him. Get out. This bread is going to piss me off to death. Wenger burst out directly, obviously annoyed by Lee Yuxin's smug look again. "Okay, Arthur, sit down first, but it's good this way, Lee won't let us down." Pat quickly pulled Wenger aside and comforted him. "Well, let's hope. I hope Lee won't let me down." Turn pressure into motivation. No, I have a headache again." Wenger began to rub his temple again. When Lee Yuxin arrived at Highbury, he was immediately surrounded by a large number of reporters. All kinds of questions were thrown at him. Arrogant, challenging and even ignorant questions were everywhere. What made Lee Yuxin laugh was the question from the Daily Star reporter: "Do you think you are more handsome than David?" Lee Yuxin once again applauded this crazy era, but he ignored them and remained silent without stopping for a moment. Under the escort of security guards, he went directly to the stadium. He was going to challenge Sunderland, the second to last team in the league, at the Stadium of Light with his teammates. Of course, Lee Yuxin could not be interviewed, and Arsenal was forbidden to speak to the outside world casually. Wenger became the most important breakthrough point for the media. The old man was like a polar bear, resisting all bullets from the outside world against Arsenal. "Arthur, what do you think of Jose's remarks?" At the pre-match press conference, Wenger was crowded with reporters. The BBC reporter asked the first question. "No opinion. We have 3 games left, they have 2 games left, and they are 2 points ahead of us. It's that simple. They should pay more attention to their game against Manchester United. Newcastle is very strong this season. This is recognized." Wenger briefly pointed out Chelsea's opponents in the last 2 league games. "It is indeed as the old Sir Alex said. At this point in the season, people have found that after Arsenal surpass Tottenham, there are no teams that can stop them. The remaining teams are all in the middle and lower reaches, while Chelsea is different. The last 2 games, home against Manchester United and away against Newcastle, are dangerous no matter how you look at it." Regarding the promise that Jose said, "Do you think it has something to do with Lee?" "I don't know, but I know that Lee will never go to Chelsea next season. I will do everything possible to keep Lee. In any case, his heart is here, I promise." When it comes to the issue of Lee Yuxin, Wenger's tone becomes very different, but very firm. "What do you think about Lee and those girls? Some people say that Lee needs a more stringent environment. What do you think? These things are his private affairs, but if I find that these things affect Lee's state, I will take measures. I don't need someone to remind me deliberately. I know Lee, I know how to use him, and he is happy to accept my suggestions. Lee and everyone in our club are close. Some people in the outside world misunderstand, and some people deliberately create some topics. This may be someone deliberately putting pressure on us." Wenger obviously avoided the main point and directly led the topic to conspiracy theories. "Then what about Lee's remarks? Has Lee lost his way? Lee has ignored his opponents, right? How do Arsenal see the remaining games? The remaining games, every game is a final for us. Lee is obviously very confident, but I have told him that confidence is important, but caution is more important. He knows that he realizes that he should focus on the game itself, so he has chosen to prepare for the game with all his heart and will not accept interviews for the time being." Facing those reporters who were eager to try, Wenger directly cut off their fire. "But what's going on? Lee is no longer accepting interviews? This is horrible, you must be kidding." My manuscript. Looking at the dejected and stunned faces of the reporters below, Wenger smiled in his heart. He asked the staff to announce the end of the press conference, and then went straight back to the stadium to arrange simple training. In the afternoon, he went to the Light Stadium with the team to start the final sprint journey. Chapter 150 League continues. "Kids, every game is a decisive battle now. Are you ready?" Seeing his disciples' bloodthirsty fighting spirit, Wenger was also infected. His face became gentler, but his tone was not relaxed, stirring up their deepest fighting power. "Ready?" As expected, the Arsenal players heard Wenger's question and answered, staring at their boss with sharp eyes. "Let's go." With an order, the entire Arsenal team went out to fight for their league championship. With the arrival of the end of the season, the competition for the Premier League championship has become more and more intense. Arsenal has survived so many difficult schedules, and their mentality and will have matured. They are also eager to get the results of their hard work for a season. Especially Chelsea is about to play tough battles in a row. Although their schedule is relatively dense, for Arsenal, who have persisted for a season, this is more of a motivation. Whether it is Henry or Bergkamp, these veterans have tried their best to reunite the players these days. With sufficient experience in winning the championship, they understand very well that the most important thing at this time is the unity of the players. Therefore, after the incident with Lee Yuxin came out, they did not make any negative comments, not only because Lee Yuxin gave them benefits, but more importantly, Arsenal had reached a consensus to fight for the championship. Oh, come out, our warriors are out. Dear Arsenal fans, welcome to follow us to the Stadium of Light, and witness our journey to the championship of this season. Come on, now use your most passionate cheers to announce our arrival to them. Go. Fight for the championship. Glory belongs to you. Destroy everything, Arsenal. As Senk's voice took over, the Arsenal fans who came with the team issued a deafening shout, completely covering everything in the Stadium of Light. The warm red and white scarves of the Arsenal players fluttered over the stadium, cheering for the Arsenal players and standing with their team. Sunderland fans were somewhat indifferent. This match had no meaning to them. Perhaps it was meaningful because it was their penultimate Premier League match of the year. They were 15 league points behind West Bromwich Albion, the second to last team. This was the team with the lowest points in the history of the Premier League. Sunderland was now more eager to be relieved, not like a Premier League team. Their confidence had been completely destroyed by themselves. They broke their own record of the lowest league points. They had no intention and no strength to fight again. All this could be seen from the way Sunderland fans looked at Arsenal players. They didn't look like enemies, but more like watching a star performance, with an admiring and worshipful look. Beep with D. Gallagher's whistle, the 37th round of the Premier League officially started. On the Arsenal side, midfielder Diaby replaced Fabregas, Clichy played, Ljungberg also sat on the right, Zio still appeared on the left, Van Persie and Adebayor were in the front, and there was no change in the others. Arsenal played with the main force and substitutes, determined to win the game. As for Sunderland, it was no longer important what kind of players played. They just wanted to finish the game quickly. They were already far behind Arsenal in terms of morale, not to mention their competitive state. The game entered into the rhythm of Arsenal's game from the beginning, or the rhythm of Lee Yuxin's game. There was no Henry and Fabregas in this game. Wenger gave Lee Yuxin enough space, and the others just made Lee Yuxin play more comfortably. Lee Yuxin, who was holding back his anger, did not live up to Wenger's trust. From the first touch of the ball, Lee Yuxin began to attack Sunderland's defense. As soon as the whistle sounded, Lee Yuxin received Diaby's pass and took the opportunity to rush without waiting for the opponent's white head to get close. The first minute of the game was Lee Yuxin's rush. Approaching Whitehead, he immediately dunked and changed direction directly. With a strong waist and abdomen strength, Lee Yuxin turned his body and directly bypassed the opponent and rushed into the hinterland of Sunderland's defense. Before Sunderland's players could even move, they found that one of the opponents had already rushed up. Subconsciously, they had not thought about Lee Yuxin's bloodlust in this game. Lee Yuxin ignored the opponent's slow reaction. He followed with his feet and pulled down. With a smooth and flowing movement, he passed the opponent's Tommy. Miller cut inside. At this time, Sunderland's players hurried to Lee Yuxin's vicinity, ready to intercept. Unfortunately, they were not careful. The result was destined. Seeing Kyle lying in front of him, Lee Yuxin moved, paused, and shook, and then moved together. The four movements were completed in one go, directly shaking off the opponent's interception and going deeper again. Without making any adjustments, Lee Yuxin just made a downward move and directly avoided Daryl Murphy made a flying tackle and sent the ball to Van Persie's feet. Following Collins, Van Persie did not choose to turn around and break through. He directly knocked the inside of his arch and completed the pass in the blink of an eye. With a 2-on-1 cooperation, Lee Yuxin and Van Persie have reached a state of tacit understanding on the court. Even after Lee Yuxin passed Kyle, Van Persie had already completed his pull. The cooperation and Lee Yuxin's speed allowed Lee Yuxin to get the ball in a situation where there was no one guarding him for nearly 1 meter around him, and it was at the front of the penalty area arc, which was completely within his shooting range. Bang! Shoot! Some fans even heard this roar just after turning on the TV. Huh? My God! 6-0, in the 73rd minute of the game, Toure also scored. It's hard to imagine that Arsenal still has such firepower now. This season really belongs to Arsenal. Their hot state has continued well to the end of the season. With Matthew's sigh, the massacre finally stopped. And the game has entered the final stage. Beep 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 with 2 short and 1 long whistles, the game finally ended. The focus of the 37th round of the Premier League season ended with Arsenal's 6-goal massacre of Sunderland away. The guy is very motivated today. You did a good job today, Lee. It seems that Shuo has given Lee a lot of nourishment during this period, Yet, the training volume is so heavy, it's nothing, After winning the game, the Arsenal players got on the bus talking and laughing, while Wenger went to the press room with Van Persie, who scored 2 goals and made 2 assists. Pat, turn on the TV and see if those guys from Manchester United can hold out. Hey, sit down first, Lee. Your butt is too big and is in the way. Damn it, I really hope Manchester United can overthrow Chelsea. Yet, I hope those guys are tougher and don't give in. Come to think of it, Manchester United has no hope of winning the championship and the Champions League is certain, so there is no need to fight Chelsea to the death, not to mention that they are playing away. Chelsea, who fought to the death, scored a second goal in the 75th minute of the second half, which is rare. Fuck, that guy Wayne said that he would never let the game go, but his kick was uglier than his appearance. I really want you to treat me next time I go to Manchester, fuck. Looking at the cowardly look of Manchester United being beaten up, Lee Yuxin, who had endured a beating of Rooney before the game and deliberately called to make friends, muttered indignantly, "Hey, I wasted this time. Hey, Lee, what are you thinking about? You scored a goal in this game, and your family should be able to handle it. Why are you so constipated?" Diaby looked at Lee Yuxin's distressed look and asked curiously, "Damn it, Abu, can you wait until I finish eating?" Toure, who was working very hard in the game, was still swallowing the hot dog. Well, he was swallowing, showing his white steel teeth. When he heard Diaby's words constipated, he almost choked to death. Watch the game, it's Kolo who is constipated now. Lee Yuxin glared at Diaby, and also made things difficult for Toure. Asshole. I'm constipated. Toure, who finally recovered, explained with his head swollen and roaring. There was a burst of laughter in the Arsenal bus, which slightly alleviated the unpleasantness of Chelsea's rampage against Manchester United. Hey, it seems we have to go to Manchester to solve it. Seeing Manchester United being scored by Chelsea again, Lee Yuxin sighed with some emotion. Yet, I thought I could take a breather. Yet, Chelsea is really tenacious. Seeing Chelsea beat Manchester United without a single blow, the joy of Arsenal was somewhat reduced. At this time, they couldn't slack off. What's wrong? When Wenger returned to the bus, he saw that his students were a little quiet and there was no laughter, so he asked Pat. Pat pointed to the TV, and the answer was obvious. Okay, guys, we won, we are all good, the strength we showed today is enough to explain everything, don't think about other things, our opponents can only celebrate such a victory, they are afraid of us, the pressure shouldn't be on us now. The only thing we can do is to maintain our condition and be ready to fight at any time. This is what we should care about. Cheer up, we will find that time will pass quickly, everything is at our feet, understand? Watching Chelsea players celebrating their victory over Manchester United at home like winning the championship on TV, Wenger certainly understood what was going on, and soon a piece of encouraging words was accurately conveyed to his players. He rarely started with a tone of praise on the bus, and his eyes swept over each player, quickly instilling in them the belief of focusing on me. Well, I understand. Haha, we understand. Just a little emotional, haha. Yes, we are the best. Arsenal's players each answered with a smile. They just felt that they couldn't relax. Suddenly seeing the opponent's vigorous and fiery scene, they suddenly felt a little depressed, but it was just a little lost. After hearing Wenger's lecture, they quickly cheered up. After all, Chelsea is quite strong this season. It is not realistic to expect them to give them the championship at the end of the season. Well, go back and have a good rest. We will be able to stand at the highest position in 2 days, you know. Wenger swept his disciples with an encouraging look and told them confidently. Understood. Arsenal players looked at each other and immediately appeared. In fact, without Wenger's instructions, Bergkamp, Henry and other veterans also took the initiative to find others during this period, asking them to avoid private banquets and public activities as much as possible. The whole team held their last breath and survived the last 18 days. Wenger saw that his student was in good spirits and nodded with satisfaction. As he had isolated Lee from external interviews in advance, he could rest assured. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.